Welcome to the Town Council meeting of Portola Valley on December 8, 2021. We have a full and rich and colorful agenda. So I hope that you all stay for a while. Roll call, please, Sharon.
Councilmember Alves.
Here.
Councilmember Warnikoff.
Here.
Councilmember Richards.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hughes.
Here.
Mayor Derwin.
Here. Thanks, Sharon. Oral communications. This is the portion of the evening when you can speak about something that is not on the agenda, knowing that we cannot have an extensive conversation or take action. You may speak up to 3 minutes. Would any member of the public wish to speak to oral communications?
Looks like we have 5 members of the public who wish to speak. Rita Combs is the first. Marianne.
Rita, welcome.
Hi, thank you very much for taking my question. I just want to say that the file is very large and there may be a delay for some people to be able to open it depending on their great Wi-Fi and our beautiful town. So if perhaps oral could last a little bit longer for the residents to make comments if they feel the desire to, because it's a very large file and it's not easy to open. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next one, Jeremy.
Karen Askey.
Welcome, Karen.
Thank you. And first of all, I want to thank the Town Council for the tireless effort you put in focusing on all issues for Portola Valley. I believe that a strong democracy relies on and welcomes engagement from its constituents, and I know you believe that too. So what I'm about to say is a bit sensitive and I'm slightly fearful of retribution, but there is an elephant in the room. Many residents are not feeling heard and that their concerns are quickly dismissed. I have heard folks write letters and not receive responses, neighbors asking to be more involved and engaged in town initiatives and feeling shut out. I have witnessed almost a form of bullying or intimidation in committee meetings as well. The recent petition shows a collective effort for our voices and thoughts to be counted. It serves as a mechanism which eases concerns from residents on how to speak up. Perhaps one of the reasons for feeling this way is the online meetings where technology glitches or user errors interrupt the process, or you can't feel the impact of 50 residents as we're all tiny images behind a screen. With only 3 minutes maximum to speak and share our thoughts without any interactive dialogue, it's pretty easy to feel that nobody cares. But we are all on the same team. So how do we improve dialogue and participation with everyone? In-person meetings are a start. I know you ask us to reach out to you, but I have some thoughts on how the town might improve its reaching out to everyone. First, how about surveying every resident on these issues before us, fire safety and evacuation, housing issues? Let's make it easier for residents to state their opinions, maybe in an anonymous manner. Second, how about a town hall where there is more interaction and residents can ask questions and get answers to their questions? Third, I would appreciate it if the town could send out, perhaps in a weekly email, all of the letters it is receiving from residents. Perhaps add a box on the town e-notice subscription page. When a resident letter is buried deep in agendas and minutes, sure, it's public, but it seems hidden and not easy to find. And there is safety in numbers. I may be afraid to voice my opinion individually, but if I see that Susie Q wrote about an issue I agree with, it may help me to speak up as well. And now for a quick word on fire safety, which should be our #1 priority. This isn't about how to meet legal obligations. This is about being as prudent as possible. Fire doesn't distinguish between a town that's designated itself as a high fire danger or one that hasn't. Insurance companies have figured out who's at higher risk than others, and they've got Portola Valley under their thumb. We must act quickly, exercising emergency orders or amending our fire safety checklist that get us in front of the curve instead of playing catch up. It's more work in a very short time frame, but we can do it together. I am happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Mayor Derwin, if I may, I wanted to point out to one of Karen's points, the town does put on our website on a weekly basis all letters that are sent to all council members. If you go under town council, there's a button called the Weekly Digest. That's where those letters, and that's again to all town council members, go. We put them there whether they're received by mail or electronically. Also, letters that we receive prior to the meeting that have to do with the meeting, the council meeting, are under another button called Correspondence After Agenda Publication. So I hope people do go there on a weekly basis to see what letters that the town council collectively have received. Thank you, Karen.
And Karen, you're always welcome to reach out to one of the council members to get coffee and talk, or have a meeting with Jeremy or other staff. Correct, Jeremy?
Absolutely.
Okay, next person.
Dale Frau. There you go, Dale.
Welcome, Dale.
Thank you. I'm getting unmuted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Great. Thank you very much for your time. I'm sure all of you know me and know my positions, but I just want to make it perfectly clear tonight. You know, wildfire is an existential threat to the residents of Portola Valley. If you don't believe it, then you haven't seen enough wildfire presentations. We exist in the wildland urban interface, and our love of this natural beauty that surrounds us makes us vulnerable to catastrophic wildfire. No matter what maps you look at or what you want to do with them, the fact is that significant portions of Portola Valley are in very high or high fire danger areas. The insurance companies have figured this out, and that's why they're leaving. We have to do everything we can to educate our neighbors and our residents about the dangers of wildfire and mitigate the risks we can, but we must also take whatever steps we can to decrease the future risk. The most conservative position would be to just put a moratorium on all new development until we can get a new set of building and fire ordinances implemented. But those codes and ordinances are slow, and certainly they lag the science. Certain recent state laws, which I know you know about, without some local requirements to reduce fire danger, will, in my opinion, make Portola Valley exponentially less safe. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big proponent of personal property rights, but fire doesn't care about my personal property rights. It only cares about moving. Everything we've done in the town so far is good and necessary, but it's certainly not sufficient. We've learned a lot about wildfire. One of the things that we haven't addressed is building separation. There's a great report out, I'm sure you've all seen it, SNAP report out of Paradise saying building separation should be about 69 feet. The codes that we're looking at say 30 feet. You know, we really need to do something. And you're doing emergency ordinances tonight. There's no reason you can't put an emergency ordinance in to put building separation as one of the highest priorities in the town. I'm running out of time, but I've heard negative comments about process, that this is complicated. This is not complicated. It's either safe or it's less safe, and it has to be done. Process, yes, we have a process. Fire codes are coming, but that's a year away, my friends. And fire doesn't care, and we've got to do something sooner rather than later. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I want to remind you all that oral communications is for items that are not on the agenda. Jeremy, is there another person who would
Mayor
like?
Derwin,
Yes,
may I just address one point raised by the speaker, which is that a moratorium would be in order to guard against wild safety and to try to address some of these state laws. That's obviously a very rational, logical solution. Unfortunately, the state has placed many restrictions on the ability for towns to adopt moratoriums related to housing, and those moratoriums need to be approved now by the state. So at this point, we think that would be quite a long shot. I just wanted to mention that for the residents that are listening.
thank you, Cara. Jeremy?
Next speaker is Bob Turcott. There you go, Bob.
Thank you. I'd like to comment on the nature of resident engagement and the need for civil debate. In my profession, life and death decisions are made multiple times a day under difficult circumstances and enormous time pressures. Where the stakes are high, a culture has developed that encourages vigorous scrutiny and candid, forthright debate. Competing viewpoints are directly challenged, and the quality of the data on which they're based is typically an object of focus. No one is offended by these challenges. The stakes are high, and such debate is the most effective way to reach good decisions. Collegial relationships are maintained because we all realize the arguments are over the subject matter, not the people. Wildfire does pose an existential threat to our community. The decisions that are made by this body will impact the life safety of our community and its residents for decades to come, no less than decisions made in ICUs. The council should welcome and embrace scrutiny and debate. It's the only way we'll arrive at the best decisions. In the last several months, 3 council members indicated discomfort with the challenges I've raised. I've reached out to at least 2 of them after hearing this. I believe it was all 3. I connected by phone with one member and had a productive conversation. If my comments offend, I encourage council members to contact me directly to discuss. If I've verged into the personal, you deserve an apology, and I deserve an opportunity to take ownership of my mistake. What I won't apologize for is a vigorous challenge to policies that unnecessarily jeopardize public safety, nor should the council members show offense at this. To do so is to suggest that decisions and policies are above scrutiny. These are complex issues. I agree with Karen. We need a forum in which competing perspectives can be explored. A series of unidirectional communications, as we have now, is not effective. Perhaps we should consider a town hall style event, as Karen suggested, perhaps a moderated debate. We need more resident engagement. While the goal of the petition you received is a safe implementation of SB 9, which we'll discuss later, the petition has already had beneficial effects. I've lost count of the number of times I heard similar stories. Thank you so much for doing this. I've been worried sick about this. I thought I was the only one. The town manager was appropriately delighted when the number of subscribers to Portola Valley's housing e-notice was reported, 403. So much so that he calculated what the equivalent number would be in Palo Alto. Anyone who values community engagement should similarly celebrate the support the petition has garnered. Over 550 members of the community publicly putting their names forward, asking that fire safety be prioritized. That's equivalent to almost 9,000 residents of Palo Alto, using the town manager's math. Let's creatively explore more effective ways to engage residents and work through these complex and important issues. I look forward to doing so with the council and the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm muted there. Next speaker is Ellen Bernaza.
Welcome, Ellen.
Okay. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm just asking that before the council makes any quick decisions that'll affect the safety of our town, that it first requests and adopts updated identifications of high and very high fire hazard zones within our town from actual fire experts, such as CAL FIRE, Woodside Fire District, and professional fire safety consultants, and not rely on designations made by unqualified, non-professional fire science experts. And the citizens of Portola Valley have chosen not to live in a city environment such as Redwood City, Menlo Park, or Palo Alto. We're living by choice in a town surrounded by grassland, trees, and vegetation. It seems that the powers that be do not recognize or acknowledge the differences between these two landscapes when making decisions regarding our fire safety and building codes. And Kara, I just have a question. I would like to know, what would the town's legal liability to Portola Valley residents and neighboring towns such as Woodside and Los Altos Hills should a Tubbs-type fire situation originate in Portola Valley due to the allowance of unsafe building practices resulting from either not requesting or just ignoring recommendations from qualified fire professionals?
Ellen, this is not the time to ask.
Okay, sorry, I apologize.
You can offline ask that question,
Okay,
or perhaps you can ask it under the one of the items on the agenda.
okay, thank you.
Whatever you think it belongs with. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Mayor, is Ronald Eastman.
Welcome, Ronald Eastman.
Yeah, I just, I wanted to add on to what Karen Askey and Bob Turcott said about involving the community in decision making. You know, we on the petition for public safety, which was taken up by the fire safety committee yesterday, there was several members of the American Academy of Sciences on that list. One name I saw is the name of one of the top securities lawyers in the country. This is not, and just as a side, the suggestion was made that people that the 16%, almost 17% of the voting population of Portola Valley that signed that petition didn't know what they were signing. And this community represents one of the greatest brain trusts in the country. And I said, you know, I believe that getting people involved and utilizing their expertise in these difficult matters would benefit us all. And that's what I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you. Any
Next.
more?
Yeah, we have 3 more hands raised. Christy Corley.
Welcome, Christy.
Thank you. Mayor and council members, we thank you for your volunteer time and your care for our community. We love this town and all the nature within this 9 square miles, and that's why we moved here. SB 9 has serious implications for our town of Portola Valley. I've been asking for SB 9 and SB 10 communication and education to Portola Valley residents since last June 2021 and probably prior. SB 9 is a parcel split and an owner can sell off a parcel with a quick approval. Then what? Every time I asked the council to educate residents on SB 9 in my public comment, there was no response or silence. Why do residents feel not listened to in town anymore? Is the communication the best it can be? So last June 2021, I decided to attend the Woodside Town Council meeting, since that's our neighboring town. Maybe they care about this topic, I thought. I asked one night at the end of a Woodside Town Council meeting, I explained SB 9 bill very quickly, and they felt what I had to say was important. The Woodside Town Council wrote a letter the very next day to a committee at a state level in Sacramento. The Woodside Town Council acted immediately because they realized the gravity of SB 9 and what it can mean to their community. I was shocked to attend the December 1st Planning Commission meeting last week, and there was no mention of SB 9 urgent ordinance. I just wanted to get the ordinance early, and I wanted to take my time reading it and compare the ordinance to other cities' ordinances. No discussion of SB 9 ordinance, therefore no public comment was heard. I feel the Planning Commission involvement was sidestepped, and I feel the resident community involvement was sidestepped. Don't we want the Planning Commission consultation on a new ordinance? An ordinance is a law in town. The word plan, it means plan for Portola Valley's future. The Planning Commission is a body of citizens that serve within the local government, acting as an advisory group to the municipal governing body on issues and policies related to planning, land management, and community development. Well, community development involves community input and active listening. So the Portola Valley public was in the dark on the ordinance till 8 p.m. Saturday night when 1,000 pages agenda was delivered to the residents. We had only 3 days to review this paperwork. I have 2 seconds. That was the goal we love this town and we want to have a voice that will be valued. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Jeremy.
Next speaker is Robert Young.
Welcome, Robert Young.
Thank you very much. I certainly want to first of all say how much I appreciate all of the council members and the mayor and Jeremy and the fire officials for what they do for our town. I've had the pleasure of living here for over 30 years now. I've raised my family here. I've enjoyed it greatly. I grew up in a small town in western Colorado, and this environment was one that I could be comfortable in. I no longer am comfortable here. A year ago, I realized how great the fire risk was in the area. I was concerned what the town was doing. I wrote a letter to the mayor and to the town council expressing the fact that I felt that this was the #1 issue that the town council and the mayor should have, that it posed a very significant threat to life of people in Portola Valley. With the ongoing increasing of effects of climate change, there's no doubt that things are going to get worse and worse. The wind conditions will pick up in Portola Valley, although some people continue to deny that. I appreciate what the town council have done, and I especially appreciate what the Emergency Preparedness Committee has done in fire. But it's clear to me, I have fire hardened my house to the ultimate degree. The Woodside fire has helped me immensely. Give me advice, and I have taken that advice with great gratitude and have done everything I could do. I have organized my neighborhood and helped people for their preparations and organized what we can do in times of urgency, such as evacuation. I am disturbed that there is no evacuation study that's been done, and that a good citizen of the valley has done an initial one, but that one has not been reviewed, and it has been touted by the town through the almanac. Pardon me, not you, but the almanac is proving that we have no risk in the town for evacuation. I think it's really critically important that be put to the forefront, and that something is not published unless it's been reviewed. The other thing that I'm concerned about is I've done a lot of study and realize now that although I've done a lot hardening my house, that this doesn't really matter. The most urgent thing is separation of structures. And you're voting tonight on something that I don't think that we've had time as a town to discuss among one another. Because of the pandemic, we have to meet like this. There's no chance of having rapid dialogue and exchange and help of people. We have to behave this way. 550 people have signed a petition, I think, that will show you how concerned they are. And I would wish that you would slow down and consider what they are saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jeremy?
That is the last hand that is up.
Okay. Then we will move on to item #1 on our agenda, which is welcoming Reverend Jenny Warner from Valley Pres Church. I am so happy to see Reverend Jenny here tonight. She is here as part of an initiative that I started to bring people from the faith community to our town council meetings, because first, they're part of our community, and second, they offer us a different, deeper perspective and a reminder of our own humanity. Jeremy, would you like to introduce her, please?
I'd be honored to. I've had the pleasure of knowing Jenny now for about almost 4 years now, since you came to town in September of 2017 from Bend, Oregon. I have found Jenny's advice and counsel very soothing in times of trouble. I almost sound like a Beatles song there. Jenny is someone that is always welcoming to members of the community, and has always been gracious to me and my staff. We're really delighted that you're a member of our town. So thanks for coming tonight. I want to turn it over to you for a few words.
Thank you, Jeremy. I'm so honored to be here. So grateful for all of you and your work. And I just wanted to say a few things on something I've been thinking about recently, which is the topic of neighborliness. And when I think about that, I always think about Mr. Rogers. I don't know about you, but and you may or may not know this, but I have a particular fondness for Mr. Rogers because he was actually an ordained Presbyterian pastor. And he was commissioned, they call it, to minister to children and to let them know they were loved just as they are, which I think is a pretty awesome awesome gig to have. So as I was thinking about him, thinking about neighborliness, I was thinking about that song that he sings at the beginning of every episode, Won't You Be My Neighbor? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Will you be my neighbor? And I thought, you know what? I bet that if you consider that a sermon, since he was a pastor, that has been listened to and memorized and repeated probably more than any sermon anyone has ever preached, more than Martin Luther King, more than Billy Graham. That simple song that I had on a record that I played over and over when I was a kid is a really powerful message and sermon. And you could think of it as partly just kind of pathetic and needy, will you be my neighbor? I really need a friend. But as I thought about it more, I thought, wow, it's really powerful invitation to ask another person to be your neighbor. There's so much vulnerability to that, so much trust. Would you take my concerns as yours? And can I take yours as mine? Can we create a place to live and a neighborhood that works for everyone? And so I think I just have been thinking about that song a little bit recently, and I thought that might be a good way to start our meeting tonight, to remember. I'm not going to ask you all to sing it, but it's probably going through your head, and to think about that song, and that across our disagreements and our divides and the things that we're trying to figure out together, just really big and sometimes feeling impossible questions, I think we can come together in that sense of inviting each other to be our neighbors. And I, my hope in my being here tonight is just to hear and hope that this meeting has a little bit of that, and invite us to see each other, take responsibility for each other, and make Portola Valley a place where we can flourish and grow. So I'm happy to be here. So again, so grateful for all of you on the town council and on the staff, and then also all who come to this meeting and care for their town. So thanks for having me.
That was just beautiful. Thank you. Do any of my colleagues wish to comment or ask questions? Or I really like the way Craig looks right now.
I do have a song stuck in my head though, Jenny.
I know, he just looks really happy. He looks really happy. Jeremy, are there any hands up in the audience?
No, there are no hands raised.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming, and I would love you to come again, or perhaps the new mayor will invite you.
Anytime. Thank you.
All righty. Okay, item number 2 is a presentation and proclamation honoring Brandy DeGarmo on her 13 years of dedicated service to the town of Portola Valley. And Brandy, there you are with one of your colorful headbands. I am going to read the proclamation because it captures quite a lot about Brandy. So here we go. Proclamation of the mayor to recognize Brandy DeGarmo for 13 years of dedicated service to the town of Portola Valley. Whereas on September 15, 2008, Brandy DeGarmo began her career with the town of Portola Valley on a 1-year grant-funded position. Steve Tobin and I lobbied for that, with the potential to be hired to a full-time position. Having proven herself, Brandy held the positions of Sustainability and Resource Efficiency Coordinator from 2008 to 2012, Sustainability and Special Projects Manager from 2012 to 2017, and Assistant to the Town Manager from 2017 to 2021. Whereas Brandy's breadth of expertise is incredible, ranging from community service programs, refuse collection, organics recycling, smart meters, climate action initiatives, IT issues, virtual EOC, and green building programs, and her latest specialty of COVID mitigation measures. And whereas Brandy has always had her pulse on the local community and understands the issues that are important to the residents, she has tirelessly worked to create a recreation program that serves the local needs of the residents. She's worked on green building programs that are easy to implement. And whereas when Cal Water asked the town to participate in the CPUC proceedings on smart meters, Brandy jumped in and learned the process for intervening. She stuck with the process for years. How many years, Brandy? 8?
8, yes,
Okay.
8 years.
And ultimately prevailed in obtaining a pilot program for the town. And whereas when Brandy was tasked with managing the new waste hauling contract, she read every word of the proposed contract and quickly became the expert in this field. She provided detailed data and insight to the negotiating team, which resulted in a cost-effective contract for the residents with a smooth transition to a different collection model. And whereas when the state required the town to adopt mandatory organic recycling programs, Brandy attended webinars to learn about these new rules and contacted Cal Recycle experts so that she could make an informed recommendation to the town council. And whereas in Brandy's spare time, she enjoys kayaking, archery, canning, testing new recipes, traveling, especially to Paris, spending time with family, and especially making crafts and baking with her beloved niece, Georgia. And now, therefore, I, Mary Ann Durwin, Mayor of the town of Portola Valley, on behalf of the council, staff, volunteers, and people of the town of Portola Valley, convey our most heartfelt congratulations on her retirement and sincere thanks on achieving the milestone of providing 13 years of exceptional service to the town and its residents. Yay, Brandy. I will say she's leaving, but she's not completely leaving because she's going to work as a consultant on special projects. Brandy, would you like to say a few words?
I would, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Derwin, for those kind words and the recognition. When I was hired by Portola Valley 13 years ago, it was truly my dream job, working on innovative environmental projects and programs that had an impact not only in Portola Valley, but the ability to expand to other cities around the county. Over the years, I've had the opportunity to work on so many interesting, impactful projects with residents and colleagues. I've learned so much about people, processes, and how to seek creative solutions and find a way to get to yes. I will miss my coworkers the most as they are what have kept me here so long, but hope to continue working on projects for the town as I move into this next chapter. Thank you again, Mayor Derwin, council members, Jeremy, all of town staff, all of the committee members I've worked with, and the residents for making my time here so meaningful.
Thank you, Brandy. Would any of my colleagues like to say a word? Oh, Councilmember John Richards.
Yes. Let me just say I feel really fortunate having been able to work with Brandy over the years. One of the projects that I was involved with as a council subcommittee member was working on a new garbage contract. And I don't know if people know this, but I'm pretty sure that these contracts are written by the devil himself because they are so opaque and convoluted. But as a lead on that project, Brandy was able to cut through all the confusion and potential pitfalls and really helped us reach a great conclusion. She's also been a key feature at our monthly emergency preparedness meetings, making sure that the town's responsibilities with the Emergency Operations Center work seamlessly with the committee's needs and with the PV Ready and Woodside Fire Protection District. So I mean, she takes on all these complex projects and makes them look pretty easy. I've just been totally impressed with her ability to understand and clearly explain to the council and the public all the many detailed, technically complex sustainability initiatives she's been working on. And I'm really glad that she'll be here in some manner as a consultant as we work forward. So thank you so much, Brandy.
Would anyone else? Yes, Jeff Elfs.
I first met Brandy shortly after I believe she started. I was actually I was working on my own. I wasn't even on the ASCC at that time. I was working on my own house, and I was beginning my transition into a career in as a green building professional. And Brandy and I would compare notes on things. I was looking at various technologies and things I would use for my house and things that I became very familiar. We would compare notes on those over time. And in the 13 years since, I've been continually impressed and amazed by all of these sort of new skills. I mean, you know, I was still trying to be a half decent, competent green building person, and Brandy had moved on and done, you know, become a garbage expert, had you know, run our EOC. I mean, I feel like she's literally sort of learned so many aspects of what it takes to run a town, that it's just, Brandy, it's been amazing working with you and watching you master all these different things. And I mean, I worry that I don't know what we're going to do without you. I'm glad you're not going too far, but I wish you well, and I look forward to working with you on other projects again. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Craig.
Yeah, thank you, Brandy. I agree with everything that's been said, and you know, I think what's been most impressive for me over the years, as Jeff has said, is how, you know, we have a very small staff in Portola Valley. I think still the smallest in the county, and the ability to have a senior staff member who can jump in and take on whatever project comes up across a wide variety of topics, and do it in an effective way that benefits the town has been enormously valuable. So thank you for that. And I think that, you know, the town of Portola Valley within the county and even the state and wider area is known and has been since you've been working here as being a leader in sustainability, largely because of some of the efforts that you've helped put together. So we appreciate that and hope to carry it on into the future. So thank you for all that you've done here. And it's good that you're not leaving us, but we also wish you success in whatever other new projects you take on.
Thank you.
Yes, Sarah.
Sadly, Brandy, we have never met in person because when I came on council, we were in COVID. And so I, you know, feel badly that we've never really had a real chance to work together. But, you know, what's clear to me, just even from listening to Mary Ann and Jeremy review your progression of titles over these 13 years, that you quickly became a reliable jack of all trades, willing to step up and do anything. And clearly from, you know, the comments from the group tonight, it's been really appreciated. I think the other thing that I wanted to say is I feel like when, you know, when you leave a job, you want to feel like you've made a difference in some way. And I hope from hearing the comments tonight that you do feel that way, particularly related to areas that are, I know, a passion of yours. Sustainability, and that the difference you made will be long lasting. So I hope you leave knowing that. Thanks again and best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jeremy.
Thank you. I apologize in advance. I'm managing 3 dogs and 2 cats in this little room I'm in right now. So if there's noise, that's what that is. I was very sad when I heard that you weren't going to be with us anymore. And when I started 5.5, 6 years ago, I turned to you very early on to help me be a better manager and the best town manager that I could be. And you helped me every step of the way. There's a phrase that we use a lot in government. Other duties is assigned. I think you've heard that tonight. Your ability to move between disparate projects with grace and knowledge is an example to all of us. And it's impressive every day. I just want to say that, you know, knowing you and working with you, you've made me just a better boss and a better person. And I'm going to miss you a lot. I'm really proud of the work that we've done, and I'm glad you're going to stick around for a little while with us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any public members who wish to speak? Jeremy? Nope.
I do see the
chief's hand is up. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Brandy, up as far as the fire district is concerned, we wanted to really congratulate you and thank you for everything that you've done as far as keeping that line of communication between the town and the fire district so positive over the years that I've been directly involved in, different projects that we've had together, especially on the public education, the public information, the emergency preparedness, all of that. So we truly want to thank you, congratulate you, and wish you the best in the future.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, there is one hand raised, Megan.
Welcome, Megan.
Hi, Brandy. You have been just a jewel to this town in your intelligence, your activism, and just incredible dedication to all of us. And I just want you to know that you're so appreciated. And I'm just proud to have known you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could, I wanted to use this opportunity also to introduce someone who's joined our team in a new role, in a different role for the town, Melvin Gaines. He's been on staff for 8 days as the assistant town manager. So I wanted to welcome him to the community. And I don't know if you wanted to say a few things about who you are and why you came here, but to put you on the spot, there you go, buddy.
Thank you, Jeremy. Hey everyone, I am Melvin Gaines, and I'm glad to join the Portola Valley team. As Jeremy said, I've been here for, I think this was my 8th day, and I felt nothing but welcome, whether it be from the council. I've gotten an opportunity to meet with many of you already, whether it be from the Portola Valley team, and also whether it be from the community. I've already had opportunities to have conversations and take walks with community members and learn about the community. And all three, council members, city, town staff, and community members have made me excited to be here because you're so welcoming. And I really look forward to getting to know individuals better, but more so to get to understand the community better and to see how we can serve Portola Valley better as a town. And that doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with the way that the town has been served, but I am an advocate of continuous improvement and looking forward to help the community, help the town continuously grow. I've been working in local government for about 10 years now. I was previously in the city of Mountain View for about 5 years, and I was in a city of East Palo Alto for 5 years prior. In various different capacities. I call myself a generalist, meaning that I like to dibble and dabble into various different issues. But I think in that, being a generalist, just being really led by a desire to help, a desire to listen, and a desire to be somewhat of a translator, to take the complex matters or the uncomplex and simple and help people build a greater understanding of complex issues and to have dialogue and to move forward. So really happy to be here. Excited that there are 80 something members of the public on this Wednesday evening here and looking to listen and observe and learn. So thanks for having me.
Thanks,
Thank
Mel.
you, Melvin. We're all really glad that you're here. Back to Brandy. I just wanted to mention that when Brandy came on in 2008, there were very few sustainability managers in the county, probably in the state and in the country. Global warming was a controversial term. And she pushed ahead with every sustainability measure that we took on. And I spent a lot of time working with her. We traveled together. We were in the county together. And I will tell you that in the county, she was so respected. I was always so proud to be with her when we were in the county. So Brandy, you have done a remarkable job, and we all wish you well in your new consultant practice. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Item number 3 is a presentation, the Volunteer of the Year Award. Let me get ready here. We haven't done this for a few years. but I'm so excited that we're doing it this year while I'm still mayor. And I'm so pleased to announce the Volunteer of the Year for 2021 is Rebecca Flynn for her incredible volunteer work, but mostly for establishing, maintaining, monitoring, and just being the general caretaker of the PV Forum, which has become a town institution. I thought that I would read a bit from Carrie Chin, who is our communications guru, her piece that was published yesterday, because I thought it was really good. And it gives you a real sense of Rebecca. So Rebecca's been a longtime volunteer and a vital part of promoting respectful neighbor to neighbor conversations in Portola Valley. It all started in 2004 when she joined the Town Parks and Recs Committee. And since then, she volunteered her name on the Town Center Planning Committee, the Water Conservation Committee, the Sustainability Committee, all committees that were tackling really big issues, and also helped create community gathering places, as well as making Portola Valley more resilient to climate change. Almost every town resident knows about the PV Forum and has benefited greatly from its existence. Rebecca is the person who founded, created, and has moderated the forum for almost 18 years. I guess I was surprised that it's been around that long, but as I said, it's such an institution. I've lived here for 29 years and I can't remember when we didn't have the PV Forum. She launched it on April 8, 2004. In 2018, she launched it on a new platform. And today the forum has over 3,000 members. Residents have talked about so many topics over the years, including emergency preparedness, housing needs, the town center project, ADUs, our natural bounty, lost pets, including steers, boas, and pheasants, how to put a mountain lion in a chokehold or wrestle a rattler, earthquakes and 9/11, referrals and recommendations, dog etiquette on the trails, native local gardens, exotic travel locations, free fruit, climate change and wildfire, outages and droughts, funny memes and humorous videos, events and theater recommendations, important charities and helpful service projects, and hundreds of other subjects that help inform and bind our community together. Now with the new public emergencies, such as the public safety power shutoffs and the pandemic, the PV Forum has become a virtual tool that is a critical touch point to both get information out and help residents support each other through crises. Rebecca says the biggest challenge over the years has been when she has had to step in and remind people to behave respectfully towards one another. She's bravely taken on bullying to make the platform a safe space for everyone to participate. However, she says most people are respectful and kind, tolerant, compassionate, and accepting. She's grateful for all the supportive messages that people have sent, and we deeply admire the grace with which she gently guides our community in respectful and meaningful conversations. For Rebecca, the biggest reward has been bringing the community closer together. She's always amazed that even with the most obscure requests, the PV Forum seems to always deliver, whether it's expertise, experience, or a particular item someone is in search of. She's enjoyed getting to know the people here in a place she calls truly beautiful and remarkable. Besides all the work she's done for the town, she has also spent many hours volunteering with the schools as a classroom parent at PV schools and the Nueva School. She's contributed her time and skills to the Woodside High School Drama Boosters, the PVSD Bond Committee, and has served as the Sequoia High School PTSA Treasurer, in addition to her roles on many other organizations such as PV Angels, PV Cares, the Arts Guild of Portola Valley, and the PV Garden Club. Rebecca grew up in Sewanee, Tennessee, and spent half her childhood in Brussels, Belgium. She attended Bryn Mawr and Haverford, double majoring in chemistry and molecular biology, and then pursued a degree in immunology at the University of Pennsylvania. When newly married and living in Paris, she earned an MBA at, now, do I say INSEAD or is it a word?
INSEAD.
INSEAD.
Yeah.
Professionally, Rebecca comes from the world of biotech and internet startups. But in 2001, her family moved to Portola Valley from Willow Glen in San Jose, and this is where she and her husband put down roots and raised their 2 children. And here is my quote. This award's long overdue. Rebecca has single-handedly transformed Portola Valley with the creation of the PV Forum, a one-stop marketplace, town square, breaking news source, at times confessional. In decades to come, I predict that folks will look back and hold Rebecca in high esteem, as we have done for pioneers like Bill Lane and Eleanor Boucher, like-minded change makers whose commitment, dedication, and selflessness has lifted up the entire community. And with that, I present to you, can you see it?
Yes, I see. Yep.
This plaque, it is the Wendy Haskell Volunteer of the Year Award presented to Rebecca Flynn in recognition of your long-standing commitment and year of service to the Portola Valley community. Congratulations, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. I wanted to say thank you to Mayor Derwin and the town council and the town for the recognition and for the support over the years. Running the PV Forum and volunteering for the town has been a labor of love and has been very rewarding. When I started the PV Forum nearly 18 years ago, social media was a very different animal. We've had to adjust and adapt since then, but the principles of community, communication, and sharing are still the same. The majority of interactions on the PV Forum have been about everyday life, from losing pets to sharing garden bounties, from getting advice about plumbers to selling or giving away something. The PV Forum has been a lifeline for so many during the past 2 years of the pandemic, reminding us that we are a small part of a larger community and we are not alone. We've had a few serious challenges along the way, from identity theft to people occasionally losing control of their anger, and from misinformation. New policies and procedures have now been put in place to help with that. But I am so grateful that there's such a large well of decency, kindness, and generosity in Portola Valley, and that people step in when things sometimes go off the rails, so I don't have to be the only one moderating. I want to reiterate that the PV Forum belongs to all of us. You all help foster a congenial tone and bind our small community together. And who can forget Grizzly Jones' rather dubious advice to put a mountain lion in a headlock, or to lasso a rattler if you're attacked, or the missing pink pet boa constrictor that was finally found 3 months later, wrapped around the garage door opener, very thin and emaciated, but still alive. That caused quite a few nervous flutterings. These things only happen in Portola Valley. And I'll leave you with just a few parting words. Remember that your personality comes through whenever you post. So please spend a few extra minutes crafting the right tone in your messages and be kind. One never knows what someone else is going through. I encourage everyone to join a town committee. There are many openings in several of the town committees. It's very rewarding, and it also gives you a chance to provide your input to the town. And finally, get a booster shot so that we can all get together in person next year. Thank you so much for the recognition and the support, and here's to another 20 years.
Thank you, Rebecca. Would any of my colleagues wish to speak about Rebecca? Sarah.
So I had no idea it'd been 18 years. That is just astounding. I have to say, I've done so many different volunteer roles over the years, and most people eventually get tired and ready to pass the baton. And the fact that you have been doing this so diligently for so well is, I'm truly just blown away to know that. So just thank you. I can't add much to all the wonderful words that Mary Ann shared, but you're such a gem and an incredible asset to the community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Others? Craig?
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. I think, you've been at it for a long time, and with, all of the other non-PV Forum volunteering work as well to the town over the years. But, I think with the last couple of years of pandemic in particular, and the PV forum as a way for people to connect, as you said, during this period. I think, this year's award was really a no-brainer, so well deserved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, the PV forum has been around in Portola Valley longer than I have. I moved here in 2006, and yes, as always, thank you. In 2020, when I was mayor and all hell was breaking loose, the forum and PD Cares, both of which you were instrumental in, were really kind of one of the bright spots, and just helped restore my faith in humanity. So yes, thank you, and I look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you.
Great. John.
Yes, thank you so much, Rebecca. I don't know where we'd be without the forum. It's hard to imagine the town without it. But thank you for all your work and for keeping it going all these years.
Thank you.
Jeremy or Sharon, are there any hands from the public?
Yes, there.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Sharon. I just been on it tonight. One person, John, a couple of people, John Silver.
John Silver. Oh, I have not seen you for ages. And I can't see you tonight, but.
Consider yourself lucky in that regard. But before I add to what's been said about Rebecca, I didn't comment about Brandy because I thought you council members cover things well enough, but I think we've been very lucky to have her. That as a former member of the council and mayor and just as a member of the community. And also I'm delighted to see a good man like Melvin coming on board. I think we're lucky to have him. But back to Rebecca, I cannot imagine the energy, the efficiency, the sense of emotional balance and equanimity she must have had and must still have to manage to make the PV forum work. And we hear a lot about democracy these days in public discussions, and particularly about social media. And I think people who run the large profit-based social media companies could learn a lot from Rebecca about how to keep democracy and community vital and safe. Now, Rebecca was kind enough to thank us members of the community for having a lot of good sense, and that's true. Boy, it's amazing how poor moderation, anonymity, or bad practices can bring out the worst in so many people in any community. And thank God we've got an example of how to do it right. And anyway, I tremble sometimes for the future of our country and the world at large. And I've often said we'd be so lucky if our country or yet the world were governed half as well as Portola Valley. But I think even more so, we'd be so lucky if there were more in the world that would follow Rebecca's example and make social media work the way it ought to. But thank you, Rebecca. You're invaluable.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we have one more hand up, and that's Dr. Leslie Field. There you go, Leslie.
Leslie, welcome.
Yeah, I couldn't resist to just say Rebecca has just been such a fabulous friend to the entire town by doing what she does just so graciously. And I love Rebecca when you let a thread go on long enough, like Grizzly Jones, when you go ahead and step in when people are not being civil to each other. And when you stepped in my own personal impossible situation, right? Having to be at a middle school and a high school graduation at the same time on the same day. And Rebecca knew the secret route. And since we'd known each other for a long, long time, gave me the ride to make, to bend time and space. Rebecca, you're one of the most brilliant and kind people I have ever met. And I've been very happy to see all the other, congratulations today. Hooray for Brandy. Wonderful to see Melvin coming on board. And, this town is definitely helped by a number of people who really care and really know what to do. But I must say, I dialed in today for Rebecca to just say thank you so much. And since I'm not muted, I get to do this. Thank you. Take care.
Back at you, Leslie. Thank you.
Are there any more?
No more hands, ma'am.
Okay, you know, Rebecca, that after listening to Leslie, I think you are our Mr. Rogers with a little bit of an edge. Anyway, well done. And I will get that plaque to you. We will make a date. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, finally, number 4, reorganization of the town council. Because it's been a long year and I've got a lot of words. So before we elect our new mayor and vice mayor, I'd like to take the next stroll back. Once again, the global
Mayor
pandemic.
Derwin, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but there is some interference at your end. There might be an open mic or something else. Yeah, maybe next to some papers or something.
Okay. Wait.
Sorry about that.
Is it better now?
Much
Is it
better. Yes.
Okay. So once again, the global pandemic dominated daily life, but little by little, as the vaccines became more available, our town folk began to emerge from isolation like sleepy, hungry bears. And after 16 months, we finally reopened Town Center, still offering tons of new online services. Here are just a few things that were accomplished during another COVID year. Public Works created a new pickleball court, and suddenly pickleball became the new hot thing. Cultural Arts put on a much anticipated summer concert. Park and Rec spearheaded the beloved Zots to Tots race, followed by a big, happy townwide picnic and concert at Town Center. Nature and Science gave us 5 amazing lectures and a wildflower talk series. The community learned about the Texas power crisis, sudden oak death, attended an emergency communications and radio day, and chose from an assortment of webinars and presentations on housing. Speaking of housing, staff began their every 8-year housing element update. And to help with that effort, the council appointed 13 community members and 2 council liaisons to a new ad hoc housing element committee. For the first time ever, staff from HCD, the State Department of Housing and Community Development in Sacramento, came in person to tour and learn about Portola Valley. We added 2 new committees, Woodside Highlands Road Maintenance District Residents Advisory Council and the Race and Equity Committee. And we upgraded the previously ad hoc Wildfire Prep Committee to permanent status. Speaking of wildfire, we entered into an agreement with Community Planning Assistance for Wildfire, CPAW, with Woodside Fire Protection District, Town of Woodside, and the County of San Mateo to provide resource assistance to improve wildfire resiliency and adaptation. We partnered with Zone Haven. We hired a consultant to do an extensive evacuation study. We held the first meeting in the county with State Insurance Commissioner Laura to talk about insurers dropping homeowner policies in town. We adopted a recommendation from the Wildfire Prep Committee to ban the flammable 5 trees and shrubs. Public Works, in cooperation with the Woodside Fire Protection District, completed 4.64, this is Howard, curb miles of fire mitigation work on 3 major roads in town. I don't know how we got to that 4.64, but I absolutely believe it's true. We adopted a stringent fire safety checklist for ADUs that are built within town setbacks. And tonight we will discuss and take action on a strict home hardening ordinance. We executed a virtual emergency operations tool, VOCI. I don't know if I'm saying it right. We began an update to the safety element. In town operations, we implemented new finance and budget software, in addition to new permitting software. We conducted a community-wide code compliance survey. And when it comes to the budget, we permanently aligned the adoption of council priorities with the annual budget process, held the first ever September revision of the budget, began compiling quarterly budget reports. We waived permit fees for stressed redwood tree removal. We completed a comprehensive website update and refresh, and we staffed up, hiring a senior planner, a finance analyst, and an assistant town manager. And because all politics is no longer exclusively local, we hired a lobbyist to be on the lookout for legislation of interest, grants, and other funding opportunities, and just generally to keep us one step ahead of what's coming down the pike. We officially banned gas leaf blowers and completed the leaf blower trade-in program. We created the PV Donates program to fund small scale projects. We executed a new farmers market agreement. We designated the Alpine Road remnant, AKA the Frog Pond, as open space. We contributed funds to the county gun buyback program, one of only 6 out of 20 cities in the county to do so. We joined Peninsula Traffic Congestion Relief Alliance. We carried out parking improvement plans for Willowbrook Road and Portola Road to manage increased parking at Windy Hill. We executed a plan to bring hybrid meetings to the historic schoolhouse in early 2022, and I agree with the people who want to go back in person. I really want to too. We implemented phase 1 of the pedestrian safety study. I have to drink some water. After this is over, I'm going to take a vow of silence. At council meetings, we brought the county poet laureate, Father Martin from the Priory, Rabbi Meyer Brook from Chabad PV Woodside, and tonight, Reverend Jenny Warner from Valley Press. We also brought Kellex Nelson from the Resource Conservation District, County Supervisor Don Horsley, Assembly Member Mark Berman, and State Senator Josh Becker. We had lots of study sessions. We adopted resolutions condemning anti-Asian hate and violence, honoring National Poetry Month in April, supporting National Mental Health Month in May, supporting LGBTQ Pride Month in June, including flying a pride flag at Town Center, and we supported the National United Against Hate Week in November. And then there were the big projects that came to planning. Stanford's Portola Terrace Project, the Neely Spring Ridge Wine Tasting Room Project, Willow Commons, a supportive housing community project, new multifamily housing at the Priory, and the remodel of the Portola Valley Fire Station. On the residential front, we received 8 building permit applications for new houses and 17 building permit applications for ADUs. Let's talk public works. The crew resurfaced 25 streets. They mowed 17.5 miles of long roads, moved 25 miles of trails, and cleared 18 miles of brush. They replaced 25 street signs, checked 509 culverts and pipes, and removed 65 gallons of trash. In their bi-monthly litter pickup on Alpine and Portola roads, they collected 720 gallons of garbage. The department reviewed and issued 103 encroachment permits, 17 site permits, 20 building permits, and performed 160 public works and engineering inspections. And this amazing 3-person crew of Scott Weber, Justin Bixby, and Chuck McAllister, under the leadership of Public Works Director Howard Young, worked every single day during COVID in the office, or in their case, out in the field. And they did this while maintaining first-class fields and managing various and sundry COVID-related impacts. Back in the virtual office, the weekly newsletters continued, the council meeting summaries continued, and communication with residents continued more frequently and more robustly. All this was accomplished with the smallest staff in the county: 16 full-time people, 1 part-time person, 1 town attorney, and a handful of planning consultants. This remarkable team of people adapted when they needed to adapt and pivoted when they needed to pivot, putting in long hours, sometimes over 7 days a week, to take care of all of you, our 4,500 residents. And for this, they deserve a hearty applause. We also need to thank our 17 standing committees, 1 ad hoc committee, the ASCC, and the Planning Commission, a total of 139 volunteers for everything they did this year to help staff and council, to put on events, to vet issues and render thoughtful recommendations, to review projects. One of the core tenets of Portola Valley since incorporation in 1964 has been volunteerism, and that is still true today. I want to thank my colleagues, John, Jeff, and Sarah, for their dedication, hard work, and commitment this year. And I want to call out the Vice Mayor Craig, who was a true partner with me during this time of governing during the pandemic. Finally, I want to thank all of you for your awesome civic engagement, showing up at these meetings, bravely putting forth your arguments, asking hard questions, taking part in the important conversations. We have many challenges ahead in 2022, Willow Commons and Portola Terrace will come before us. We have to complete both the safety element and the housing element. The wildfire work will continue to evolve as we await recommendations from our evacuation consultant and the new CAL FIRE maps. I did not succeed in bringing HCD, ABAG, CAL FIRE, insurance industry CEOs, and the state insurance commissioner to the table to move toward getting us all on the same page, but perhaps the next mayor can do it. Then there's the probable drought and possible mandatory water rationing, the ongoing question of whether our staffing level matches the increased needs of our residents, and whether or at what point we might have to pursue new funding streams. I know that tensions will continue to run high as we discuss land use around housing and wildfire risk. Folks of differing viewpoints will struggle to truly listen to one another, creating anxiety, fear, and mistrust. So let me tell you a little story. At the end of 2015, a few days after my 23-year-old son, Charlie, died in a fiery car crash on Portola Road, there was a knock on my door, and standing before me were neighbors from across the canyon on Pinon, Kristen and Rusty Day. They were carrying a jar of blackberry jam, which they gently put into my hands with few words. I was so moved by the kind gesture that I kept the jar as a reminder that where a person stands on a controversial town issue and what that person might say at a council meeting or write on the PV forum is not the measure of that person's heart. In times of great tragedy, we come together and help one another, and it is important to remember that truth. Thank you for allowing me the honor of serving as mayor, a humbling and transformative experience. Even in a year of sorting through thorny problems, I will always be grateful that I was given this opportunity to represent you. And now I will close by remembering those we have lost in Portola Valley in the past year. If I have forgotten your loved one, please email me. Barry Carr, Michael Enright, Colin Fleming, Nancy Roberts, Peggy Mertz, Louise Ham, Noble Hancock, John Gardner, Philip Humphreys, Oscar Oz Pieper, Judith Judy Perlstein, Philip Edward Berghausen, Frank Anderson Small, Mary Byrne. Om Shanti, may your memory be a blessing. Rest in peace. And now let's elect a new mayor. Do I have a nomination? John Richards.
Yes, I would like to nominate Craig Hughes as the next mayor.
Do I have another nomination or do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Jeff Elfs. Discussion. Roll call, Sharon.
Councilmember Warnikoff,
Aye.
Mayor Derwin,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hughes.
Aye. Thank you. I guess that means it's up to me to take over now for the rest of the
I think we
meeting.
forgot two council members there.
Oh, we did?
Yep. John and Jeff. Maybe we didn't.
Aye.
Aye.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, the new mayor has been elected. Craig, congratulations.
Thank you. And Mary Ann, thank you. Thank you for your job this year. I agree. I think our partnership through this last difficult year was a very good one and very productive. I think actually that's true of the entire council. I think we have worked productively together as a collaborative team and, divvied up a large pool of tasks and worked on them effectively. And I hope we continue to do that. And my first job as new mayor is item 4B on the agenda, which would be the election of a vice mayor to partner with me in this coming year. So do I have any nominations for vice mayor? John?
I'd like to nominate Sarah Warnikoff.
Do I have a second or any other nomination? Mary Ann?
I will second the nomination of Sarah Warnicott.
Okay, Sharon, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Warnickoff,
Aye.
Councilmember Alves,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Councilmember Derwin,
Aye.
Mayor Hughes.
Aye. Congratulations, Sarah, and welcome to senior management.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to working with you.
Okay, with that, we move on to the consent agenda. There's a lot of stuff on there tonight. Much of it we've seen before, but is there anybody who'd like to pull anything from the consent agenda? Oh, actually, we have public comment as well. So I see 3 hands from the public. Sharon, could you, oh, there's a lot more going up. So on the consent agenda items, you may speak for up to 3 minutes on each of the items. Please let us know which item you're addressing. The council generally will approve the consent agenda with 1 motion and action, but any council member may pull an item to discuss individually if they feel like it. Sharon, Dale Fow seems to be first. Go ahead, Dale. You need to unmute on your end, Dale. Dale?
I've also asked him to unmute.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, thank you. Finally getting unmuted. I'd like the council to pull item 15. This is a massive document. It's the first time we've ever seen it as a public. The Emergency Preparedness Committee nor the Wildfire Committee has seen this document before. And my quick reading is I think it drastically understates the amount of Portola Valley in very high, and moderate fire danger areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rita Comas. Sharon?
Yes, thank you for taking my comment. I also want to comment about number 15 and feel that it should be pulled and discussed. It has over 800 pages in it, and it should not be just approved, but discussed. And I attend many meetings in town, and I have not seen this in any of the other meetings. Perhaps it was in planning meeting and I missed it, or in ASCC, or in the Wildfire Committee, and I just happen to have missed it. If someone can let me know that it has been in another meeting, but as far as I know, this is the first time that it's been posted, and it was posted after 8 p.m. on Saturday night, this past Saturday, over 800 pages, which is with the other issues that are on the agenda for tonight. This needs more than just a check without the residents being able to have an opportunity to understand it. I believe that this particular item should be pushed off to another meeting so that people can discuss it as a separate item, since we have the 2 public hearings on tonight's agenda. And at some point before 1 a.m., I'm sure people want to go to sleep. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Helen Walter.
Good evening. I'm sorry I stepped out of the room for a moment, but I am commenting. I just wanted, I am here representing State Senator Josh Becker. And on behalf of Senate District 13, we wanted to say thank you to former Mayor Derwin. She's been a stalwart champion for social justice issues, serving the council for 16 years with her thoughtful and regional perspective and kindness to all, and welcoming the new Vice Mayor, Sarah Warnicott. Thank you for your longtime school volunteer and first time as a leader on the council. And then Mayor Hughes, Mr. Hudie and Data Genius, and we, on behalf of the senator, we look forward to working with everyone. And thank you again to Mayor Derwin. and all of you for your service. Have a great night.
Thank you, Helen. And I got a call just before this meeting from Senator Becker prospectively congratulating me should I be elected. So that was much appreciated. Thank you. Next is Rusty Day.
Thank you, Craig. I also want to request the council to remove item 15 from the consent agenda. To my knowledge, this 813-page plan has never been publicly discussed in any town committee, including the Wildfire Preparation Committee, the Geologic Safety Committee, or the Planning Commission. The plan itself was never publicly disclosed until Saturday, December 8th at 8 p.m. Now I just asked, did anyone have time to read its 830 pages in the past 95 hours? I haven't. I want to know, why is this important and complex assessment put on a consent agenda where there will be no public hearing on it? No public input, no explanation or examination by our Geologic Safety Committee, our Wildfire Preparedness Committee, or even our fire district. Why is it critical to adopt this now without any opportunity for public scrutiny and informed input? As I said, I've not read it all, and I certainly haven't studied it, but it's sure worth some scrutiny. In the table on page 658 of the plan, there's a comparison of the assessment by various towns of the percent of their local population that is exposed to very high wildfire hazard. Woodside says 34.6% of its population is exposed to very high fire hazard. San Carlos says 22.4% of its population is exposed. Compare that with Portola Valley, which says that 9.3% of its population is exposed to very high hazard fire severity. That 0% is exposed to high hazard, and that 0% is exposed to moderate hazard. Is that really what we believe? Portola Valley's map on page 741 shows that the extensive high and very high fire hazard severity areas throughout Woodside and Jasper Ridge miraculously end at Portola Valley's boundary. Do we really believe that's true? Page 716 acknowledges some of the hazards, but certainly not all of them. For example, it points out that properties such as the Highlands have only one entry-exit route and are vulnerable to wildfires, localized flooding, and wind events. I think a number of other neighborhoods in town are as well. CAL FIRE lists very high, and moderate fire severity zones throughout town, and yet we say there aren't any. I think it's time to pull this off the consent agenda and schedule it for hearings in the appropriate committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Rusty. Next is Bob Turcott.
Thank you. Also in reference to item 15, usually I'm full of opinions. This time I'm full of questions along the issues that Rusty pointed to, but additional ones. On page 65, wildfire exposure in Portola Valley, very high, 9%. High 0%. How is that possible? I presume the very high refers to the region that CAL FIRE recommended be designated as a very high fire hazard severity zone in 2008. That comprises about 10% by my measurement of Portola Valley's area. But CAL FIRE's analysis also suggested that an additional 50% of Portola Valley is at a high fire hazard severity. And that's been confirmed by multiple other studies and insurance loss experience, including that of one of the members of the town council who's reported twice losing insurance due to excessive fire hazard, despite living far from the very high fire hazard area that CAL FIRE identified. So I don't understand. That doesn't ring true. On page 660, indicates impact. Woodside, Hillsborough, unincorporated San Mateo County, high. Belmont, San Carlos, medium. Portola Valley, low. Is that true? On page 661, critical facilities exposure. Woodside, 12. Hillsborough, 5. Belmont, 4. Portola Valley, 0. That's great news if it's true. If it's not true, then I think we have a problem. And again, the map on page 741, I think every person on this call, every resident of Portola Valley should look at this map and ask themselves whether their interests are being served. My question to the town attorney, I read the town attorney's letter to the town council where she outlined the findings of CAL FIRE, of Woodside Fire Protection District, which identified 4 very high fire hazard severity zones throughout Portola Valley, including this area that's currently indicated as having no elevated hazard. And the Moritz report, which identified 19 highest areas throughout Portola Valley. And my question to the town attorney is whether this, I don't know, does this constitute fraud? Is it possible that the town or individuals would be liable? Because this conflicts so dramatically with the objective data that we have. I think this item should be pulled and it should be revised to reflect the hazard that we really do face. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Next up is Zach Ross.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having this meeting. I just wanted to come on quickly. My name is Zachary Ross. I am Assemblymember Mark Berman's district director, and I wanted to come on and thank you, Mayor Derwin, for your service as mayor. It is a very thankless job. All of council is a thankless job, so thank you to everyone, but specifically Mayor, and it's been great working with you. You're a great champion for your city. And especially during COVID, I mean, there's so many compounding layers that make your service even more and more impressive. So thank you for doing a thankless job and doing it so well. And congratulations to the incoming Vice Mayor and Mayor Hughes. We look forward to working with you going forward. So thank you very much and have a great night.
Thank you. Next up, Ron Eastman.
Okay, Mayor Derwin, I would thank you too. In fact, I thank all of you. I mean, it's just like, it is just incredible amount of.
Ron, we can't hear you anymore, but you don't appear to be muted. I'm not sure if there's a technical problem. You still there, Ron? There are a couple more hands up, Ron, and since we can't hear you, I think what we'll do is move on to them and we'll come back to you afterwards and see if maybe your issue is fixed. Yeah, you may be having microphone problems or something on your side because it didn't appear you were muted here. Next up is phone number ending in 7562. Caroline, I believe that's probably you. Are you there? And can't hear Caroline either. You don't appear to be muted either, and also can't hear. Oh, there, now I can hear. No, but now it says you're muted. Unmute again. No, still can't hear, I'm afraid, Caroline. It briefly is making a beeping noise when you mute and then unmute, but otherwise can't hear you. Okay, Sharon, could we move on then? We'll come back to you, Caroline, afterwards and try again. But next up is Rita Gomez.
Okay, I've already spoken. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, your hand was still up from earlier. Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, let's try Caroline again then. Go ahead, Caroline, if you can. Nope, it sounds like that's still not working. Caroline, maybe try hanging up and calling back into the meeting and seeing if that works. And I will look for you to reappear and we'll pull you back in if you come back. There's one more hand up, Tuesday Yoga.
I don't know why it has that title, but when I use my other Zoom, this is Victoria Klein, and thank you, Mayor Hughes, for taking my comments. I would just like to reiterate and emphasize the request that you pull number 15 as well. I've lived in the ranch here at Portola Valley since 2004. And when I received the information from Bob Turncutt on the petition, I educated myself as best as I could with quite a few different research reports. And I feel very passionate about this. I sent it to probably 30 different people. And I think from within about 8 hours, almost all 30 people had signed it. I've never seen any item where this town feels as passionate about. And I request that you pull the item 15 so that the town can really have a voice and understand if there's something that we're not understanding that other people are, and there's complexity, and I'm sure there is, then educate us. But also give us, please, the confidence that we're being heard and that our passion and concern on this issue is being represented by all of you. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I do not see, I'm just looking to see if she's further down the list to see if Caroline is called back. Oh, I do see, there's Caroline again. Can we try pulling Caroline over? Hi, Caroline, try again.
Good evening. Thank you so much.
There we go. We can hear you.
Congratulations, Major Hughes. I hope that this will be your first assignment, improving our communication. Like we have said so many times, Portola Valley seems to be the only one that has problems with communications during Zoom meetings. So I hope that's it. Yes, I agree with my fellow residents who described it so eloquently and in detail that 15 should be removed. I mean, the maps again and the data does not correspond with what we feel. And I was hoping to also discuss number 12, because although Prop 68 is a little vague.
Your audio is breaking up a little bit, Caroline. We're having trouble hearing you, I think.
That on the
Caroline, I think your audio is cutting out once again. Okay, well, we can't hear you anymore, I don't think, Caroline, but I heard you ask that we pull items 15 and 12. So that is noted, and hopefully that is the extent of your comments. I do not see any other hands up from the public. Are there any questions from the council, or would anybody like to pull an item from the consent agenda? John?
Yeah, I was thinking it might be a good idea for Jeremy could explain the origin of the hazard study that is the subject of item 15, and where it comes from and how it's been developed over the years.
Okay, I think to do that, probably the appropriate way would be to pull the item, so we can do that. Any other items to pull?
I agree with John.
Okay. Any other items from anybody to pull? I'd like to similarly pull item 12, since Caroline was asking about that. I think that one, we could have just a brief statement from staff on what that one is about. Anything else, or otherwise, are we ready? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with those items removed?
So move.
Second.
Okay, Sharon, could you call the roll, please, for all items on the consent agenda except 12 and 15?
Councilmember Alves,
Aye.
Councilmember Warnikoff, Vice Mayor Warnikoff,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Councilmember Derwin,
Aye.
Mayor Hughes.
Aye. So item 12, Jeremy, could you give us a quick summary of item 12, please?
Sure. Give me just a moment here, sorry. Item 12 is an opportunity for the town to receive grant funds through Proposition 68. We're always looking for opportunities to receive grant funds for a variety of typically one-time infrastructure or like projects. This item before you is simply allowing us to move forward on the process. It doesn't mean that we're tied to any particular project. There will be there's actually a discussion that started between Public Works staff and Parks and Rec chair, or former Parks and Rec chair. We will bring back in the future potential projects for submittal under this grant. This is really just the first step and says that we're interested. I think that's a non-technical way of saying it. Hope that's helpful.
Okay, thank you. Are there any council questions on this item? No, seeing none. I do see Caroline's hand is back up. So Sharon, could you pull her over, and since she's been having technical difficulties, give her another chance to speak here. Go ahead, Caroline.
Very much. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. I really appreciate this. According to Proposition 68, the deadline for the grant is March 1st, 2022. So I assume that town manager and Public Works have some ideas of what projects that they would like to pursue through this grant. So it would be nice if we had some explanation on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. So my understanding from staff is that there is no specific project right now. There are a couple ideas being batted around, but it's still fairly early stage. So this authorization is not to apply for a specific grant. It's really to just get the ball rolling on figuring out what we might want to apply from, and those specific applications would come back to us later.
Right. It's effectively an enabling resolution that allows us to move forward.
Thank you. Okay. So do I have a motion on item 12, seeing no more hands up from the public? I see
I think this is a great idea.
Okay, is there a second? Sharon, roll call, please.
Councilmember Alves,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Councilmember Derwin,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff,
Aye.
Mayor Hughes.
Aye. And that brings us to item 15. Jeremy, could you give us a summary, as John had asked, for the background on what item 15 is about?
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to do this. I think to start, placing items on consent is not relative to import or not. It's an opportunity, should the council not wish to have a discussion, to go ahead and pass things without having to go through that process. So just because something is on the consent, that doesn't mean that it isn't critical, that it isn't worthy of discussion. It's just a tool. So I want people to understand that. The local hazard mitigation plan effort is something that's been in place in the state of California for some time. It's on a 5-year cycle that gets regular updates. Last time that the town council looked at this was 2016. From a process standpoint, and I imagine that there'll be some conversation around this piece, it isn't typically a particularly controversial item. What it's really intended to do is identify risk in community so you're able to get grants at a future date through state and federal agencies. So the process is to identify those risks, and particular mitigation measures you could implement into the future. It's been in the past done in the manner by which it's been presented to you tonight. It has not, and this is typical for other cities. Again, that might be a point of conversation. I'm not aware of a city, particularly a small city, that had it not on a consent item. It's typically not run through a lot of the different processes because of its high level nature. The questions that came up tonight from some of the residents are valid, and I've had those conversations with the state. What's helpful here is that the majority of the document in front of you is volume 1, which relates to mostly county-wide issues and the analysis by the independent consultant hired by the county to look at a variety of data points that resulted in some of the tables that you see in the end of volume 1. Volume 15 is the towns, and it's approximately 16, 17, 18 pages. I don't remember off the top of my head. It's sort of buried in there. I apologize for that. I did go back and forth on whether I should link things or not. I made the decision to just put it all in the packet for visibility. People sometimes miss links. The conversation that I've had with the consultants recently is that I was very concerned that in volume 1, that the ranking of fire was low. And I was also concerned that because of the very complicated structure they used to score these different mitigation measures in place, that it artificially lowered fire risk to the town. I think a couple of the points made by the public are very valid. That actually the example of Woodside was one that I called it very specifically to the county consultant. And what I was told from those conversations was the jurisdiction can make those changes through actually a staff level process and indicate why they think local conditions require a higher ranking level. And that's mentioned at the end of my staff report in the discussion piece. So I would love some direction to make sure that I can go back and do that and have those conversations. Because of the nature of the package, and it involves FEMA and others, the county gives us an incredibly tight time frame to bring these things forward. The draft version of what we had was completed a few months ago, but it was only 7 weeks ago that we were told to bring this forward to councils. So the first body in the county that reviewed it was the County of San Mateo. And they took that forward on November 16th. So all the cities have been going through. We're at the end of that cycle. The request has been that we complete all of this by December 20th. I'm not delighted by that, but that's what we have been instructed to do. I'm not aware of a city that hasn't passed it yet. I know that Woodside passed it through consent a few weeks ago on November 16th. So I would certainly appreciate some feedback tonight based on what I put in the staff report, indicating that I'd like to go back to the consultants starting tomorrow and saying in areas where either their rankings or due to the scoring mechanisms that I had to use in order to put in the mitigation measures, that we increase the fire risk discussion. It is absolutely typical for a small city like ours to have the number of mitigation measures. As you can see, actually, I increased the number from, I think I made it 30% higher because I wanted to capture more issues, but I also wrote some of these in a way that were very, very high level. They were intended to capture the breadth of the issues within each of these particular hazards. For instance, Woodside only had 19 mitigation measures. So I hope that's helpful. It's sort of a messy process. And certainly I think one of the things that would be helpful is if this is something that the council wants me to drive through future committee processes and the like, I'm happy to do that. I have made mention of this in previous council meetings that this was coming and the like, so I don't think it was particularly secret, but it's an opportunity for increased visibility. I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Are there any council questions on this? Jeff?
Yep. I mean, what would be the practical consequences? Just the fact that our fire risk is clearly sort of understated, partly because I think there's not some of the information is, they clearly didn't see everything. What are the consequences of that? I mean, you mentioned the funding, but what you know, what if we by allowing the understated fire risk to remain in this report, how does that affect us, or what negative consequences might that cause?
If the rankings for some of these issues.
Sorry, Jeremy, could I have a mild variant on Jeff's question, which is what would be the effect of us not approving this tonight? If that is modifying it before approving it, as opposed to approving it and then modifying it as you were describing, Jeremy?
Not approving it would mean that the county's application would be incomplete, and there may be some significant issues moving forward for the county. I haven't had that conversation. I didn't anticipate this, frankly. It's not been an issue. It was not an issue in 2016 at all for the town. The modification is a simple matter by which I just have the conversation and increase those rankings. You know, again, like the one table that was mentioned, I had the same reaction I think a member of the public had, which is this is just inaccurate. This is not appropriate. You know, this really is in the end a way for us to say that if we do have an issue in the future around wildfires, whether it's actual wildfire in the community or a variety of the mitigations and adaptations and resiliency efforts that we want to do, that we have access to those grants. So as long as it's ranked medium or high, it's typically available for grants. And if I remember correctly, that's where fire is. So there isn't much of a change from a grant access perspective, as I understand it. But I would, as per my staff report, advocate that the council direct me to make that change, just because I don't want anyone to think, I heard the word fraud. I don't want anybody to think anything like that. That's just the furthest thing from the truth.
Sarah?
I guess it kind of rephrasing the question, is there any way to do the change first and then approve it after?
Well,
do we
I would
need,
have,
go ahead.
no, I'm sorry, Sarah, please.
You know, do we need to approve it in this meeting in order to stay on the timeline that's required? Is there a way to get, you know, the data points that have been mentioned updated before approval?
Well, I think we would need to have a special meeting of the council to do that, given that I understand the time frame is December 20th, that they'd like this all wrapped up, and we're one of the last cities to take this forward. So I mean, I think directing me to make the changes would be sufficient. I mean, as you know, I'm very well engaged in wildfire issues, so I'm entirely comfortable making those changes that would at least indicate to the public, anybody who would read this as a layperson, that we take this seriously. Nothing in this document should say anything otherwise, but it's this complicated situation as I described.
I have another question. If we do approve this in its unmodified form and we then modify it, what's the, if it's on a 5-year cycle, what's the duration of period over which we can modify it, I guess is my question. I think, you know, we are all well aware that, you know, whatever happens tonight, this is going to be an ongoing process of working on our wildfire risk and our other risks that we have over the coming, not just year, but years, many years. And this is going to be a continuing, evolving process where we want undoubtedly to be able to take steps more rapidly than once every 5 years. So how does this document evolve during the 5-year interim period before it comes back again with the next revision? Is the county expecting that, you know, if you work on making these changes and then 9 months from now we have a new fire code update, and after that we have a new safety element, we have all these other changes that we're working on and that are coming down the pipe, that may substantially change a lot of the data that's in here and a lot of the, you know, consequent conclusions? Is there a path for that? And or is this document important enough that it matters, or is it really, you know, for the county's purposes in terms of them being able to get grants, and it's not going to materially impact us?
I think the short answer is that it's the latter. Just so people know what the process is, there is, over the course of the 5 years, there's a couple opportunities to, excuse me, not opportunities. We have to give updates on how we're doing on mitigation measures. So we provide that. So we did in 2018. I think we did in 2019 as well. And we just say how we're doing. I've written these, and I wrote them in 2016 to be fairly high level, to capture a whole suite of things that can happen underneath, and particularly in wildfire, because I saw this as an evolving area. And that any mitigation measure we got more specific about in here may be obsolete, may not be the right one, may change in 6 months, that kind of thing. So it was intended to be in the way that I've described. We can always update it too. So I can go back in 6 months and say, we want to make some other updates because we've got new information. So I would anticipate that happening as well, particularly over the next year, as we're working with Woodside Fire Protection District, as we're working with others to determine, well, that's a mitigation measure we didn't even imagine that we'd be doing, but gosh, we really want to put that in and identify it maybe more specifically because that has some value. This is a tool to access funds, and that has sufficiently happened in the manner by which it's been presented to you tonight. But that was the reason by which I said, now I think we need to make some additional improvements here. And if the council wishes, we can drive that through committee structure. That's no problem at all. And again, apologies to anyone who may have been bothered by that or otherwise, but that's not typically how it's done given its nature and given how it's worked in the past, but I'm happy to do it differently if that would be helpful.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, Jeff?
I don't have any questions. I think my feeling is we probably should approve this tonight, direct Jeremy to make the changes. And yeah, I think we should absolutely engage the public in this and give people a chance to comment on it. It was a huge packet. That's my 2 cents. We should approve it, but then we should actually that process of revising it. I'd be happy to hear full comments on it. So.
Okay, yeah, before we get into discussion, there are 2 hands raised. Both have already spoken on this, but neither of them used anywhere near their 3 minutes. So I'm, unless there's any objection, gonna call on them again. First is Dale Fow. If there are no council questions first, any other questions? No, Dale. Go ahead, Dale.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm actually shocked that you would even consider approving something with factual misstatements in it. I'm sorry, guys. There are absolutely factual misstatements in this document. I don't care what purpose it serves. In my business, that comes with a big letter F on it. I'm sorry. This thing needs to be pulled. It needs to be sent out. It needs to be vetted by the public, and it needs to be correct. Period. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rita.
There you're reading. I'm sorry.
Yeah, now I have it. Thank you for accepting my comment. Exactly what the previous caller just stated. And as far as things being updated after the fact, I've been sitting in a lot of these meetings, and the public doesn't get to see the updated documents when these documents have been updated, supposedly updated. Where do we get to see these things? During the pandemic, fortunately, unfortunately, I've been in a lot of meetings and things have been said, like, oh, we'll approve this with these modifications. But us, the public, we don't get to see that updated document. No one's then sending that to us. And with these errors that, insurance company is going to look at this, oh, the town manager signed off on this, the town council signed off on it. It paints the wrong picture of our town. The future people looking for insurance, looking for other things that are going to be modified with SB 9, SB 10 implemented. Let's start off with the information being correct that represents our town. And I'm sure that there will be an hour between now and December 20th when the deadline is, or so, for this to be addressed again or put off for another time. It's not right to send off something representing this town with wrong information that puts us at risk and may cost us our insurance and our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Next is Karen Askey.
Thank you. I am in agreement. I would never sign a document that I knew had information that I felt was inaccurate. And I've talked about that we need to be prudent and we need to take the time to do things right. And I think this is a perfect example of something like this. So please, please exercise your prudence.
Thank you. Next is Tom Hafkinshiel.
Well,
Nope, hand went down, I think. Maybe he went down because I called his name though. Can you pull him over and see if his hand went back up, so pull him over. Tom, go ahead. You need to unmute.
Hi. Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think if the whole goal here is to access funds and showing Portola Valley as being no fire risk, I don't see how that helps the county access more funds. I think that the council needs to change this document to realistically reflect our fire danger, just as Woodside's fire danger is realistically reflected in the maps. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Tom. Next is Ellen Vernazza.
Yeah, I truly don't understand how you can even think of approving something that you know is incorrect. What, to be fixed later, that, that just doesn't happen. And I think it's just wrong to approve something that you know is incorrect. That's it.
Thank you, Ellen. Next is Kathy Gertner.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, great. I just wanted to go on the record as saying I agree with these public statements that we cannot approve something that is publicly stated as inaccurate information. Secondly, I wanted to ask, we have until the 20th to correct this and re-vote or actually vote. Why don't we take the time and do it right? Thank you.
Thank you. And Rita, your hand is still up, so we've already called on Rita. Okay, I see no more hands up from the public, so I'll bring it back to council for discussion. Thoughts? John?
Yeah, I agree that it's absurd that they would have incorrect information involved, but I think there's a basic misunderstanding on what this document is and what it's used for. It's essentially for the county to access FEMA funds after an emergency. And it puts us in a position of being able to show that we had anticipated the potential of an emergency in whatever way that actually occurs. The entire county, as I understand, and this is a product that comes out of the OES, Office of Emergency Services in the county, that is a response to a state mandate, as I understand it. And as I recall, every other town in the county does it pretty much the same way and does the approval under consent. I'm sure there are other mistakes throughout this massive document that probably should be corrected. I'd be willing to have an extra special meeting to go through it if we have to. I don't really think it's necessary, but in the interest of keeping people sane, I think it might be a good idea. But so that's my feeling.
Jeremy, can you make the corrections between now and the 20th?
Yeah, it was an interesting conversation that I had recently with the county consultants on this, because the question I asked was, I'm preparing to bring this item forward and I'm catching errors on or misrepresentation on various issues here. And I understand my colleagues at other cities had similar problems. I mean, it's as John was saying, it's a massive document. And I was surprised that the answer was that I could make that at my level without the council having to do that, as long as there's some general direction, something I could point out in the minutes that said that the council asked me to do this. And okay, I mean, that's fine if that's what you need. I would have written the document I would have written all this in a very different way had it been what I thought it was going to be, which was, here's some of the things that I think we need to, specifically address. I left it more general for the purposes of the meeting tonight. But I'll repeat something. To John's point, there are other cities that caught things and have been making those changes. And there's, I think a good way of saying it's a living document. There's an opportunity to continuously update this over time and point to what its value is. Regardless of any particular mistake, the fact that the town has identified a whole variety of wildfire mitigation efforts and it as a hazard, regardless of what the county may have made an error on. One of the areas that they said they were using state data to fill out some of the columns in volume 1. And I said, well, I got better data for you if you want it. How do you want me to get it to you? So hope that's helpful.
Sarah.
I also would be in favor of, I realize that, there's a mechanism through Jeremy to get the data updated, but I think given the nature of the conversation, it makes sense to pull it and update it and then reapprove it. And I just think we have way too many other important agenda items. Not that this is less important, but we have a lot to get to tonight, and I'd rather start to focus on those things and address these edits that need to be made at an alternative time.
Okay, Marianne.
John stated it well. This is a county document. This is a document so that the county can access FEMA money. Sure, it's incorrect. I'm sure tons of it is incorrect, but I'm in favor of having Jeremy make these surface corrections to move it down the pike so that we don't hold up the county. And if you want to update it in 6 months or whatever, do that. I will make a motion to approve it tonight and direct Jeremy to make the corrections.
My thoughts on this are, I don't believe we can probably get all of the changes that we want to done by the 20th, which is FEMA's deadline for the county for this. I think on the other hand, though, that we should get as many changes as we can done before we approve it, given how, I would say, glaringly bad it is at describing Portola Valley. I think, the county has frankly not done the greatest job here. They, like all of us, have been working under pandemic conditions and limited ability to have public meetings and all the rest of it. So I understand why the product looks the way it does, but I do tend to agree that it's really so far off in its current state that it's hard to approve it. And I recognize that we, with Brown Act notice time, we only have 4 days before December 20, 4 weekdays before December 20th with a 3-day notice period for the Brown Act. So there's really not a lot of time to actually make a lot of changes here. There certainly is no time to send it to committees and then have it come back to the council, which would be 2 times the 3-day waiting period. So it's unfortunate that we are where we are, but I don't want to not have access to FEMA funds because of the fact that we didn't approve something that could then be modified later. So my inclination would be to have it come back to a special meeting, make as many of the changes as we can in the short term, approve whatever we can get done by December 20th, have a special meeting on the 20th to do that approval. And then continue to make additional changes afterwards as we have more time and bring those through committees and integrate in with the rest of the safety projects that we have underway. Because I think it is important to get this to be less wildly inaccurate before we approve it and make a statement to the county, frankly, about, what we feel about the quality of how they've described Portola Valley here, which is really just not very good. So as a way of getting a little more attention from them to our issues, I think it might be a good thing to have a have it go back, get as, you know, as many changes as we can, as much fixing as we can in this document, have it come back to us. I think, given the discussion we've had tonight, we can have a fairly quick meeting with potentially just a single item on it to approve it and get access to the FEMA funds, and then continue to make those changes after that. Marianne?
But can we do a quick poll and see if people here are available on the 20th?
Yes, absolutely. And this, Cara, this would be a majority of a quorum, right? So if we have 3 of us, we could get this done at a meeting. I see a yes. So
And Mayor Hughes, we can also make this a special meeting. So we could do that under a little different rules. Now I want to identify the date as early in advance so the public knows to come. And obviously get the materials out as quickly as possible so people can review it. But we could certainly do it from that standpoint.
okay, let me ask people, as Marianne said, if they are available, if you can pull up your calendars and look on the 20th. I'm guessing probably, 5, 6, 7 p.m. on the 20th. If 3 of us are available then, or ideally more.
I'm available.
Yeah. Oh, I can be available. Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
John?
wait, just the 20th, we also have a housing element committee meeting starting at 4:30.
I don't think I think that was the
Oh, that's
meeting
right.
that we're doing 2
That's
in
right.
January, not that one, because we
You're
thought it
right,
was too close
sorry.
to the holidays. Yeah.
Okay, I heard Sarah's available, Jeff's available, Marianne.
Not sure. I may be out of town.
Okay, and John.
Possibly, also a little bit tough to tell at the moment.
Okay, I am available, so I think we have at least 3 who can make it, and hopefully, if it's a single agenda item meeting, and we've already had, I think, a lot of discussion here tonight on understanding of what this is. Hopefully, we'd be able to make it a pretty quick meeting.
But Mayor Hughes, I don't know if this is helpful or not, but I do want to maybe provide a little more education to folks. I think one of the most useful thing people can do, since this is a document that's out there, and this document's been at every city. The counties approved this already. Most cities have approved it. The Woodside Fire Protection District approved it on November 29th. They had their own chapter of it. So it's been, it's out there. I think it's useful for people to take a look at the content in volume 1 to see and look at other cities. Many cities actually have smaller hazard mitigation plans than us. And that usually means they have fewer mitigations. And again, I pointed out that the Woodside Fire Protection District does their own for the district that we're in. And they would have access to funds. So that's actually a pretty easy place for me to go. I've already been looking a bit at that and seeing where we can, although they presumably, their board adopted chapter 1 without any corrections. I don't know, Don could maybe speak to that later, but yeah.
Thanks. So I'm willing then to, Jeff, if you have a question, otherwise.
Just to clarify, I mean, if the county's application is incomplete on the 20th, that actually jeopardizes the county's ability to get FEMA funds. Do I understand that correctly? So it's actually, I mean, there's a very, I mean, the consequences of the inaccuracies are, I mean, not to excuse them, but the consequences of the inaccuracies are probably less dire than the consequence of not having this thing approved for the full county. Do I have that? I mean, is that a fair statement?
I wouldn't go that far, only because I'm a little bit, I don't have all the details. I hadn't anticipated this not passing, so I hadn't asked the questions around what would happen if we were the one city that didn't bring it forward. So I will call the consultants tomorrow morning and just check in with them to say, this is what's happened. And this is what we're going to do.
And when you say the deadline of the 20th, is it just as long as we've passed something and the date is the 20th? It's not like it's not like the county has to have something in by noon on the 20th or close of business on the 20th.
I haven't heard any time associated with
it. Okay.
Okay, so I'm willing to entertain a motion then, or request to table this to a future meeting.
I would like to make a motion to table it to a future meeting.
Okay, second.
Oh, I will second that.
Second, all in favor, or Sharon, roll call?
Councilmember Alves,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Councilmember Derwin,
No.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff,
Aye.
Mayor Hughes.
Aye.
Thank you.
Clicked the wrong button and muted myself. All right, with that, we are out of the consent agenda and on to the regular agenda. Beginning with item 17, a public hearing on the adoption of an urgency ordinance amending Title 17 and Title 18 of our subdivision and zoning codes to establish regulations implementing the SB 9 urban lot split and development of 2 housing units, blah, 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 blah. SB 9 stuff. Jeremy, who is going to be, I think this is a multi-part presentation from a tag team of town experts and our partners. So will you be directing this, or who's directing the?
I will be kicking it
Okay.
off, Mayor. Let me share my screen. Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So Mayor, members of the council, and residents, for those of you who don't know me, I am Cara Silver, the town attorney. And first of all, I want to acknowledge the large number of residents that we have here today. We know this is a significant issue for this community. We also know that there are a lot of questions about the new state housing laws and what efforts the town is taking to address them. We hope this presentation will help answer those questions. Given the significance of this issue, our presentation will be a little longer than normal. We have structured the presentation so you will hear from myself, the Planning and Building Director, Laura Russell, and the Woodside Fire Protection District Fire Marshal, Don Bullard. So, see if I can advance my slide here. So in order to put this ordinance in context, this presentation will discuss, first of all, what is happening at the state level in the area of housing and why the state is encroaching on matters that traditionally have been viewed as local concerns. We will discuss SB 9, which to date is the most impactful state housing bill that we have seen in several years. We will detail the approach Portola Valley intends to take to both implement SB 9 and, more importantly, to retain local control. And finally, we will discuss the fire safety elements of the proposed ordinance, an issue that affects everyone in this community. So in the past several legislative cycles, the state has adopted a series of housing bills, which have led to a complex interconnected web of housing laws. This legislation places more and more requirements on local governments. The web of legislation can be challenging to understand even for town attorneys and planning directors. The legislation contains many gaps and there are wide-ranging interpretations, and those interpretations, in fact, are still evolving. As everyone here probably knows, in 2019, the state legislature declared a housing crisis. The crisis is particularly acute in the Bay Area, which has created 676,000 approximate jobs with only 176,000 housing units. The state has expressed concerns that many single-family zoning districts were created through redlining practices and therefore constitute exclusionary zoning. The low supply of units has resulted in a dearth of affordable housing. On top of these problems, many cities' zoning practices make it difficult to add more housing. The housing crisis is causing homelessness, longer commute times, and causing people to leave the state. Because local agencies are not addressing these problems, the state has exerted its control into the field of housing. Some of you may be familiar with this slide. It has been prepared in the last couple of legislative cycles. It tracks on a graphic level the number of housing bills that are proposed at the state level. It shows that there are a wide variety of housing legislation, housing bills that were proposed in 2021 on a variety of different topics. These topics include permit fees, housing elements, anti-discrimination, tenant protection, ADUs, student housing, homelessness, taxes, and zoning, just to name a few. This slide shows the number of housing bills which were in fact adopted from those large array of bills that were proposed. You can see, again, at a graphic level, there are 35 housing bills that actually were adopted this legislative session, which is an extremely large number of housing bills. Again, the topics varied. They included the anti-discrimination laws, some tenant protection measures, and this session, most notable were SB 9 and SB 10. So in terms of what, just to put things in context and drilling down a little bit further at the state level, in terms of legislation, many of the bills dealt with the removal of barriers to housing production. So we saw SB 9, which of course we will get into more detail, that removes discretionary review in many areas of the housing arena. We saw SB 478, which limits towns' ability to impose certain floor area ratio or square footage limits on housing projects. We saw bills SB 9 and 10, which removed CEQA review as to certain housing development projects. And we saw AB 571 and AB 602 pass, which restricted the town's ability to impose certain development impact fees on housing projects. Also, as a state legislative trend, we saw the use of objective development standards take place. We saw that last legislative season in connection with multifamily projects. Now we're starting to see that creep into single-family projects. We also saw some bills dealing with what we call low density housing involving units of or projects with less than 10 units and the encouragement of these types of low density housing projects. We are also tracking the compliance and enforcement procedures that have been significantly beefed up at the state level. As everyone knows, this session or this year, all of the Bay Area cities are working on the 6th cycle housing element. It's due January 1, 2023. It requires for Portola Valley to zone for 253 new housing units over an 8-year cycle, which is a significant increase from the last 5th-year cycle. We have also seen that ABAG, which is the agency that is charged with hearing all of the RENA allocation appeals, actually denied all of the Bay Area appeals relating to allocations, except for one city, and that appeal was based on a technical correction. We have also seen HCD not only assert more enforcement authority, but the legislation itself has given HCD more enforcement authority, and HCD has been given significant budget resources and has staffed up its resources, and in particular its enforcement unit. So now HCD is enforcing not only housing element law, which was the traditionally the one area that the legislation provided enforcement authority to HCD over. Now HCD is also charged with enforcing a number of different state housing laws, including the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing Law, the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, which most of us refer to as SB 330, the Streamlined Ministerial Permit Process, which is commonly known as SB 35, the By Right Supportive Housing Act, which is AB 2162, and also limitations on a variety of different housing types and zoning requirements. As a result, what we are starting to see with the state exerting this control over local issues is a real tension between the state and the town in the area of zoning and land use. And as a result of this increased tension, there is a statewide initiative that was recently introduced. It's called our Neighborhood Voices Initiative. It actually amends the state constitution, and it provides that any local ordinance or regulation that regulates zoning or land use actually trumps state laws in this field, as opposed to the current constitutional provision, which provides that state general laws trump local laws. This initiative is being circulated for signature, as I mentioned, and it is expected to qualify for the ballot, and it will be voted on in the November 2022 election. Now I want to talk about SB 9. SB 9, also known as the California Home Act, has two major components. It requires ministerial approval of, first of all, an urban lot split. This is a division of property, and it is a one-time division, and it only applies in single-family residential parcels. It does not apply in multifamily parcels, or it does not apply in commercial zoning. It has a second component, and that second component allows for the ministerial approval of up to 2 homes on a single family residential parcel. It should be noted that the urban lot split and the 2-unit provision can be combined so that an applicant is entitled to a maximum of 4 units on 2 parcels. So in terms of the SB 9 qualifying criteria, not all parcels qualify for SB 9. It only applies, as I mentioned, to single-family residential zoned lots. In Portola Valley, that means the RE, the R1, and the MR lots. The original lot must be at least 2,400 square feet, and the minimum size for a lot split must be 1,200 square feet for each lot. The split must be approximately equal in size. The lot split may not involve the demolition of affordable housing or other deed restricted housing, provided that deed restriction is based on affordability. There are also some tenant protections built into the legislation. So if the lot split would affect a residence that was currently leased, it would not qualify for SB 9. There are also some location restrictions under SB 9. The property cannot be farmland, wetlands, hazardous sites, or it cannot be a very high fire hazard severity zone. However, there is an exception to that, which we will discuss later. As I mentioned, this is only a one-time lot split. At one point when the legislation was introduced, there was concern that there would be serial or multiple lot splits. The legislation now clarifies that you can only do one lot split. And finally, once the actual lot split and the permitting of the resulting units are exempt from CEQA, and that is the California Environmental Quality Act. With respect to the fire safety exception, which I mentioned earlier, the exception relates to properties located in the very high fire severity zone. We've seen that verbiage in other pieces of legislation. However, there are 2 exceptions to this exception. The 2 exceptions are for those cities that have not accepted CAL FIRE's fire maps. And there is also an exception for any developments that comply with Chapter 7A of the building code. And in most very high fire severity zones, the city has adopted Chapter 7A of the building code because it is a requirement to do so in such zones. So the net result of these 2 exceptions is that Portola Valley, along with most other cities who have adopted Chapter 7A, do not qualify for this exemption. In terms of the SB 9 development standards, as I mentioned earlier, one of the themes of this legislative session is to require the imposition of objective criteria on housing projects. And so the state is trying to get cities to transition from subjective design review to more objective design review. So under SB 9, any SB 9 lot split or any SB 9 residential unit may only be subject to objective criteria written and published in advance, and only to the extent that the standards do not physically preclude construction of 2 units of at least 800 square feet. So cities and towns must permit at least 2 units of at least 800 square feet. Under the legislation, towns are permitted to require 1 off-street parking per unit. There's an exception for sites that are close to transit or car share, but that really is not applicable in Portola Valley. You will see that exception in other cities, however. The state requires a 4-foot side and rear setback. As you will notice, that is the same setback that was required in the ADU legislation. And that is one of the issues that will most impact Portola Valley, as opposed to other more urban cities where a 4-foot setback is sometimes more commonplace. There are no setbacks required for existing structures. So that is also an issue of concern for Portola Valley. The legislation does not require or does not allow for right-of-way dedications or off-site improvements to be mandated by the town. And finally, the legislation requires an owner affidavit be signed once a lot split application is submitted to the town, and the owner must certify that they intend to live in at least one of the units after the lot split has been approved, and that they intend to live there for 3 years. This is not an owner occupancy requirement. Instead, it's an affidavit of intent. And so there is a slight nuanced difference between those two. In terms of denial, SB 9 is very specific as to the grounds for denial. There are 2 separate grounds. The first ground is that the project does not comply with objective standards. If the town publishes objective standards and those standards are not met by a submitted application, the town does have the authority to deny the project. The second ground is based on health and safety findings, and that is where there are 2 findings that are required, and both findings must be made. This language is taken from other statutory schemes and has been interpreted by the court. It's a fairly high bar to meet. It requires that the project would have a specific adverse impact on public health and safety or the physical environment. And secondly, that there is no feasible, satisfactory way to mitigate that impact. If both of those findings are met, then the project can also be denied. Now I would like to turn this over to our Planning and Building Director, Laura Russell, to discuss the ordinance that we are proposing tonight.
Thank you, Cara. Good evening, Mayor Hughes, council members, members of the public. I'm really glad to see so many people participating. So on October 13th, staff brought this item to the town council to have initial discussion and to give staff some direction about how we should move forward. So council directed staff to draft an ordinance which maintains as much local control as we can, maintains discretionary review over our normal review of larger single-family homes through the ASCC process to the degree that we can do that, to emphasize fire safety and also geologic safety, and to do that in a way that complies with SB 9, certainly to the best of our ability, since these interpretations have been evolving since that meeting, and we anticipate they will continue to, as Cara has mentioned. So the council formed a subcommittee of then Mayor Derwin and Vice Mayor Hughes that provided feedback to Cara and myself in drafting the ordinance, as well as the objective standards that are before you this evening for your consideration. And next slide, please. So there's a couple of basic assumptions that underlie the way that this ordinance was constructed. And so the first one is really the process, and that the town must adopt some form of regulation before January 1st, or the law will go into effect. And if the law is broadly interpreted without a local implementing ordinance, it would have really significant consequences for the town. We do recognize that this is challenging to implement, and we expect that looking forward, we'll have to make adjustments and refinements to this in the future. But it was important to put something in front of the council for your consideration. Also, an underlying assumption is the desire to preserve discretionary review of large single-family home projects by the ASCC. This is an important part of maintaining the town values and ethos and ensuring that development is appropriate, tied very closely to the general plan policy related to houses being complementary and subordinate to the natural environment. Also very important to maintain that discretionary review to look at the physical conditions of different sites, the topography, fire safety, geologic conditions being among some of those important ones. We also took some of these ideas and wove them into the areas of the ordinance that we could, as well as the objective standards. The next slide. So generally, what we did is to draft an ordinance that creates regulations to comply with the state law and also maintains the current requirements for larger projects that do not fall under that state law. So working with that idea that we have to permit at least 2 800 square foot lots, we can have objective zoning standards, but we can't physically preclude those 2 lots. So generally, these are the outlines of what we've created for you to consider. So first, we looked at the state law requirements related to location restrictions. There's a number of provisions in the ordinance that are from other housing laws that they've taken and added into SB 9. So all of those are included. And then there's regulations related to the lot splits and the lot sizes and the review process. So there's kind of standard aspects of an ordinance that applies zoning regulations. Then very importantly, as drafted, we're carrying forward existing policies related to geologic safety. So we have an existing ground movement potential map that you're familiar with and an implementing resolution. So that resolution would apply to SB 9 projects as well. So we have the benefit of all of that past work. Then in regards to the fire safety, this ordinance carries forward the fire safety exception that was developed for ADUs. So that would also apply here. For anyone that's new to this conversation, briefly what that includes is all properties that are less than 1 acre in size. If they're accessed by a road that's less than 18 feet wide and there's only one way in or out, those properties would not be allowed to have lot splits or new SB 9 units. So this is a policy that was developed with the ADU regulations in 2018 and 2019, working very closely with the Planning Commission and the Fire Marshal, the previous Fire Marshal, Denise Ania at that time. So that's what's been applied for ADUs, and we've carried that forward for SB 9 units. So this addresses some of the issues related to evacuation that we've heard from the community to try to look at those areas. Then looking at how this would be applied, most of you are familiar, but if you're not, AMFA is adjusted maximum floor area. This is a special calculation that the town does to decide how big houses can be, how much floor area you're allowed to have on different parcels. So if there's a lot split, then those newly created parcels would have an AMFA, adjusted maximum floor area, that would be calculated according to the zoning code. So you would have a lot split, and then each of those resulting lots would have a new AMFA calculation. If you wanted to create a small SB 9 unit, according to the numbers that we have outlined in the ordinance, then you would be allowed to do that through a ministerial process. If you wanted to exceed those numbers, then you would have a discretionary process of going through ASCC, like the normal process that we have today. The only caveat to that is that we always still have to allow 2 units of 800 square feet on those properties. So we also have created draft objective standards, and those would regulate the building envelope, exterior materials, and form of these resulting units. And then we've also included incentives and disincentives to encourage compliance with our local setbacks. So when the Planning Commission was considering ADUs and the state mandated 4-foot setback for ADUs, the Planning Commission came up with this approach to, since we can't tell people that are not allowed to build at 4-foot setback, we wanted to create strong incentives for people to comply with our local setbacks. Often 20 feet would be a typical side and rear setback in the community, as opposed to going with the state allowed 4-foot setback. So we took those same incentives and disincentives that were created for the ADU ordinance and applied them here also to SB 9 units. It includes quite detailed requirements, including very few amenities that are allowed for those units that don't comply with the setback, to try to discourage any aspects of that project that could create privacy, noise concerns, or kind of disrupt that aesthetic or rural character. So as we said, you can create 1 or 2 units that can be the smaller size under the SB 9 ministerial process, or they could be developed up to their maximum AMFA through the town's ASCC discretionary process. Next slide, please. So without our discretionary review process through ASCC, we need some way to control the design of those units. And the mechanism now under state law is this objective standards that we're hearing so much about. So staff's approach to developing these objective standards was to look at our existing design guidelines and adapt some of those things that have subjective language and converting them into objective language. We also tried to address the common issues that come up through the ASCC review process. And our proposal is to adopt those objective standards by council resolution so that they could be amended from time to time as we need to do so. As you know, it's a little easier to amend something that's adopted by resolution than something that's adopted by ordinance. We also wanted to note very importantly that through the process of the last ADU ordinance, the town developed a fire safety checklist, and that's included as attachment 4 in the staff report. If people are not familiar with that, it was adopted by the council in August, I believe. And that same fire safety checklist would apply to SB 9 units if they do not comply with the town setback. So it aligns that policy with our existing ADU policy. That checklist was developed by planning staff and by the fire marshal, and then was approved by council, as I mentioned. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to hit some highlights of the objective standards. These are the ones that are adapted from our existing policies. So we just took existing policies that we have in place and strengthened the language so they would withhold a test of being an objective standard. We created a limit on the amount of grading that aligns with the current Planning Commission review threshold of 1,000 cubic yards. Putting into policy a 10-foot separation between buildings on the same property. That has been a policy of staff for a long time, but not codified. Created regulations for second driveways that align to the ADU regulations that Planning Commission crafted. Colors and materials are subjective in the design standards. We've put those into numeric values with stronger language. Addressing noise for air conditioning units and generators, being in compliance with the setbacks. Lighting are from the design guidelines. Non-linear planting requirements are from the design guidelines, and as well as tree protection. Next slide. Then there were things that were desirable to regulate based on our common ASCC process, but were not otherwise covered. So staff has created some new policies to try to address some of those things that commonly come up. So we have language related to retaining wall height and separation so that we wouldn't be viewing large retaining walls from neighbors' properties or from the public right-of-way. Requirement for driveways to be shared unless they're a distance apart. So we don't have a lot of new driveways that would be visible from the public right-of-way and disrupt the rural character. To limit light spill, we have an objective standard for windows not being able to take up more than 30% of any elevation. And this is the next one I wanted to explain a little bit. If units are attached, there would be what us planners call no internal circulation. And that's a hallway, a staircase, or an internal locking door. And the purpose of this is because we would want the SB9 unit to actually be a separate unit. We wouldn't want owners to just use the SB9 law as an opportunity to make their existing houses larger for more of their own living area. So this makes it so that they function more independently. So that's the intent of that. We're proposing no roof decks or balconies. This is very strong language, but roof decks and balconies do raise a lot of privacy concerns and are very closely scrutinized during the ASCC process. Balconies can also raise fire safety concerns. So we recommend that there be no roof decks and balconies on SB9 units. We also propose that planting associated with the SB9 unit be limited to 30 feet around the building. We chose 30 feet because it aligns with the common defensible space requirement. So we would want all of those plantings to be native. And so it's our most restrictive list of plants. It's in our existing design guidelines would apply. Then we also have some new language related to site visibility at trail crossings just for safety that we wouldn't otherwise be able to address, and some new language around the removal of significant trees. So why are we taking this approach? There's numerous reasons. It's a very challenging law to implement and potentially very impactful for the community. So we wanted to put something in place that achieved as many of the goals as possible and to try to balance the different priorities as well as we could for you to consider. So we do believe that it complies the draft ordinance with SB9, preserving the rural character and lower density that the town wishes to maintain. We have aligned the SB9 units with the ADU unit sizes. We think that that will help to provide kind of the overall character of the town. We hope it would not change things too significantly. It would provide clarity and consistency between ADUs and SB9 units. We also have heard from the town council in the past an interest in housing unit production, as long as those housing units are consistent with the rural character and the town ethos. So we've tried to balance that with the other provisions. We also recognize that the setback issue is a very big one for the town. So we wanted there to be strong incentive for people to comply with the local setback as crafted by the Planning Commission for the ADU ordinance. So when we were looking at those setback issues, the Planning Commission and the public really talked a lot about fire safety and making sure we had those setbacks. And so as you're deliberating this evening, we're interested in hearing how we might balance those priorities if this is the right fit, or if there's a different way to do that. Then there's a multi-pronged approach to fire safety. So I already explained to you the ADU fire safety area restriction. So that's the less than 1 acre, 18-foot wide road. The fire safety checklist I already mentioned, so that would apply to all projects that don't comply with the town setbacks. The next item on the agenda is the home hardening ordinance. So if the council passes that this evening or at a future time, then that would apply. And then the town is currently working on an update to the safety element in compliance with state law. That's timed at the same time as our housing element update on purpose. Those are 2 chapters of our general plan. So we're updating that now. We're doing research, we're gathering data, and there's going to be, we think, a lot of new information coming forward. So the town may update the safety element with new restrictions. And if those restrictions are adopted by the town with the safety element, then they would automatically apply to SB9 units the way that we have it drafted. So there may be more objective standards or fire safety standards that come into play in the future. This approach may result in a small number of additional SB9 units that could be a positive in terms of meeting our requirements under housing element law for RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. And very importantly, if the town doesn't do something to comply with SB9, things are going to be worse. The state law would govern and our local control would be lost. And we would lose discretionary review through ASCC of all new houses. If we don't adopt something on January 3rd, people would just be able to come in and apply for a new house under a ministerial process, and we wouldn't have anything in place to be able to regulate those. And it would also mean they could apply for 4-foot setbacks without any local mitigation or application of any incentives or disincentives for that. Next slide. So that concludes my presentation of the description. As I've said, we've been coordinating really closely with the fire district on a number of these different items. So we wanted to give the Fire Marshal, Don Bullard, an opportunity to weigh in and to share with you his thoughts about this. So I'll turn it over to Fire Marshal Bullard now.
He needs to unmute.
I'm sorry. There you go. Thank you, Laura. Mayor Hughes, town council members, and members of the public, thank you. As Laura said, the Woodside Fire Protection District has been working closely on all fire safety issues with the town. Can we go back? And
Sorry, just a second. We'll get you queued up.
okay.
There we go.
Okay, very good. So like I said, like I was stating, that the district and the town are both working closely on all fire safety issues. We have collaborated on joint resources, grants from the Community Planning Assistance for Wildfire, CPAW, to support wildfire mitigation, resiliency, and adaptation efforts in town. We have collaborated with the town to publish stringent fire safety checklists for all ADUs built within the town setbacks, which Laura has described in detail. We have worked with Town and Planning Commission to develop ADU fire restricted areas. And we have supported Wildfire Preparedness Committee efforts, including Ban the Flammable 5 and the Home Hardening Ordinance, which you will be viewing tonight. Next slide, please. Currently, we are working on a 3-year comprehensive update to the fire code based on new studies. And we will be working very closely with CPAW to make recommendations on new fire code, including the building separation. The district is not prepared right now to adopt the 1140 separation requirements piecemeal without reviewing an entire set of updates. So like I stated, we are working very closely with CPAW. We're looking very closely into the 1140 standards, and we will spend the entire, our goal has been to spend the entire year next year trying to come up with a comprehensive fire code that will bring a fire adapted community to the Woodside and Portola Valley area through the fire district. The district does not have jurisdiction, authority, or resources to take on extra zoning review for the authority for the town. Next slide, please. These recommendations to support fire safety approach in the SB 9 ordinance. They support the home hardening ordinance and additional future updates and recommendations consideration for 1140 separation requirements. Be studied in connection with upcoming fire code update expected late in 2022.
Great.
So the next.
Thank you, Fire Marshal Bullard, for that. We'll just, I'll wrap up kind of on the next steps on our part. So before the council this evening is an urgency ordinance implementing SB 9. There is also a resolution adopting the SB 9 objective standards checklist, which I went over and is included in the packet. We do anticipate continuing to review the SB 9 unit potential. So we're trying to find ways to study how many SB 9 lot splits there may be, or units that might get built, to see if those can be included in the housing element. And we do anticipate, having to revisit this. We may need to make adjustments as needed to see how it's working out, and make any additional policy changes or bring them forward to you for consideration. So that concludes our presentation. We recognize that this is a very complex subject matter. We have tried to bring forward an ordinance to you that addresses the subcommittee's interests and concerns, the council's direction at October 14th, and tries to balance priorities while bringing previous feedback that we've received from the Planning Commission and the council. So with that, we're very happy to try to answer any questions. And then, later on for the next item, there'll be discussion about the home hardening ordinance, but it is important to understand that that would apply if the council adopts it later this evening. So thank you very much for your attention, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Laura. I know as having done some amount of work on this on the subcommittee, I've seen it as it's been evolving, and seen the work that you and Cara and Woodside Fire have put in to get this done by this January 1st deadline that the state has kind of forced on us. And the amount of work has been enormous. And I think that your presentation has nicely laid out exactly how much work was involved and what's at stake if we don't approve something before the beginning of the year. So with that, I go to council questions for staff. And John, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I think I just have a simple question. First, although this is a fabulous effort, I think it's a really remarkable set of recommendations. But just one simple, small technical question. I was wondering how you arrived at the 30% window number on the elevation.
That was just using best judgment. We were inspired by a standard that was adopted in Woodside for a similar purpose. So we considered a team of 3 of us in the office, thought about, what it would be to have, we don't want an elevation to have too much glazing, too many windows. And so we just kind of played around with some of those different proportions.
Okay, yeah, the reason I thought of it is that maybe Jeff could address this at some point. The potentially may have some conflicts with the energy codes. 20% is a kind of a common number that's used in energy codes, but for non-analyzed buildings, anyway, it may not be an issue at all, but just curious. So thanks, that's helpful.
Jeff,
do you want me to speak to that right now, or well, I've got questions, but to answer John's question, yes, in the energy code, the prescriptive requirement for a west-facing wall is 20% of the area. It limits window area on a west-facing wall to 20% of the wall area. That said, almost every project in California complies using the performance method, which is a way to get around that limit. So if you have a west-facing wall and you want to put more windows on it, it's actually it's less restrictive than the energy code, so there's no conflict there. Short answer. My questions.
Jeff, I'm sorry to interrupt just a moment. Could we stop the share screen, please? Thanks.
All right, bigger people.
A few questions. So there were two. You could prohibit SB 9 subdivisions in a high fire severity zone, but there were 2 exemptions, and one was if you hadn't adopted the maps, which we haven't, but it's also if you've adopted Chapter A, as we have for the entire town, that also means you can't basically, so in terms of the law basically says that Chapter 7A is an effective mitigation for fire safety, even in a high fire severity zone. Okay. The owner affidavit, are there any, I mean, if you sign the affidavit and then move, is there any consequence? Does it have any teeth?
So it's based on the present intent of the applicant. So certainly if there is some evidence to show that the certificate was submitted fraudulently, that there was absolutely no intent, then it would not stand up. But it's an unusual affidavit. Generally, we see, just straight out owner occupancy requirements, and those are very easy to enforce. This is just based on present intent at the time that the application was filed.
Okay.
One thing that it does do from a practical standpoint is that it essentially limits the ability to apply for these types of applications to natural persons. A corporation cannot have an intent to occupy the residence, most likely.
Okay. And a question about the floor areas. So I have a lot. Well, okay. First question. If you take advantage of the second sort of provision of SB 9 and you build 2 units without a lot split, could you sell the second unit even though it's on the same parcel?
Yes, you could. There would
Okay.
have to be a legal mechanism in place, such as a small condominium or a tenancy in common or some kind of legal instrument.
Okay. And if I have a lot and I've maxed out my main house has maxed out the floor area, I can have up to 800 square feet above my maximum floor area for a SB 9 second house.
Yes, that's our understanding and interpretation. So we can't physically preclude you having 2 units. So we
Up
have
to
to,
800 square feet, but we could cap it at 800 square feet, basically.
yes. So the way the ordinance is written is that if you were maxed out on floor area already, you could only add an 800 square foot SB 9
Okay.
unit. Now, importantly, separately, the ADU law also requires us to allow an 800 square foot new detached ADU.
Right.
And I have a graphic in the backup slides if anyone needs more information on this.
So if I don't split my lot, I could have I don't want to tear down my house. I could build a second unit by SB 9 and an ADU on that. So I could have three separate buildings and a junior ADU in the main house.
That's correct.
Okay, but on the lot split, if I split the lot, then I can have the 2 units on each lot, but not an ADU on those lots.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's my questions for now.
And if I may, that's a good hypothetical that you raised. That's another reason to implement a local ordinance, because the state law allows towns to prohibit additional ADUs in the case of a lot split. However, you need to do that through a local ordinance to make that prohibition, and we've done that in our implementing ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah?
Thanks. One thing I was wondering, Cara, if you could review how updates would work after an ordinance is passed. Could you clarify that, like, generally?
Sure. So there are 2 ways that we would make updates. First of all, if an update is needed to the actual ordinance, we could adopt those via another ordinance. If the urgency findings could be made, we could do that via an urgency ordinance. So those updates to the ordinance would go into effect immediately. If not, then we could just proceed during our regular course with the first reading and the second reading and pass that ordinance at any time. There is another aspect of the action that you are being asked to take tonight, which is the codification of the development standards. The development standards are adopted by a resolution. So those can also be adopted at any time by the council. Since they're adopted by resolution, you do not need to go through your ordinance process. And so it would just be a regular action item by the council to adopt those, to change or update those objective standards.
This is a small item, and in terms of the objective standards, what is the direction on fire sprinklers? Just because I know this was a big issue with ADUs.
The state law has specific requirements related to ADUs about which ones can have fire sprinklers and which ones cannot. The SB 9 language, as we interpret it, does not have that provision. So SB 9 units would have fire sprinklers.
Thank you. My other question has to do with the aspect of this, that the discretionary review process. So without getting too much into comment, but a lot of my concerns about SB 9 as it relates to Portola Valley is it actually going to create any housing inventory here, just because, you know, market conditions are that the lots are so expensive no matter what. And so I'm assuming, you know, my current thinking, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion, is that, you know, at least if a unit is smaller, we're going to have a better chance of it being a lower market rate, which will get at least closer to moderate. I'm skeptical about affordable. But if we have also with an SB 9 unit that has the full ability to access the discretionary process, that could be just like a whole nother big house, is my understanding. Can you speak to that aspect of it?
Yeah, the way that we have it drafted, a person could split a lot and they could build, we're calling them smaller units, 850 square feet, 1,000 square feet, or 1,200 square feet, depending on the different circumstance. And that certainly could be more naturally affordable because that's a smaller unit. So that is definitely one way to think about it. The way that it's drafted, if they wanted to go through a discretionary process, then they could build a larger home up to the AMFA maximum. So the result could be more larger homes in the community if people take that path. So it is a policy question for the council to weigh in on.
Okay. Thank you. And then if you could just share, I know you reviewed it, but share again the rationale and thinking behind the strategy of the unit size.
Yeah, okay. So when the Planning Commission considered the 4-foot setbacks, there was a lot of discussion about kind of the pros and cons of that ordinance, which had some similarities to the SB 9 state law. And so it was about creating incentives and disincentives largely to comply with the setbacks. So I'll start with that part first. So the current ordinance has two different sizes for SB 9 units that are the same as ADUs as we have it drafted. So you could have an 850 square foot 1-bedroom and a 1,000 square foot 2-bedroom. Those numbers come from state law for ADUs, not for SB 9 units. So you do have discretion over that if they do not comply with the setbacks. So our intention there was to align it with ADUs because we have that as an existing policy, that it created clarity in the application process and consistency, and that there was an interest in getting a range of different unit types and unit sizes. So that's kind of what came into that. And then, as I mentioned, the previous council direction that additional housing stock is good as long as it complies with the local ethos. So trying to balance those two things together. If the project does comply with the local setbacks, then you would go up to 1,200 square feet, which is the same size as an ADU that complies with the local setbacks. And then for properties that are 3.5 acres or larger, you can have 1,500 square feet, same as the ADU law. So it was about consistency, about kind of trying to align with existing policy that people had found to be, an effective policy for ADUs.
Thank you. I also just want to echo all the comments about the incredible amount of work that Kara, you and Laura, the planning department, this has been a tremendous effort. So I just want to say thank you.
Sarah, I wanted to partly reply to your last question too, as a member of the subcommittee that looked at this and considered the question you asked specifically on the differing sizes on different size lots and why we came up, why we're coming forward with those numbers as opposed to 800 feet across the board or something like that. And it really was because of the work that the Planning Commission did on a very, very similar situation. If you're adding a second unit, whether it's called an ADU or whether it's called an SB9 unit on a lot, the circumstances are pretty much the same. And the Planning Commission considered this at length and came up with these numbers for the different size lots and different circumstances. And we felt that since there's no material difference between an SB9 unit or an ADU as a second unit on a lot, that the same rules ought to apply for consistency. And because we didn't have time with the time between the state finalizing this and the governor signing it and having the final text of the law and the January 1st deadline for putting something in place to go through a whole nother round of Planning Commission process. So staff has pulled as much as they could from the work that was done with ADUs, where there are a lot of similarities, and carry it over, because if it made sense then, it presumably still makes sense now. And if that's not the case, as has been said, we can continue to amend this over time. And as we learn new things, as we get new fire codes, et cetera, this can continue to be amended over time. Are there other council questions? Marianne, I think you had your hand up, but now it's not. Are you?
I figured out my question by reading the material.
Okay. It's always a good path. I have a question that's a little bit of a variant on one that came up earlier. Kara, you had addressed the ways that changes can happen. One other element that's in here is, I think we're all very familiar at this point with the fire and hazard maps and the CAL FIRE maps and the Moritz maps and all the rest of it, and what the current state of that is. I well expect that at some point in the coming year, probably sooner rather than later, we will adopt a new set of maps. I know CAL FIRE is bringing out their update after whatever it's been, 14 years to their maps. We have consultants that we're hiring. The fire district is looking at all these issues as well. And so if we were to adopt a new map, that I think is another path, because in our ordinance, we do say that, if you're in a very high fire severity zone as under an adopted map, then different rules apply as well. So I think there are a number of paths for things like that, where the work that's ongoing in town will essentially automatically roll into this. And I just wanted to confirm that my understanding there is true.
Yes, so we had discussed different language for that eventuality, and we at the subcommittee's direction wanted to ensure that our ordinance would incorporate those updates. So what we did was to include essentially as placeholder language any restrictions, not only prohibitions in very high fire severity zones, but any type of prohibition or other regulation that is codified in the safety element. So that would automatically apply as soon as that safety element were adopted by the council.
And similarly, as Don has earlier said, he's working on fire code updates for us. When he brings those forward, and as we adopt them, those would also fold in here and apply to projects for the most part. Some of them may not if they conflict with state law, but this has been designed as much as possible that any future fire code changes or other changes of that nature would also apply as much as possible.
Yeah, that's a typical objective standard that is applied. And so if a project does not comply with, the most up-to-date fire code or any other building code, there would be a grounds for denial.
Okay, thank you. And then I had one other question, but it's my mind. It was related to one that was asked earlier, so it's already been partially answered anyway. Okay, are there any other council questions for staff or for the fire marshal? Okay, then we will turn to public comment. And I expect this to have a lot of public comment. I think that's probably why a large number of the people that are here tonight are here, is to hear and talk about this item. So we will start off with Bob Turcott, whose hand I see raised.
Thank you. I keep intending to thank Sharon Hanlon for showing the number of attendees and updating it, but I keep forgetting to. So thank you. It means a lot. There's limitations to this format, of course, but it's helpful to know how many residents are also engaged. And thank you for the staff for all the hard work and the presentation of complex material. I continue to be perplexed why there's so much attention paid to the very high fire hazard severity zone exception when we don't have any. We have not adopted any maps, as I understand it. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I was glad to see the town attorney did mention the other method for denying applications based on safety, which is the specific adverse impact on public health and safety. I did not see any written objective standards addressing that in the plan. If I sell half my lot, I derive economic benefit and I transfer the cost of increased hazard and risk to my neighbors. There should be a mechanism for a safety evaluation to be in place. And that's what the petition calls for. Our petition is not based on what Woodside Fire Protection District wants. It's based on what town residents want the district to do. Apply its expertise to enforce fire prevention development and building standards to protect our safety. It's often said that Woodside Fire Protection District already is involved in the review of applications, and that's true, but their involvement is limited to things such as verifying that there's smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, verifying that fire hydrant is within 600 feet of the front door, etc. All important things, but it doesn't come close to evaluating the fuel complex on the site, the topography and the safety of development there. With apologies to Fire Marshal Bullard, I'm going to paraphrase something that I heard you say at a meeting, which is with respect to a particular application, paraphrasing, less than 30-foot separation in this location would be madness. Building separation should be increased or the project should be moved to a safer location. But right now there's no authority to enforce that. It's said that the 30-foot separation is onerous or merely a standard, that it hasn't been adopted into law, which is not true. Had Portola Valley accepted Woodside Fire Protection District's recommendation of very high fire hazard severity zones right now today in Portola Valley Ranch, Western Hills, Alpine Hills, and Westridge, it would be illegal per existing state regulations to have building separation less than 30 feet or a less than 30-foot setback. So this is not a crazy proposal. My question to Fire Marshal Bullard, would a building ordinance modeled on the existing state regulations to require 30-foot separation between structures help reduce the hazard of structure-to-structure wildfire ignition and spread? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Next hand I see raised is Tom Halfkinshield.
My question is for the attorney, which is if one meets all the objective standards for the division of the property, but is to develop the new property or the new subdivided property requires the removal of 10 heritage oaks, does that mean that the tree part doesn't apply anymore?
Tom, we'll take your comment and your questions and batch them with all the other speakers tonight and address them at the end. So rather than having a back and forth, because we're probably going to have a lot of speakers tonight and a lot of things to get through. For efficiency, we're going to kind of aggregate it all together rather than constant back and forth, which is hard to manage over Zoom. Did you have more to say? If you do, you're welcome to come back over.
No, that's just the question.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Next is Dave Cardinal.
Thanks. I'm just blown away by how much the staff has gotten done in a short period of time. I just want to say I'm not a particular fan of SB 9, and I was really kind of frightened by the effect it might have on the town, but I'm really impressed by how much the staff and the various committees have been able to do to put something in place, hopefully, to deal with it locally. So kudos to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up is Ron Eastman.
Yeah, hi, thank you for taking my comment. Gavin Newsom, he signed SB 9 on September 16th, and Los Altos Hills was able to pass their emergency ordinance on November 18th after listening to resident input. And their residents, like us, most likely only had 4 days to look at the ordinance before it was voted on. However, so they've compensated for this by adding a 45-day sunset clause to the emergency ordinance. I think starting from probably January 1, 2022. And we've heard how complicated this measure was to pull together, but we've only had 4 days to digest the contents of the ordinance. And I feel that the responsible thing to do would be likewise to sunset this ordinance, allowing sufficient time for it to go through the appropriate committees, and especially for you to receive additional community input from residents. You've heard a lot of comments from people about how dissatisfied they were from the reporting out of the groups. So perhaps 90 days, 120 days, what would it take? Okay, and SB 9, SB 9 specifies a minimum floor space of 800 square feet. I understand the idea behind combining it with the ADU ordinance for efficiency, but as I see it, the purpose of this is to push back against what I personally consider democratic overreach by the state. So why not make the allowed floor space for SB 9 primary units 800 square feet? This, and then you can add carrots for other things like observing the discretionary setbacks, or the one other comment on page 960 of the agenda, the first item labeled number 3 looks like to me like a loophole. It states that if the developer of an SB 9 units wants more floor space, they can go through the ASCC. That language probably needs to be tightened up, because to me it looks like, well, if you want more floor space, you can do the SB 9, but then you go through the SCC and maybe you can get more floor space. The other thing I would suggest providing a carrot for would be deed restricting against lot splitting. This is something else that Los Altos Hills has done. And to me, that's great. A great idea. All right, I'm gonna run out of time, but I think it's gonna be the older, most fire risk neighborhoods in Portola Valley that are where you're gonna see SB 9 most invoked. And it is going to be economically advantageous for people in those neighborhoods to do that. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ron. There is another hand up, Rusty Day. Go ahead, Rusty.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Craig. First of all, I want to second Ron's suggestion that you put a sunset provision in this. That is what Los Altos is did. It seems like a very responsible step to take. As to the ordinance, I think 550 people who signed the petition to protect public safety are trying to tell you something about this ordinance. I believe they feel, as I do, that wildfire poses an existential threat in our community. I think they're deeply concerned about the immediate hazards we confront and our ability to evacuate if needed. I think they want to see specific, clear-sighted, prudent steps promptly taken to reduce and contain the hazards we confront. Promptly taken, not next year, not a year from now, not 3 years from now. I think they want to make sure that future development projects in town do not expand our wildfire hazards and risks without careful professional review and appropriate measures to reduce those and contain them. The petition calls upon the town council to give the fire district authority it currently does not have and residents believe it needs to protect our long-term safety and to prevent structure-to-structure fire spread. You would do this by first authorizing the district to interpret and enforce the provisions of the municipal code that regulate the size and placement of structural fuels on each parcel of land and the likely effect that fire on that land would have on neighboring parcels. And secondly, by adopting a presumptive 30-foot minimum building separation standard throughout Portola Valley until more comprehensive objective fire prevention standards are developed and implemented. State regulations already mandate and require a slope-adjusted 30-foot separation between buildings in every very high hazard fire severity zones, both state and local responsibility areas. Those regulations require an increase in separation for slope sites and allow reductions in separation if appropriate steps are taken to prevent structure-to-structure spread. Over 12 years ago, CAL FIRE and the district both asked the town to designate by ordinance very high fire hazard severity zones identified by them in town. The 30-foot separation requirement the petition asked the town to adopt would already be required today if those recommendations had been adopted. Will you grant WFPD the authority it needs to review the effect of proposed development and building projects on wildfire hazards and risks in town? Will you require a 30-foot separation? And Don Bullard, do you believe that there are very high fire hazard severity areas in town? Thank you.
Thank you, Rusty. I see another hand up, MJ Lee.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. I saw in the objective standards, it says 10-foot separation between buildings on same property, existing policy. Is it possible for you guys in this, in the objective standards to increase that separation to 30 feet or whatever would be safer, or does it have to go through the fire safety checklist? I realize you are going to answer questions at the end.
Yep. Any other questions or thoughts?
No,
okay,
that's it.
Thank you, MJ. I see another hand up from Dana. Go ahead, Dana. You have to unmute. You're still muted on your side, Dana. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Unmute, got it.
There we go.
You hear me? I'm just following up on that last comment. I mean, was the ASCC brought into active dialogue about SB 9 objective standards? And that's to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Next hand I see up is Christy Corley. Go ahead, Christy.
Yeah, a few questions. I think I said it earlier, but has Planning Commission, the entire commission, commented on your SB 9 ordinance. Is this being done through emails or verbally? I would like to hear what each member of the Planning Commission has to say, and I like to see them poke holes into something that's a law and plans for land use in Portola Valley. A few questions I have is, what are we doing about basements and bunkers? I noticed another city will not allow that. What is Portola Valley going to do? Have you considered high fire zones versus just very high? Can we make our standards even greater? Have you considered increasing impact fees for developers? Developers can buy every other lot. They cannot buy a whole street. But could a developer get together with another developer and work together in buying every other? So that is my question. And what can you put in place to protect that? And you said something about equal. A 40-60 is not an equal split. So I'm not sure what you meant by equal. I think there's many ways to do a 40-60 split. And then the tree size and getting rid of shade for animals and humans. How are we going to keep Conservation Committee into the loop and be able to say their comments on the environment? So we know what happened over at Sequoias. They cleared quite a large area with quite a large number of trees. And then we had them, I haven't been over there, but I guess they were supposed to plant some more trees. So my question is also for solar. If a duplex goes up next to another house, if their solar goes away, how can we protect that? There's many other things. How can you put teeth into the 3-year clause? So I intend to live there. Like I intend to have lunch with you, but I got busy. So I intend to live here, but I just decided to move and I'm going to rent out all 4 rooms. Okay. So, what can we do to write real strict? And then what happens after 3 years? Wow, everybody can buy any lot, right? If it already split.
Christy, you're well over your
sorry.
3 minutes now. So if you could wrap up, please.
Yes, those are all my questions, and I have probably many more. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. And you, as well as anybody else who, the 3 minutes that you get during these meetings is really to keep us on track and to be able to work through the agenda efficiently. We are all staff and council members available anytime by email or phone. If you have further questions, we're more than happy to answer them. I see another hand up from Karen Askey.
Her hand went down as I clicked on her, so Karen.
We may have called on, oh, they went back up again.
There we
So
go.
let's try again.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. I was, okay, I may not quite understand this, and my focus is on what Don Bullard was saying about getting the new fire code in place and such, and not wanting to adopt 11 pieces of 1140. But my question is as we learn more, do we have the ability to fast track? Like, we're learning that building separation is a very important part of fire safety. Is there a way to fast track that element and put it into the fire safety checklist? Like we've got, right, I saw that there's 100 feet setback when you have of a 20% slope in there. So that's really what my question is do we have any sort of capability as we learn more and we become more certain of that? Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And I am not, nope, there goes another one. Allison Illich.
Hi. I'm just following on Karen's comment. I would encourage the town council to look at including the 30-foot separation in the urgency ordinance that they're putting together. I realize it's going to take the fire department some time to consider all aspects of 1140, but I think that particular standard is very pertinent to the situation that we're in now. And I do believe the town council does have the authority to include that in the urgency ordinance in anticipation of it becoming part of the fire code in the future. And that would be my request. I also wanted to echo others who referenced the Los Altos Hills actions that they took. They actually were even a little bit more aggressive than the proposal that I've seen here. I haven't reviewed it as thoroughly as I'd like to, but they do have some interesting aspects that I would encourage the staff to look at and possibly incorporate as well. But I think what you all have done tonight is a great start. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. And I do not see any more hands up. If anybody else from the public would like to speak, now is your chance before I close public comment and bring it back to the council. Any last minute hands? Oh, there go two more. I see Roland Crawford. Roland, go ahead. You should be able to unmute yourself now. There you go.
My name is Roland Crawford. I am a fire protection consultant, and I'll tell a little bit more about myself on the next item. But the reality is that when you have structures that are located 10 feet or closer together, they are considered one common fire area. And so when the comments are made about the separation of buildings, Rusty Day's comments were right on. And, you know, it is something that needs to be considered. And I don't think the legislature took into consideration the fact that there are wildland urban interface scenarios that are much different than urban scenarios for SB 9. SB 9 is probably more of an urban document rather than a rural document. And the separation distances need to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. Next is Rita.
Hi, my only comment is no matter what is agreed upon or discussed tonight, the town right now, how is all of this going to be enforced in the future? I mean, we're not doing, from what I see, you know, a good job of enforcing standards right now. So how are we going to enforce these different requirements for the future to make sure that they get done in these 253 possible future units? When I think earlier someone mentioned we had maybe whether 10 that were approved in the past year, houses that were approved in the past year, but that's 253 over 8 years. And I really like it that Los Altos Hills did that 45-day, and I strongly suggest that we try to put something like that in place because, you know, we don't have all the information that we need at this time to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. And Dale Pfau. Go ahead, Dale.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you very much. One last time this evening. You know, I'm going to keep coming back to the fact that many people in this town are quite concerned about fire. The awareness has been raised. We have a method to at least help defray some of the mitigation or defray some of the danger in the new building that's going to take place. I am uncomfortable, incredibly uncomfortable, waiting for the new fire code. That's a full year. As the prior mayor said, we've got some big projects coming. Plus we have SB 9, plus we have more ADUs. And there's a huge potential for impact of fire in the community. It's very easy. You could adopt, this town council could adopt a 30-foot separation requirement tonight as part of this urgency ordinance. And that would at least, help a little bit as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. And I am seeing no more hands from the public. And I hope everybody has managed to get their comments in. I'm going to close the public comment period now and bring it back to the council for discussion. And before we get underway with this, I'd like to ask my fellow council members first how we'd like to go about approaching the discussion here amongst ourselves. I think there's a lot of questions that have been raised, a lot of things that we've heard from the public through the petition and here tonight and through letters that we've received. I'm sure we have a lot of our own thoughts as well. Does anybody have any thoughts on how we might best proceed through this? Do we want to first sort of adjust general comments and then address the specifics of the ordinance, or vice versa, or any thoughts on that? Sarah? You're muted.
I think it's just because there is a lot of information, and my big thing lately is all this conflating makes it very confusing. And so I like your suggestion of addressing general comments, perhaps some of the ones that are related to the petition, and then focusing on the detail of SB 9 separately. I mean, I don't want SB 9 to get lost in the shuffle because it is such an important, and there's so many specifics here. So that would be my suggestion.
Mary Ann?
So I'm assuming that the staff took down all the questions, and I would really like to hear some of their opinions on those questions.
Okay. Jeff, John, any thoughts, or happy to go with the what I'll call the Craig Strayer strategy and maybe have some staff answers to questions as well?
I was going to follow up on a couple of the questions that were asked. So yeah, if you want to collect questions and answer as many as you can. In regards to your original question, yeah, it would be nice to maybe split this up and sort of talk about SB 9, talk about the petition, and then talk about sort of anything that doesn't fit neatly into one of those two categories. So.
Okay, sounds good. So let's start off then with questions. I think there were a number here that we probably can address tonight, and we may address under general comments and the specific details. There are a handful from staff that are for staff and for you, Don, that may be relatively quick and easy to answer. Staff, I'm sure you've been taking down all the questions as you always do. So if you, maybe Laura, I'll start with you, could address some of the specific questions that I think have fairly straightforward answers. That might be a good starting point. And then for the longer, more complex ones, it may take further discussion from the council to answer them, and then especially on the policy questions, and then maybe some written getting back to people afterwards where appropriate. So do you have a list of questions that you have answers for that you'd like to go through?
Yes, there was a question about tree removal and what would happen with significant trees. Our tree removal process under our current code has a discretionary component to it, so we would not be allowed to enforce that anymore. So staff has drafted in the objective standards checklist criteria for removal of significant trees, and it's based on industry standards for when trees can be removed. But one of those criteria is in order to comply with the state law is that there's no alternative design that could preserve that tree, but allow the state mandated SB 9 unit. So it would have to be dead, diseased, a hazard, a fire hazard, or would have to meet that criteria to be removed. And those would be approved at a staff level under the proposal. There was a question about could amendments be made to the fire safety checklist according to the council's interest and direction? And the answer to that is yes. The fire safety checklist is adopted by resolution. So the council could ask for amendments to that at any time, consistent with any other policy work that the town is doing or any other work that the fire district does in the future. There was a question about basements. Basements are handled two ways in the proposed ordinance. If the SB9 unit complies with the setbacks of the base zoning district, then the basement would have the same rules as an ADU. So taking that same code language about when the floor area counts and how we calculate it. But if the SB9 unit does not comply with the setbacks of the base zoning district, then they would not be allowed to have a basement of any kind. This is a repeat. The fire safety checklist kind of came up from two different people in different ways. There's I think everyone is probably wondering about the 10-foot separation that we included in the checklist. We did this on purpose for transparency so that the council would know what the town's existing policy is in case you wanted to weigh in on that. So when staff is reviewing applications, this is the individual buildings that are on a property. So it's not a relationship to the setbacks or to anyone else's property. It's just the relationship between two different buildings on the same property. The town has had a 10-foot separation requirement for that condition for many years. Staff tells me for 20 years plus. So we just included that for transparency so everyone would be aware of that.
And that would include not just SB9 units or ADUs, but also things like garages and carports and pool sheds and equipment cupboards and that kind of other buildings on the site as well. So you don't have to walk 30 or 60 feet from your car to your house. You can have your carport near your house.
Correct.
Thank you.
And then there was a question about what does it mean to have an equal split? And so the state law says that it needs to be approximately equal and defines that as no more than a 60-40 split. So that comes directly from the state law that Cara just implemented into the ordinance. There's a question about Conservation Committee comments. Through the ministerial process, these projects would only be subject to the objective standards that are within the code and within the checklist. So there would not be Conservation Committee review of these projects for any other discretionary actions or for any recommendations.
But if they took the discretionary process, it would go through the same process we have today, where there would be. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Laura. Chief Rob, I'm not sure if you're on the line or not. Your camera's been off for a while, but there have been a number of questions regarding the petition, which I'm sure you've seen about providing new powers and authority to Woodside Fire Protection District. And I wondered if you wanted to comment on those and give your opinion and whether or not you're prepared for and want that extra authority and what the petition is asking for, and if you could provide some advice to us on that, please.
I see. Camera's not playing nice right now.
We can hear you anyway.
So we're definitely not in a position to do that tomorrow. So it's definitely a longer process that would have to, a longer process of discussion, what it entails. That's really broad when you're talking about our opinions, and we don't want it to be to the point of our opinions. It's got to be fact. It's got to be written. It's got to be subjective and not or objective, not subjective, or vice versa. Sorry, it cannot be our opinion. It's got to be specific. So I know people want everything now, and based on that, there's no way that can get done right now. So that's what Don's working on, is the intelligence that he's getting through CPAW, through other studies, through other experts, to come up with a more specific plan to be able to give that to you as we move forward.
Thank you. And Don, I didn't want to not give you an opportunity too, but there was one question in particular that I think is relevant, which is on this issue that you addressed in your presentation, but maybe you want to elaborate more on adopting parts of 1140, but not a comprehensive plan, and why why you don't think that sounds like that's a good idea at this time. You're on mute too.
There we go. Sorry. Yeah, and I think that the part that we're really specifically talking about is the 30-foot separation. And the way I feel is I don't think that there's any one single solution to solving this wildfire problem. We have some of the best minds in the science world that are working on this problem. NIST, the National Institute of Science and Technology, has scientists trying to solve this problem. They're looking into this idea of structure separation. And I believe that their assumptions are correct, but we don't have the science yet that tells us what the magic threshold should be. I assume that 60 feet is going to be better than 30 feet, which is going to be better than 15 feet, which will be better than 5 feet. But we also have to remember that there are also other variables that we have to think about. Wildland fire is driven by fuel, weather, and topography. And so there isn't anything we're going to do about the weather. So we have to talk about the fuel and the topography. And the things that we're talking about with topography are going to be, it's going to be slope, it's going to be aspect, it's going to be the terrain. And the things that we're talking about with fuel is going to be the built environment, which is going to include houses. And it's also going to include the vegetative material that surrounds those houses. And so I can say with confidence that things like home hardening and defensible space, those are the things that are in place that will work. And it's erroneous for me to say right now that 30 feet of separation is going to solve it all. Maybe it will, and maybe the magic threshold will turn out to be 45 feet. Right now, we don't have the science and it's an unknown. So I believe that right now, home hardening, defensible space, and more restrictive building codes are going to be a good first step for us. I think anything else is going to be putting the cart before the horse. And like I said, I'm working with CPAW. I'm working with a lot of experts to try to figure out what's going to be the best fire code for this fire district moving forward.
Thanks, Don.
And I think there was another question that Rusty asked too as well, and that was whether or not I believed that there were very high fire severity zones that exist within Portola Valley. And the answer to that question is yes. What's on the FRAP maps, I do believe exists, and I believe there's more than that exists in Portola Valley.
Thanks. And Cara, I think there were the legal questions that I can recall were around sunset provisions and potentially having this ordinance expire. Maybe you could talk a little bit about what the effects of if we do adopt this ordinance and it were to expire in 45 days or so on, what would be the implications of that?
Right. So if we were to adopt the ordinance and it expired in 45 days, then we would automatically revert to the state law. And all of the protections with respect to local control would then evaporate. I think that the speaker was referencing Los Altos Hills, which took a 45-day urgency ordinance that they are utilizing a process that typically is adopted in 2 steps, where the ordinance is adopted for 45 days in one action, and then later a second action is taken to extend the ordinance for a 2-year period. That's just another way of adopting an urgency ordinance. Portola Valley took a different approach and relied on the town's health and safety power to adopt an urgency ordinance, because we thought that the facts justified that, given the fire risk that we've all talked about and the need to get something in place to avoid some of the more general consequences of just having the state law apply. And so in our situation, the ordinance doesn't necessarily sunset, but the council always has the ability to amend, to rescind, to update their own ordinance. So that addresses that issue. And there was one other issue. This wasn't really a legal issue. I think we've covered all of the questions. There was one question about whether the Planning Commission had commented on this ordinance. And I think we mentioned this, that just given the short time period, unfortunately, we didn't have the ability to bring this to other boards and commissions. But the ordinance does implement some fire safety policies and some very similar local land use policies that the Planning Commission spent numerous hearings on, and we have faithfully carried forward that analysis into this ordinance.
Thank you. And it's correct to say that, as you've mentioned before, this ordinance and the checklist and all the other parts of it that we're adopting by ordinance or resolution can be amended. And so we can still send, it's not that we can't send this to committees for them to opine on how it might be revised. We can still do that after January 1st.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, and Jeremy, I saw your hand was up. It's gone down again. I know that you were involved in some work here in particular. I know you've been talking to the authors of the Camp Fire paper that was part of the petition or referenced in the petition heavily. And if you had any input from that side.
Yeah, thank you. I have been communicating with one particular author, but I had the opportunity to communicate with them all. I wanted to let them know that there had been a petition in the community that had directly referenced the Camp Fire study as it related to the requests therein. And I asked a series of questions about whether or not their study was intended to make the conclusions that were being discussed in our community. And the answer was no, that their study was not intended to discuss density issues. The conversation was interesting in that apparently my questions spurred them to consider further studies that they'd like to do, particularly around 7A and what happened with those buildings in Paradise. So I asked the same question a couple different times because I knew that it would come up tonight. And the basic answer from them was no, our study is not intended to convey a particular standard related to building separation. And I would encourage people to read the conclusions of the document, both at the front and the back end. I asked directly, if you had intended to have that kind of conclusion, would you have put it in the concluding remarks? And they said, yes, we would have. I think Don said it pretty well. There's evidence to support a standard at some point. But folks like the Insurance Institute, Steve Quarles is somebody that people may be familiar with, who really is the grandfather of all things wildfire. They're doing a whole suite of work to determine whether or not there is a standard to have, particularly around home hardening, defensible space, and other things you can mix in. So I thought that would be helpful to convey tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeremy. Okay, so with that, I'll bring it back to council for part one of the Sarah Craig approach of general comments. So who would like to go first? I see Sarah's hand up. Sarah.
I'm happy to go first, and I actually prepared a comment about this because I wanted to make sure I got it all out. So I know it seems a little formal, but I'm going to read it. And I just want to say that I have talked to a bunch of residents, over the last couple weeks, particularly last couple days. I will say, like Jeff, I've had to reach out to people. Other than one person, I see one name on this list of somebody that reached out to me when I'm looking at the attendees on the list, and none of the signers of the petition reached out to me. So I do think, we need to figure out a way to get back to talking to each other versus doing things the way that we've done this over the last couple of days. Anyhow, sorry for that preamble, but given all these conversations, I feel like there's wide agreement that the town needs more affordable housing and that there's support for its development. But I also know an agreement that everybody wants to do it in the safest way possible. For our unique topography and our environment. So in short, the big picture to me is that our goals are the same, But I think we're really getting tripped up in the process and how we're going there. And I think different people are learning about how the process works at different times throughout this dialogue. And I think part of it is because we've been conflating a lot of important concerns, laws, and projects right now, whether it's the Stanford Wedge, vegetation management in the canyons, fire code development processes, home hardening codes versus kind of these more structural fuel mitigation issues with relation to building separation and whatnot, all the best practices around that, RENA, SB9, et cetera. And it's kind of all getting in. I'm picturing your web that you showed at the beginning, Cara. So there's a web on the state laws, and we have a web of all these issues going on, I believe, in our conversations right now. And so I appreciate, and I don't disagree with the sentiment of the petition, because I live here, I'm raising my family here. And so we're all concerned about wildfire, and the concern is exacerbated when we have a series of state laws like SB9 or the RENA mandates that require compliance. But my concern with the petition is the approach that is suggested within it, as I feel the approach is implausible. And as we just heard earlier and moments ago, it's inconsistent with the way the town and Woodside Fire Protection District and our well-established fire code development processes. So as it's written, it's just not actionable. And I just feel like we need to be focused on things that are actually actionable if we're going to be productive. There's an incredible amount of detailed work that goes into the development of codes. And we need to rely on the expertise of our partners to go through the process to assure the best outcomes. I know all the people that we have been engaged in this conversation, really look forward to expanded regulations to bolster our safety, but only when they're vetted and recommended through the process guided by our experts, as we heard tonight. And my friends consider me one of the most impatient people they know. I've heard many of them say that. And so I feel I appreciate the stress and frustration for how long these things take. And I think another thing that's becoming clear is what's creating this heightened anxiety is the concern between, the lag time where we have these development mandates, but while we're still waiting for fire maps, while we're still waiting for code development. And so let's try and work together in that to me is where the stress is happening. And let's try and work through that and troubleshoot that. Because I think within a year, when we have the maps, when the fire department has the chance to go through the process to make the recommendations for code, we're going to be in a much better place. And so that kind of is a segue for me into SB9. And as I think about it, what I've been thinking about, do we want to think about some of the aspects in our ordinance as a way to kind of tighten things up more than we would necessarily ultimately want to be initially, just for this temporary time until we have the fire code maps, or I'm sorry, the CAL FIRE maps, or whether they be the new LiDAR maps, and also the safety element. And so my question, and what I'd love to hear thoughts about, is do we want tighter restrictions on unit size in a temporary way until we can get caught up on these other things? The other thing I've been thinking about is the discretionary aspect, and I'm wondering whether we should have that in here. If really the intent is to build affordable housing, what is the benefit of having the discretionary process? I say that, but then I put on I'm co-chairing the housing element, and I also know we need inventory. So this is where I'm grappling with this. We need opportunities to, meet this 253 units. And so we want to have all the levers available that we can. And so, frankly, I'm balancing all these things in my head as we're trying to make this decision. And so those are my comments.
Thank you, Sarah. Who would like to go next? John?
Yeah, Sarah, great comments. I really appreciate your approach. I agree that I totally understand the source of the concern that the petition represents. It's a concern at all, absolutely. And I also really appreciate the amazing efforts put in by the staff, by planning department to put this whole package together to try to address it. I think you're absolutely right. We have to follow our processes as they've been established over the years. And I know the impatient quality of it that we run into is real and disturbing. But I think it's the nature of municipal government and the fact that things do take a long time. They move slowly, in large part because we want everyone to participate. So I think the conflicts that you're running up against with the idea of affordable housing versus putting more buildings at risk and larger buildings and just increasing inventory or creating opportunities for affordable housing, that's something I've also been struggling with. I actually see an argument to be made for decreasing the size in the small lot zones, in the 15 and 20 M zones, where certainly the visual impact is going to be much greater, even for a small building, when we're only talking about third acre lots and some even smaller than that. But on the other hand, I see a argument to be made for increasing the size slightly in the larger lots over 2 acres, where you could put a house that would be really suitable for a family to live in, and not make the huge visual impact on the community. The impact for other things like traffic and whatnot is going to be pretty similar in either case, but also of a concern. So yeah, that's my comments for now.
Thank you, John. Jeff?
Thanks. First of all, to all the people that are here tonight, all the people that have signed the petition, thank you. I mean that. It's important for us to see that you care about this. And look, we care about it too. As Sarah said, we all live here. I raised my family here too, and we worry about these things too. And if following processes makes it look like we're not taking this seriously, I apologize for that. It is complicated work, and we do have to follow. I mean, we do have to follow the rules, and the rules are kind of there, really, honestly, to protect you from us, so that we can't, sort of impose our will on you without your consent. So again, I know it's frustrating, and I apologize for that. Again, as Sarah pointed out, the petition, the items in the petition are not really actionable, certainly not between now and January 1st. But the sentiment of it, I do completely understand. People are very concerned about fire. They want us to really place our faith and trust in the fire district. For the record, I do not consider myself a fire expert, nor I don't think anyone in our organization considers themselves the fire expert. Don's got a lot of weight on his shoulders with this, but I also know he has a lot of help to do it, and including help from us. We've been, the fire district has been, the town and the fire district have been working together since the town's inception. And I hope and I believe that it is clear to the fire district that we're here to do whatever they need to keep everyone as safe as possible. I hope people understand that we do take that seriously. The separation question is an important one, and while there is no magic number, I think the consensus is clear that yes, moving greater separation is better. There's no question. And so I think I can see that becoming a provision of a future code. And I, after last night's fire meeting, in response to a question I got during that meeting, I was thinking a little bit about this. And this is, we can't act on it right now, and I'm not saying we should. It was an idea that I had, and I, if people wanted to think about it, had comments on it, I would be happy to hear them. We probably can't immediately pass the 30-foot separation, but while the 30-foot number might be controversial, what all the experts do agree on is that one of the biggest concerns with buildings close together is the transfer of radiant heat. And one of the mechanisms by which radiant heat causes building to building ignition is windows. So for example, I was thinking of the approach we took with the ADUs and the approach we took with the SB9, where we had sort of a carrot and stick, so to speak, where if you have a building that for some reason is within 30 feet of another building, you could add a requirement of either no windows on the walls facing each other, or limited windows, and tempered windows. It doesn't address all the problems. It's more actionable in the short term, I think. And it actually does, it would make those adjacent buildings safer, particularly if you were in a limited, an area with very small setbacks where it was be very difficult to put a building 30 feet from its neighboring buildings. You would say, well, okay, but if you're going to put your building within 30 feet of their building, no windows on that side. And there might be other, there's other aspects of radiant heat, but the windows were the thing that jumped out at me in reading over the science about this. It is a thought. Again, it's not what everyone wants. It's not everything everyone wants, but it would be it might be a short-term fix that would I think have a positive impact in some places. I'm throwing it out there. It is, I haven't even, I talked with Jeremy briefly about it this morning. It's an idea. It's nothing more right now. Just something. And I guess the reason I bring it up is that, yeah, I'm not trying to, I'm not dismissing or taking lightly this notion of building separation. I agree that it is important. We all want to dig deeper into it. And again, codes take time, and I do want to think about things we can do in the short term to help in the anticipation of that. Regarding the SB9 approach, I've gone back and forth about sort of the just adhering to the 800-foot limit versus sort of expanding. I think I'm leaning towards what John is sort of suggesting, in that, there's lots of different scenarios. And I was thinking about sort of, somebody, basically a developer comes in, tears down a big house and builds two structures on that property. And say that the cutoff is 1,200 or 1,500 feet for objective standards, and then they can go much larger if they go with discretionary review. If that's what they want, if their intention is to build two new structures, and we can entice them into two 1,500 foot square foot buildings is in my mind better than two 3,500 square foot buildings. If there were a situation or a few situations where we could actually get that, that were the trade-off, I think that would be a good thing. Disagree with me if you want. I've actually sort of, it does a couple of things. It might actually forestall certain developments, and it would also get us a little more diversity in the housing stock. If we limit that the objective standards to 800 square feet, all we get is sort of small buildings, if any. My initial thought was that pretty much anybody who does SB9 is going to go for the discretionary path because everyone's trying to maximize value. But on the off chance that we could get a few smaller buildings in exchange for sort of large buildings, it seems like it's worth exploring. That was my first inclination on that. I don't have anything else right this minute, but those are my thoughts initially. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Marianne, before I go over to you, I see that Chief Rob's hand is up, and I just wanted to give him an opportunity to jump in.
Please do.
Yeah, sorry about that. Mayor Hughes, I wanted to just comment on Councilmember Alves. Part of his statements that he was saying, and it just kind of reminded me to just mention here and to people that are listening, because and watching, because we got a lot of people on here. A lot of people are concerned, and a lot of people, rightfully so, are concerned. And we're happy in the fact that everybody is taking this seriously, and the petition is very well intended, that there is that concern. But I think he mentioned, the collaboration that we've been doing and the workload that is on our fire marshal, and the residents are quite aware of that. But there was comments in the petition that I think need to be addressed, just to make sure to put hopefully a little bit of mind at ease, so to speak, that there was comments that 10 months ago, 11 months ago in January, that the fire marshal spoke in oral communication, and why would the fire district have to resort to oral communication to make its point on something as concerning as wildfire? And that unfortunately was just a miscommunication. We've never been denied access to any meetings. If we have voiced our concern that we wish to speak on a subject, the council, the town staff has always been receptive to that. So there was never any intent that we picked up on from the town. We've always worked together, just as was stated, for years, for our entire existence. And we see that moving forward. It was said multiple times in the presentations of what we've been doing collaboratively. And I just wanted to make sure that people were aware that, that is how we will operate. That's how I definitely expect it to. Other comments were made that, we're all in this together, whether we like it or not. This concern is real. The residents' voices are real, and they're very valid, but the council members are residents, and they've said it to us as well, that they're concerned, and this is real. And that's why we want to make a prudent recommendation to all of you with this code as we move forward, because that's what we need to do. So sorry to break in there. That I just wanted to put my 2 cents in there.
Thank you. Your input is always appreciated, and thank you. Mary Ann.
Thank you, Craig. Excuse me. I agree with much of what has been said here tonight. I had a flashback to many, many years ago when Denise was the fire marshal. And I actually was on, what was that committee called? Firewise or something. But I was doing a lot of work in that realm. And I did the workshops and tours and all sorts of stuff. And Denise was unwavering in her just absolute zeal about, making everything as fire safe as possible. And I remember telling her one day, you are not going to be happy until we are all living in concrete bunkers with gravel gardens. And it's funny because maybe that's where we're going, maybe that's going to be, instead of managed retreat, that's going to be the adaptation. So I think the ordinance that we're looking at tonight, the proposed ordinance, is really good. It was very thoughtfully created. I don't feel I don't really want to tighten anything up. I mean, you could do a little tweaking around what John suggested or Jeff's window idea, but I think it's a sound ordinance. What was the other thing? And I do think we have to preserve some discretionary review, because that's where people could really take advantage. But I kind of want to wind back to, what are we talking about with SB 9? What is the problem SB 9 is trying to solve? I mean, Cara talked about that at the beginning of this piece, and the state has a housing crisis. There aren't enough houses. Houses are out of reach financially for most people, even the middle class now. We've got, I think we have unprecedented numbers of housing insecure people and unsheltered people. So that's what SB 9 is trying to solve. And then secondly, I want to remind everybody that this council has always tried to plan for, build, a diversity of housing. I'm not even going to call it affordable housing anymore because no housing is affordable anymore, but something other than, you know, a $3 million house. We tried Blue Oaks. We tried Al's Nursery. We tried, well, it was even hard to get houses, excuse me, lots on a list as possible sites for affordable housing in the town-owned property committee. Every single place we tried, oh, and before that was Nathorst. I wasn't on the council then. Every single place we tried, neighborhoods rose up and fought us. And that is essentially why we have a draconian law like SB 9, because we are not terminally unique. This is what's happened. This is why we can't build housing. And then the other piece of this is that we cannot dismiss the legacy of residential segregation, both racial and economic, that's caused by redlining and block busting and racial covenants on CCNRs, which I have a house that had a racial covenant on it. And that prevented people of color from getting mortgages and buying houses and creating wealth through equity in the house. And I don't want to forget that. I don't want to just leave that over at the side here and say, yeah, it's fine. You know, we're an enlightened community. Who cares if we're the most white segregated community in the county, or that we are one of the most economically privileged communities in the county? I would like to see that broken up a little bit. And how are you going to do that? How are you going to do that unless you pass a law like SB 9? So I just wanted to put that out there. I think this ordinance still allows for the possibility of creating a diversity of housing while preserving some discretionary practices. And obviously, of course, we all care about fire danger. Of course we do. And as soon as the standards come through, we will adopt them. So that's all. I'm really tired. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you for your work.
That brings us to me. You know, I agree with much of, and if not all of what's been said tonight. You know, I too have over the last days been reaching out to people whose names I've seen on the petition. Likewise, I had not had anybody reach out to me. I was doing all the reaching out. And I had some very good conversations with people who, you know, some of whom I talk to regularly about town issues, some of whom I've interacted with socially, but not on town issues for many years, to really get a sense, not just of what the specific demands in the petition are, because, you know, I think as has been discussed already, it's going to be quite hard for us to act on those specific recommendations. I think, in fact, one of them, Cara, thought might require a state constitutional amendment for us to actually be able to adopt, because they don't really fit with the process and with the stage of where we're at with this complex web of processes that are going on. Fire is the highest priority that this council has. We annually set our list of priorities, and this year we set that as our highest priority. We substantially increased the amount of funding in our budget for fire safety and emergency preparedness for this year compared to last year, which was an increase from the year before. We have, I think, about $750,000 assigned just to projects around fire safety. The Woodside Fire Protection District has another $20 million budget. A lot of that's on your fire engine and crews, but a big part of that is also around safety planning. And, you know, as one of sort of three major communities that you guys cover, that there are a lot, and most of that money is going to pay people salaries to work on these things. That's a lot of people and a lot of hours and consultant time being focused and addressed on these issues. And we are, in the early stages of some of it, we're in the middle stages of other parts of it, and we're in the, oh my God, we got to get something in place by January 1st or state law is going to cause serious problems for us stages on others. So I don't view any of this as the first step or the last step. It's not a sprint and it's not a marathon. It's both. There are elements of this that we need to act quickly on, and we are where we can. There are elements where we need to take the time to think. And I've heard that reflected in comments from people that I've talked to over the last days and here tonight, that, you know, we need to act quickly, but we need to involve people in the discussions. We need to respect the science, but we want to do these things that have no scientific support. And balancing all of those concerns and figuring out how to do that is, it's a difficult task. And it's one that, you know, we've been working on for a while at the council level with our various committees that are looking at this, with staff work, with, you know, interactions with Woodside Fire and the staff there, with conversations with authors of papers to understand, you know, what their findings truly meant when they looked at things like the Camp Fire. Jeff, one of those is in, you know, your notion of adopting different rules for closer buildings. That's actually the conclusion of the paper that's behind the petition. They don't say, oh, buildings should be separated by, you know, no less than X distance. They say the closer they are together, the more stringent you should be on what materials are allowed to be used to prevent one structure igniting the other. Because there always will be a situation where you need to have a building, or there's an existing building that's close enough to another building that, you know, you can't move them. And so, you know, the way I've thought about it is similar to what we used to do with sustainability, where you have, you know, we had our green points checklist where we don't want you to have a huge lawn, but if you want a slightly bigger lawn, then you need to make up those points somewhere else. And similarly, if you want your buildings to be closer together, then you got to make them, you got to be in a concrete bunker with gravel or whatever the balance is that overall makes the project safe. And so I don't think there is any magic silver bullet. And Dawn, you know, your approach of considering the code holistically and really understanding how all the elements interoperate is, I think, critical to coming up with something that will work in town and give property owners the flexibility that they need to be safe, but build the houses that they want to live in. And I don't think of it just as new affordable housing. Of the 253 units, 99 of them need to be market rate units. That's, you know, 99 regular old Portola Valley houses that are not designed to be affordable. They're just regular houses. And that brings us to the, you know, this dual path approach, I think, for the SB 9 ordinance that we have tonight, where if you want to work under SB 9, you have a fairly restricted thing. If you opt into the discretionary process, you don't necessarily get two houses. There's no guarantee that the ASCC is going to say, yes, two houses is appropriate on that lot. They may say, no, you can only have one. So, you know, if you do opt into discretionary, yes, you get the potential to have larger houses, but essentially what that means is you go through the review process we have today. And the ASCC uses our existing planning rules to say, on this lot, one main house is appropriate. You don't get the second one. If you want the second one, you're limited to the SB 9 square footage limits that we've got in place. So essentially choosing the discretionary process through the way that this ordinance is structured eliminates a lot of the rights that you otherwise might have under SB 9. We really try and encourage you through this carrot and stick approach in this ordinance. It's designed to guide you into the system we already have for reviewing housing, with some exceptions. If you do something that's very much like adding an ADU today, but you do it under SB 9 instead of under the ADU ordinance, then you get a chance to, you know, build what you would have been able to build as an ADU anyway. So it really is designed to make sure that as we cross January 1st and our office reopens January 3rd, some developer doesn't come in and say, hey, under SB 9, you have no implementing ordinance. So under state law, I can apply to subdivide this lot and build two, you know, max MFA houses on each of the two lots on January 3rd, and we have 30 days to review and approve that application. So really, the importance of this ordinance and why it's an urgency ordinance is because without acting here, without adopting the ordinance, or if we adopt it and set a sunset date on it 45 days from now, some developer will be able to come in and apply for something that would be, in my opinion, completely unacceptable in Portola Valley. We need to make sure that these rules are in place and they stay in place. We can replace them in the future with better rules, but doing that with a clock ticking and the possibility that it might expire and not be replaced with something else, I think is too dangerous to contemplate. Let's see. On the a separation issue I talked about. Yeah, I think that overall a lot of work has gone into this ordinance. We've, as the subcommittee and staff were working on this, we already appreciated the concern that everybody had about fire safety. That's been clear for a long time. The petition is very helpful in reinforcing that and reminding us that it is very high on everybody's list of concerns. But we already knew that. It's really reinforcing something we already knew and we were already working on. So I'm look forward over the coming weeks and months and years to continuing the work on this and continuing to make it better. I'm sure the state has not adopted its last housing regulation. If this the ballot measure that Cara was talking about gets on the ballot in November, that may change things in a whole different way. We are probably bound by the RENA number one way or the other. So whether it's under SB 9 or some other way, we will have to build a bunch of housing units in Portola Valley and figure out how to do that in a way that's compatible with our community and doesn't increase the danger to the people who live here. One of the conversations I've had in the last weeks was around the concept of risk and fire safety. And the only way to ever get to a state where we have no fire risk for the residents in this town would be to have no residents in this town. There will always be fire risk. We've chosen to live in a place that has flammable materials and hillsides and all the rest of it. And that is never going to go away. We just have to figure out how to minimize the risk to a level that we're comfortable with. And I'm convinced we can do it. As somebody else mentioned earlier today, we have a great brain trust in Portola Valley. I think we have the highest Nobel Prize per capita rate. I think we have the highest, average education level in terms of number of postgraduate degrees per capita of any town in the United States. We can figure this out together. The pandemic, I think for the last year and a half or 2 years, or I've even lost count, it's hard to remember how long it's been at this point, has made that harder. And I think that by itself has led to more difficult communication, bigger sense of increased frustration and fear on everybody's part. But hopefully we can reassure everybody that we are paying attention, we are working on this, we are talking to the best experts. We do have a great team at Woodside Fire helping us with all of this. And we're moving as quickly as we can, where we can, and taking our time where we really feel that we need to. And it's a careful balancing act. One thing that works in our favor is houses don't get built quickly. So while it seems like we need to change these rules, as Marianne pointed out with her numbers at the beginning of the evening, it's not a lot of houses per year. So if it takes us 3 months to get some changes in, maybe we'll have 3 or 4 applications in that time. It's not going to be the end of the world. We want to make sure that those 3 or 4 are as safe as they can be. But we'll learn as we go. The background situation will change. We'll understand the science better, and it's all only going to get better with time. So those are my general comments, and we maybe want to move into the specifics. I don't know if there are a lot of specifics of the ordinance that people, I'm quite familiar with it from back and forth on the subcommittee with staff. I don't know if there are any specific elements. I mean, one thing I guess is the allowed size and whether we want to kind of ratchet it back to the 800 everywhere or leave it as, you know, the same numbers that we have for the ADU ordinance. That was something we did discuss in the subcommittee and with staff. And, you know, we thought about exactly that same question of, do we want to start off conservatively with very tight restrictions and then liberalize it later, or not? And I think where we ended up settling out, and Marianne, maybe you can chime in on your thoughts on this as well as the other subcommittee member. I think where we ended up netting out is essentially that there's just not a huge difference between 900 or 1200 square feet and the 800 that you would be allowed. And the number of applications is probably going to be relatively small at any of those sizes anyway. If you wanted to build such a structure, you can already do it under the ADU ordinance anyway. And the number of people who are going to do it under SB 9 instead of ADU, it's probably not going to be material. And so just for the simplicity of having one set of standards in each zone, that was why we thought it would be best for staff to draft it that way. But Marianne, if you have more thoughts on that.
I have no more thoughts.
And I don't know if there were other issues as well. So I wanted to maybe collect a list of issues if there are any others that folks wanted to discuss on this. Oh, there was one other general comment that just came to me as well. This is not standing alone by itself. Part of the reason that the next item on the agenda is an urgency ordinance is because I think it ties into this. And you know, the safety of buildings, however far separated they are, however many of them there are on a lot, is of critical importance. And the changes that SB 9 is bringing about that might allow buildings to be, you know, within 4 feet of the setback on one side of the property line is part of the reason why I think the next item is on as an urgency item to make sure that all houses in Portola Valley are constructed to a higher standard than I think is even being recommended from the closest together buildings by the campfire paper. So it should hopefully address a lot of the issues around fire safety, not just for SB 9 units, but for all construction in Portola Valley. So that ties into this ordinance, and I think the two go hand in hand, which is the only reason I'm mentioning it here ahead of the actual item. So are there other sections of this ordinance that anybody would like to discuss?
I think the two items we were sort of going back and forth about were that question of, you know, how to restrict the 800 versus the gradated approach based on lot size, and the idea of sort of sunset or periodic review. I think I would probably be fine with it as written on both counts. Just understanding that I do hope that we will review this fairly soon, you know, three months or something, and just make sure, you know, just see what's happening. As I mean, I'll be very curious to see what actually happens in January. I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be a huge impact, at least not immediately, but yeah, we don't know. We'll see. But I'm comfortable with it. I think I'm comfortable with it as written.
Sarah?
I am, you know, as far as the sunset thing goes, I mean, based on what we heard from Cara, we can make this update at any time. So I don't think that's necessary. And I think we all know we're going to be making updates. So that's that. You know, based on the conversations I've been in and based on, you know, the dialogue at the Wildfire Preparedness Committee last night, you know, I do feel there's a sense in town, there's a feeling of, are there ways that we can kind of slow down the development in the short term and wait for, you know, I'm repeating myself, but wait for the fire maps, wait for the safety element, you know, get those things to get caught up. And so I fully want to get to, you know, I know we need to meet our RHNA obligations, and I know we're going to need a lot of levers for that, but we have an 8-year period, and I would be in favor of more restrictive in the short term until the maps and the safety element are kind of caught up. I would never recommend that at the expense of not having an ordinance. You know, obviously having an ordinance as it's written for sure is, you know, something we need to do, absolutely. If there's a way to make it more restrictive for this short term is something I would be, you know, interested in doing, I think.
So it's definitely possible. And Laura, you were advising us as a subcommittee on the technical aspects of that and what it would mean for your planning department in terms of having two separate sets of rules for ADU versus SB9. Do you want to just talk a little bit about that? And if we were to just say it's 800 feet for any SB9 unit, regardless of lot size, for example, would that be difficult for you, or is that entirely manageable?
Sure, she won't say entirely.
It would be challenging.
Sure.
You know, there's a couple of different policies that we have that have a lot of complexity to them because we are trying to adapt them to fit into the community as well as possible. So our ADU ordinance is already very complex, I think much more complex than other people's. The way that we built in the incentives and the disincentives and the different sizes under different circumstances. And it was important. It's an important policy document that reflects a very good way of interpreting the state law to fit the community. And so it's a great effort and it's something to be proud of. From a practical point of view, implementing it every day takes a lot of time, because then my staff has to explain these things to every person because they're different than every other city or town. And so a lot of time goes into that. And so we just need to be, I need to convey that to you so you can make that part of your decision making. So if we have two sets of rules for ADUs and for SB9 units, we really need to create then two sets of handouts, and you need to know that my staff will have to spend, you know, oftentimes an extra between 20 minutes and an hour per applicant at each stage of the project to make sure that we're doing that. So there is a staff time element involved. And if the council wants to do that, of course we will do that. But then I'll just continue to report back to you on our resources, how things are going. You know, we'll have to look at fees, we'll have to look at staffing, we'll have to look at all those things as these complicated ordinances start adding up. So, you know, it's as long as you make that part of your decision, then I'm happy to do whatever you would like me to do. But I always want that to be part of the conversation.
Thanks, Laura. John.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. I really appreciate the complexity issue on this and in regards to your staffing time. But I am rather concerned about the impact of SB9 projects in the small lot zones. There are literally only two of them. There's the Brookside Park and the one over by Wells Nursery. Anyway, that if an SB9, I could see a case where an SB9 application came in where the 4-foot lot line was used, and a 4-foot setback, and built to the maximum allowable, which in our case, I think I'm sorry, what is it, 900 square feet now? Is that where I forget where the actual number is set at. If the state rule is 800 square feet, and we've allowed it to be a little bit bigger for those. Mm-hmm. I think the 800 square feet is also potentially pretty dramatic in those small lot zones. If there's two of them on a lot, or two added to a lot, there's potentially you could not tear down the house in the front of the lot, split the lot, and build two of them in the back with very, very narrow setbacks. And that would be a really dramatic impact on those lots. So if that was the case with what we're now proposing, it's going to be another couple hundred square feet in each case, which is in that size of building can make a big impact. So that's what I'm concerned about at this point.
So you would be more in favor of the 800 limit then, or at least on the smaller lots, reducing it down to 800.
So making it as complicated as possible. So 800 square feet on the small lots, but slightly larger on the bigger lots, in order to allow for homes that actually could be used as family homes under SB 9.
Okay, Marianne?
I mean, on the small lots, they can't build very big homes, aren't I correct? How big on what John's talking about? How big a house can you build under this law? Isn't it what 800, 900? Well, it has to be 800. That's the law. How big can it be? 900?
It's as it's drafted right now, it could be 850 if it's a 1-bedroom, and it could be 1,000 if it's a 2-bedroom.
Is that a huge difference from 800? Because by law, everyone is allowed 800 units, correct?
Right. So am I correct, though, that then we could
Talking about a couple hundred feet.
square foot home?
I strongly support the ordinance as written.
Okay, thanks, Marianne. I also, I mean, I was on the subcommittee and did think this through, and I was thinking too, John, about the small lots. And it's not small lots everywhere because of the restriction on only if your road is wide enough and all that stuff. So that the twisty windy stuff up in the upper Woodside Highlands and wherever else you've got narrow roads and limited access is excluded from this anyway. And really, what I came back to, John, in my thinking is, the Planning Commission considered exactly these things when they were coming up with these numbers for the ADU ordinance. And so on those lots today, you could have a main house with a detached ADU of the same size as what's in this SB 9 ordinance. And so if you come in with an application to build a main house with an ADU versus to build 2 SB 9 units, what's the difference, essentially? Either way, you can put that 800 or 850 square or 1,000, whatever it is, square foot unit within 4 foot of the property line. And so whether you choose to do it as an ADU or whether you choose to do it as an SB 9 unit, you still got a path to get to building what you're talking about. So it really, that's why in the end, I thought, make it simpler on the planning staff, since there's no effective difference in what a property owner could actually develop. They just do it under path A instead of path B. Yeah, John?
Yeah, well, the way I see it, it looks like it would be possible on many of those lots where the house is built way up at the front of the property to make the lot split, leave the original house there, and put 2 1,000 square foot units in the back. Is that not correct? 2 1,000 square foot units in the back on those lots is going to be a major impact. 2 800 square foot lot parcels or buildings on those lots would be quite a bit less of an impact.
Yeah, so on small lots, actually, there's another constraint, which is that there are requirements for access to if you do a lot split, we have requirements for access. So you need to have a certain width of access and let a fire engine get back there and a lot of other stuff. So the front back might not be as much of a problem. But it could be in some weird shaped lots for sure.
Anyway, that was my concern. I'm not wedded to the idea, but I just wanted to throw it out there.
Mm-hmm. Jeff.
So this is an interesting, and I don't want to digress too far, but I did it as a thought experiment. I just thought about my own property. I have 0.73 acres. I think my AMFA, my house is 3,100 square feet, which I think is pretty close to my AMFA because I'm on a steep slope. I assume that if I divided my property into 2, my AMFA for each parcel would be roughly half of what it is now. And so I was just thinking about what could I actually, what could I do? And if I were to add a second house on my property or subdivide it, would it would it be an increase? If I wanted to maximize the value of my property somewhere down the line, would I do one of these two things, or would I just sell it as one whole lot? And I feel like, personally, just doing the analysis, I thought it would probably be more valuable as a lot somebody could build sort of a big house on. And I feel like in our neighborhood, Brookside Park, and smaller lots like this, I feel like a lot of lots, and I think this is what the Turner Center report said, that there's a lot of lots in California where if you're simply maximizing the value of a property, you are going to sort of keep it as well intact with the potential for one big house, especially out here. I mean, do people want to move out here to live in a duplex? I just never thought that. I'm asking this question. I'm just curious what people think about it, because I've been trying to think about what the actual impact will be. And I feel like there's a lot of lots in town, maybe even at a higher rate than the Turner report, where none of these things really actually pencil out. And I'm just curious if other people think that, or if I'm just looking at that wrong.
I think I agree with you, Jeff. I think the actual impact is going to be low out here.
Yeah, I think that's,
And I think
the issues.
particularly as it relates, sorry,
Go ahead.
Greg, particularly as it relates to the objective of the intent of the bill, which was affordable.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's true. And I think there are other exclusions as well. So for example, SB 9, correct me if I'm wrong, does not preempt HOA CCNRs. And so, Westridge, for example, would be completely excluded from this. You can't split your lot in Westridge because your CCNR say you can't split your lot. You can't build a second house because your CCNR say you can't build a second house. So SB 9 doesn't apply at all wherever there are HOA rules that say something different. So that doesn't apply in the situations John was talking about in Brookside and other places where there aren't those CCNRs. But large areas of town, this is just not even something that applies.
I think Don wants to say something.
Your hand went up. Yeah.
Yeah. What would the potential be of being able to cap the number of SB 9 applicants the first year?
I don't think we're allowed to do that, Cara, right? I think any applicant has a right to apply under SB 9.
Yeah, that's correct. Unless the location requirements are not met.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So where are we netting out then on the 800 versus larger? My inclination is to stick with what we had with ADUs, and largely because it, for two reasons. It's simpler on staff, and the Planning Commission kind of thought about this already and worked through it indirectly on the ADU ordinance. I think more broadly, my inclination will be to send this ordinance to the Planning Commission for them to review it and suggest tweaks to us. So, we've talked about bringing it back within 90 days or whatever. I wouldn't set a timeline on it. I would send it to the Planning Commission and have them, tell us on their timeline and their terms, what they need to consider if they want to make any changes or want to suggest any changes. I think separately, Laura, as Planning Commissions come in, will be, or as applications come in for permits, will be keeping us updated on what's going on and any failings or loopholes or things that she finds as applications are coming in, and we'll be getting information from that side as well. So the urgency of this doesn't mean that we can't send it through a regular process once the urgency ordinance is in place. And I think that would be a solid idea, and that may mean that we have really quite a short window if the Planning Commission comes back and says, oh yes, we considered it, and yeah, if you do those 2 buildings on the back, that's a problem, and we should lower the limit to 800. So again, as houses get built slowly, I think the window of opportunity for damage is not going to be enormous. Cara?
Thank you. So just to round out this discussion item, I did want to say that if you start making sort of substantive changes to the size of the units, there's a noticing issue. And so it's unlikely that you would be able to do it at this meeting. We could, of course, agendize it for another meeting, but I just wanted to raise that final issue as well.
So if we did want to make those changes, we would not be able to adopt it tonight?
Correct. or you could adopt it tonight and then amend it at a later time with those new size restrictions, if you couldn't fit in a meeting before January 1.
Okay, so I guess that presents us with two options that I can think of. One is adopt it as it is and send it to the Planning Commission to come back if they have any recommendations for changes. The other one potentially would be to adopt what we have tonight and then bring it back at this December 30th meeting, although my inclination, or sorry, not December 30th, the one that we penciled in for
20th.
But my desire to make that meeting have more than one agenda item is somewhat limited. Would folks be in favor of adopting as is, given what Cara raised, and then sending it to the Planning Commission? Does that satisfy your concerns, John?
Yes, it does. I think that's the right approach. Yeah.
Okay, and Sarah, you're good with that?
My goal is to slow down short-term development. And eventually, I think, again, I don't want to repeat what I've already said. I kind of think my position on that stands. And so I would be in favor of smaller unit size and no discretionary review in a temporary, until we have the fire maps essentially and the safety element.
So to be clear, the no discretionary review would mean no single family regular houses in Portola Valley for as long as it takes to get those things in place.
Well, so maybe I'm not understanding that aspect of the SB 9, but what I thought the objective of SB 9 was to encourage the lower income. And so, but I also realize we need to build, depending on what the math is from the housing element, we also need to get the moderate ones in. I think my goal is to decrease the volume in the short term, period. So my vote would be for that intent alone.
I get that. So I think on the discretionary review, though, so one of the aspects of SB 9 that may have been a misfire by the state legislature, or maybe not, they may have intended it. Paragraph 1, section 1, sentence 1 of the law says all housing applications of 2 units or less will be ministerially approved. And so that's all. That's not small units, or if you do a lot split, that is all housing applications would have to be ministerially approved. And that would mean then for the next year, or until, whenever we change that, we would have no ASCC. The Planning Commission would not review housing applications and so on, which would be a big departure from what we do now.
I thought that was just SB 9 applications.
It would be, correct me if I'm wrong, Cara, that would be all applications. Is that right? For 2 units or fewer.
Right. So this is a complexity of the law. That provision that you cited, Craig, we think is modified by other subsequent sections in the ordinance that talk about the ability to limit ministerial review just to 800 square feet. So I think there needs to be those two provisions need to be reconciled, and I think that's a reasonable interpretation. Is that, but again, it probably requires an implementing a local ordinance. But I believe the intent of the law is to allow agencies to apply discretionary review to projects over 800 square feet.
Right. Okay, so I think oh, Marianne, I see your hand is up. Sorry, you were in that corner anyway, so you didn't move when your hand went up.
It's fine. I just wanted to say, I think people are predicting that SB 9 will produce housing for the missing middle. So it's like not the lowest, more, the lower middle. And then secondly, anytime you want someone to make a motion.
Yep, I wanted to make sure we got everybody's issues addressed here. Were there any other sections that people had comments about, or are we ready for, is everybody nodding their head saying we're ready for a motion? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion. Mary Ann.
Thank you. I have a question for Cara. Does this require 2 motions? The urgency ordinance and the
resolution.
The design.
Why don't you do it in 2 ordinances? And it does, the passage of the urgency ordinance requires 4 votes.
Okay, I move that we adopt the urgency ordinance implementing SB 9 relating to lot splits and development of additional units in single-family zones.
Second.
Okay. Sharon, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Alves,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Councilmember Derwin,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff,
No.
Mayor Hughes.
Aye. And Cara, you said 4, so we have a resolution as well. Is there a motion on the resolution?
The resolution can pass on 3 votes.
Okay, so the first one passed.
Yes.
Okay, I move that we adopt the resolution adopting objective design criteria for SB 9 projects.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Sharon, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Alves,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Councilmember Derwin,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff,
Aye.
Mayor Hughes.
Aye. Okay, and then do we need to separately approve the checklist, or that was covered by the resolution entirely?
It was.
Okay, so we're on
Covered by the
done with
resolution.
this item and on to 18. Okay, would anybody like a break?
Still
between-
count if the meeting's the next day. Now we're already into a different day.
Yeah, good point.
Yep.
Yes.
Just
Do
in
we
time.
want a short break before we move on to the next item? I don't know how everybody's, needs a new glass of water or anything, or do we want to just power through? 5 minutes? All right, we will reconvene at 12:05 then. Just waiting on John and Sarah. They should be back any second. John.
Sorry, I'm here.
Okay, we will restart then. And we are on to item 18, a public hearing on wildfire preparedness building code amendments, an urgency ordinance amending code requirements to enhance fire resistance in new buildings. And Laura, are you taking this one again?
Yes, just a second. Let me arrange my screen here. Okay, does the presentation look okay for everyone? Share screen? Okay, great. Thank you. On to the second item, which is related to some of the conversation we were just having. So, by now, I'm Laura Russell, Planning and Building Director. I'm here with Ron LaFrance, who's our consultant building official that's been assisting us with this code amendment process.
Laura,
So,
to the Vice Mayor's point, we do need to change the date on your presentation. Just wanted to point that out.
It's the date it was
It's
prepared.
officially December 9th. I'm joking. It's
You had me so confused for a second.
Sorry,
It's still the December 8th meeting, even if it is December 9th right now, right? For the record.
Correct.
So I did want to emphasize as we start this conversation that as an urgency ordinance, this is designed to go into effect right away. And in this case, the way that we have is drafted is right away would mean that any new projects that are submitted January 3rd or later would be subject to this ordinance. So anything that's been submitted as a planning application, like for ASCC review, up until today would be exempt from this ordinance because they've been actively working on their projects and everything is underway. But for everything new, starting on January 3rd, this would go into effect. So that urgency reflects the ongoing commitment to improve fire safety considerations, and then in light of the SB 9 ordinance discussion that we just had at the last item. So just a second, hold on, sorry. So we're going to do our normal format for this project, but I just wanted to, or this presentation, but I just wanted to emphasize that the fire marshal is here as well and collaborated with Ron on all of this work. So he's available for questions and to provide feedback, and he'll just pop in at the end also if he wants to talk about any of his recommendations or any other thoughts. So I'm going to turn it over to Ron now to do the main part of the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Hughes and council members. During the 2019 California Building Standard Code adoption cycle, the town carried forward the previous 2016 code amendments addressing wildland urban interface requirements, which were applying the requirements of Building Code Chapter 7A to residential buildings for the entire town, not just in the high fire hazard area as prescribed by code, retaining the town's 50% rule for application of new building requirements to existing structures, and define the requirements for alterations to existing buildings such as re-roof, windows, and new sidings. Next slide, please. The town council created the Wildfire Preparedness Committee to address outstanding resiliency issues. Committee made 7 building code amendment recommendations, which were to require a minimum Class A roof covering with wood roof coverings being prohibited, ember-resistant attic and foundation vents, decks to be constructed with non-combustible deck material, structures attached to homes be built of non-combustible material, non-combustible siding material, enclosed eaves, dual paned, tempered glass windows and skylights, and mesh screens installed on the underside of operable skylights. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments in the ordinance are intended to further enhance the existing requirements. They now apply to both residential and non-residential buildings, address all of the committee's recommendation. It should be noted that the WUI vents, tempered windows and skylights, and mesh under the operable skylights were incorporated into the codes in July of 2021, so amendments were not required. And finally, to refine the town's current 50% rule to apply to additions with interior alterations to existing buildings, including interior wall area to the current wall area calculations, and include a combination of wall and floor area percentage calculations. If adopted, the new requirements will apply to new building permit applications made after the effective date of the ordinance. And it's important to note that the ordinance was developed in conjunction with the Woodside Fire Protection District, and their input was greatly appreciated. Next slide, please. During the development of the ordinance, other opportunities for further home hardening enhancements were identified that warrant further research and are intended to be brought to council for consideration during the 2022 Building Standards Code adoption cycle in 2022. These opportunities are remove the exceptions to the enclosed roof eave requirements for gable end overhangs and roof assembly projections, remove the exception to the WUI attic vent requirements when the attic is fully sprinklered and vents are 12 feet above a walking surface, remove the exception for the installation of fire sprinklers in agricultural and telecommunication buildings, include a requirement for exterior walls to be constructed using non-combustible assemblies, not just non-combustible exterior siding, amend the exception to the installation of fire sprinklers and accessory dwelling units that do not exceed 1,200 square feet. And finally, amend the building to building distance and building to lot line distance requirements if proposed with the fire code.
We wanted to give a chance for the fire marshal to have any statements around the ordinance or any other feedback that he wanted to provide the council.
Yes, thank you, Laura and Ron. And the Woodside Fire Protection District does recommend this ordinance and the adoption of this ordinance. And we encourage consideration of additional measures, which Ron talked about earlier with the next building code update. We'll start working on getting those incorporated into this code right away. But being the conditions as such they are for this evening, we recommend this code as is, and I feel that it would be good forward progress. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Laura. Is that the conclusion of your report?
That's the conclusion, yes. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any council questions? Jeff?
Yeah, this probably should have occurred to me before, but when you say non-combustible assembly, does that mean you can't use stick wood framing, or is the difference between combustible and flammable always confuses me? So maybe I've got that wrong. That's jumped out at me.
So a non-combustible assembly would be a wall assembly that is designed to the interior of the wall not combust and to prevent combustion of materials inside of the house. It really addresses radiated heat from outside of the building into the building.
Thank you.
Any other council questions? Nope, seeing none, I will go over to public comment, and I see.
I have one question. I'm sorry, I thought of it late. Is there anyone that can speak to, I've heard questions about our codes relative to other municipalities in the state of California or along the WUI. Is there anybody that can speak to this relative to what other communities are doing?
Don,
Is it
maybe
ahead of the curve? Is it on par? Is it, I doubt it's behind.
maybe you can speak to that. I don't know what the other jurisdictions within Woodside Fire Protection have done here.
No, this would be more restrictive than, well, it would be more restrictive than the Woodside Code. And as far as other jurisdictions, I would imagine that it would be more restrictive than many of them, as far as the requirements that we're asking for, which is what we want.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Does that answer your question, Sarah?
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Any other council questions? No. Okay, we'll go to the public then. I see Ron Eastman's hand is up.
Yeah, hi. So, Los Altos Hills, in their emergency SB9 ordinance, for non-setback compliant SB9 units, they included the requirement that the wall facing the plot line have a 1 hour rated firewall with no openings. I wish that had been included in our SB9 emergency ordinance also, but that's my, so, in terms of, you wouldn't want that for buildings that have a compliant setback, but I believe that should have been added to the emergency ordinance. And also one other comment, Mayor Hughes, I'm sorry. My suggestion of setting the emergency ordinance was not to imply that there would be no follow-on ordinance. And I'm sure that that is not what's going to happen in Los Altos Hills. The idea was that we would have public hearings, and it would go through the committees, that you would get the proper public input and come up with something that was amended. I'm not sure how the necessary changes are going to get on the council and committee agendas. So thank you.
Thank you. Next hand I see is MJ Lee.
Hi again. It's past my bedtime, so I'm a little foggy. My apologies.
Your Zoom photo makes you look very energetic and excited to be here.
Oh, I can't even see my Zoom photo. Anyways, so I have 3 questions, and I assume you'll answer all questions at the end. On page 979 of the agenda packet, there's a table on decks where it says that non-combustible material shall be used for the decking material. My question is similar to Jeff's. I wasn't sure if non-combustible decking material meant that it cannot be it can't be a composite. So it has to be either like cement, tile, or metal. That's my first question. I think it would be bad to rule out some of the composite materials if they are Class A. See, my second question is on page 980 in the packet. There's a table called attached buildings. It mentions that miscellaneous structures at a distance of less than 50 feet need to be constructed of non-combustible materials or ignition resistant materials. Does miscellaneous structure mean things like chicken coops, gazebos, fabric shade canopies, or playground structures? And then my third question is page 981 in the packet, the table on siding. It says, remove the allowance for ignition resistant wall coverings, log walls, and architectural trim. I was wondering, does architectural trim mean things like window, wood shutters, awnings, things like that would stick out the side of the wall? And that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Roland Crawford.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. And my name is Roland Crawford. Just for a sake of introduction, I spent just under 34 years of active duty in the fire service, with over 31 years of that working for the city of Loma Linda, California, as fire marshal and fire chief. And I have been a part-time consultant, retired at the end of December 2008, and then in 2011 had to give up code development because of taking care of my mother, who developed dementia. But over the years, I was co-chair of the Wildland Urban Interface Committee for California Fire Chiefs Association, Fire Prevention Officers Section, Southern Division, and currently co-chair emeritus. Also served as a member of the Code Development Committee for the International Fire Code for 4 terms, and had direct participation in the code development process for the years of 1985 to 2011. And part of this process also worked with CAL FIRE and the State Fire Marshal's Office for the committee that developed Chapter 7A, and then also worked with the advisory board with UC Berkeley Forest Products Laboratory under the direction of Dr. Brady Williamson, and took part in some of the testing of building materials there. So this is a subject that's near and dear to me. And my main point is, I think that the exclusion of Class A rated fire resistant wood materials is a bit of an overkill. Because if it meets a Class A rating and it passed the test, and this is a very rigorous test, then it should be considered as not quite non-combustible, but certainly desirable. And one of the questions that comes up is, do people want to live in a bunker? And that was raised in the discussion of the previous ordinance. Well, we have to take this all in a systems approach, and the protection of communities and structures depend upon these items: defensible space, and particularly paying attention to the ignition zone, Dr. Jack Cohen's concept, vegetation management, and particularly looking at natural and ornamental placement. You know, where are the trees? Where are the bushes, particularly the junipers? Access, placement of structures, building materials, especially vents and windows, built-in fire suppression, and maintenance. And of these, what we're talking about here when we're hardening the structure is primarily addressing keeping the structure from igniting from the ember storm. Now, it has been mentioned earlier that there is radiant heat, and that is a consideration, but the primary problem in the wildfires is the wind-driven ember storm, and the embers get caught by projections.
Roland, you're running over your 3 minutes, so I just wanted to give you
Yes.
encouragement to wrap up, please.
Yes, thank you. And so the real problem here is trying to stay practical and reasonable and eliminate the things that will catch the embers as they are cast upon the structure. And so a Class A rated treated wood product actually does that. And I think it's a little bit of overkill to exclude it. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. Next up, Bill Hendricks.
Unmute. Okay, can you hear me there?
We can hear you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council Member and Chief Fire Marshal. My name's Bill Hendricks. I'm a fire safety consultant. I work with NFPA and on their development for codes for wildland and urban fire protection. It's early in the morning, sorry. I'm also on the ASTM committee to develop fire safe testing for different materials. Tonight, I am representing the fire treated wood industry. Like Roland pointed out, it's a little overkill. You're allowing comp roofs in. They are a combustible roof. If I put a blowtorch to them, they will ignite. They self-extinguish after the torch is removed. Same thing with treated wood. You put a torch to it, it will not ignite. It, however, chars, but it will not sustain a flame. That's why we have an ignition resistant rating for siding and decking and a Class A roof rating assembly for roofing. One of the things that we had to pass on the roofing test is a flying brand test. And this shows that a treated wood will not contribute to a fire elsewhere by spreading embers. There's a lot of misconception about fire resistant wood. Some people think it needs to be retreated. It does not. It is permanent. In fact, the company I represent, Chemco, we are the only treaters that are allowed to do roofing for California. We give a lifetime transferable warranty on the fire retardant. We've proven that even tile roofs are susceptible. That's why I got into the new WUI code that you have to put a cap sheet underneath tile roofs in the WUI to prevent embers from getting underneath the tiles and igniting the Felton bats. So you have to look at everything as a assembly, not just a standalone. And there's a big misconception about ignition resistant construction. In fact, there's several homes up in Paradise that was built to the new WUI standards, and they survived the fire, and they had combustible but fire resistant material on it. So if you have any questions, I would love to do a formal presentation. Nobody from your committee reached out to the Treated Wood Association to get any information on this. So we would love to do a presentation and give you some more information so you don't have to live in a concrete block. And I see my time's over, so thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next, I see Rusty Day. Rusty, go ahead.
Thank you, Craig. First of all, I wanted to certainly note that any improvement in the building code is progress. And I want to certainly commend the work that the Wildfire Safety Committee or the Wildfire Prep Committee did. As a matter of process, I think it would be laudable if after the ordinance is drafted and proposed, it goes back to the Wildfire Preparedness Committee so that they can see if their provisions and their concerns are addressed and there can be public hearing on it. So I don't see the urgency in taking this without public input or public comment. I want to make a couple of comments on aspects that seem peculiar. I think we heard earlier tonight that SB 9 does not exempt SB 9 units from sprinkling requirements, but this ordinance would, because this ordinance exempts all structures of 1,000 feet or under from sprinkling requirements. So why are we doing that? If, as Vice Mayor Warnikoff said, she wants to slow this down and make sure that we have time to catch up to the standards, well, let's require sprinklering in SB 9 units. Why isn't that done? Second thing is this ordinance would exempt all agricultural buildings. That exemption's been in there since 2008. Why are we exempting agricultural buildings not only from the home hardening provisions, that is the fire resistant or the non-combustible roofing and surfaces, but also the sprinkling requirements? Why are we doing that? Why are we exempting facilities for telecommunications, batteries, and power supplies from the sprinkling requirement, the internal sprinkling requirement? They are certainly a source of fire hazard and propagation. Finally, why are we not specifying the standard by which we assess or determine whether wall surfaces are non-combustible? And why aren't we requiring non-combustible assemblies? I recognize that's to be done, but it's the non-combustible assembly that provides protection against radiant heat and structure-to-structure fire spread. I guess the last thing that I would ask is whether Fire Marshal Bullard would comment on the need for and desirability of internal sprinkling in structures the size of agricultural buildings around town and the communications facilities and SB 9 units. Why are we exempting these? Thank you.
Thank you, Rusty. Next, I see Karen.
Hi, this is Karen Batra. It's about exactly 2 years since you guys approved this initial ordinance, also in the middle of the night. So I'm a little punchy, as to be expected. And I am excited that we're here today. And if we haven't covered absolutely everything that can be covered, that's fine. We can do that later. I know we found some new things to add into, and also gutter guards is another new thing that I've been recently informed about. But I do want to distinguish between home hardening light and this non-combustible home hardening series of ordinances they're really drastically different. So what happened in the Camp Fire was California Chapter 7A building code, what I'm calling home hardening light, was compared to older buildings. But what's nice about this code, and even if we go further with what Ron LaFrance suggested, we can really build homes that are truly resistant to fire. And yes, embers are the majority of thing that impacts homes, but with more and more heat, these fires are just so much hotter. You have to really consider that wood self-ignites at 300 degrees centigrade, but non-combustible start collapsing at 1,000 degrees centigrade. So that's just a lot more protection. So I'm really thrilled that we're going forward with this now, and hopefully you guys agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Next, I see Bob Turcott.
Thank you. Is the town manager still on the call?
He is, yes.
Okay, great. We've been talking about improving communication. One of the strong suggestions I would have is if staff wants to offer commentary, they should do it before the public has an opportunity to speak. The town manager, I applaud him for talking with the authors of the NAP paper. He is mischaracterizing the results. It's true that the paper was not designed to identify the optimum building separation. That's true. The paper was designed to identify the factors associated with structure loss in the Paradise Fire, and it did that. The factors most strongly associated with structure loss were building separation and vegetative canopy at 30 to 100 meters. Building separation consistently in all their analysis was the strongest factor, and the optimum discriminator, the optimum distance for discrimination was 59 feet. So to suggest that building separation does not matter after a conversation with those authors is to either misunderstand what the authors were saying or to mischaracterize it. In contrast, a question I would pose to everyone on the call is to consider, what do you think that paper showed, what effect do you think that paper showed of home hardening according to Chapter 7A standards? That paper analyzed that. It looked at the effect of home hardening based on Chapter 7A standards. The answer is no effect. It was not able to detect an effect of home hardening based on Chapter 7A, meaning it was statistically insignificant. If there was an effect, they could not detect it. So the data is very clear from that paper. Building separation matters. Now, I applaud the more aggressive home hardening that you're considering. I think you should do it. Protection from members is important, but in the topography where that describes Portola Valley, Canyon Networks, it's more than just embers. It's radiant heat coming up hillsides. So I definitely applaud that. When we rebuild, as we need to, it will be a bunker. The point, though, is I ask that staff make their commentary before public comments. I think it's cowardly to make to mischaracterize papers like that when there's no opportunity for correction. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. And I do not see any other members of the public hand up. There was one earlier. I don't know if it was put down accidentally. I'll give it 10 seconds. There it is again, Janie Ward.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, Janie, I hit the wrong button. Hold on. There you go.
Go ahead, Janie.
I just want to thank you all for your time. This has been very enlightening. One of the things I think after listening to this meeting that would be helpful for us is to have kind of a design charrette and talk about, different materials and maybe have vendors at the town center, and maybe we have some, people come in that can show us different alternatives to how we can solve this problem. One of the great houses I've seen in town that use the Soshiban technique, I believe I said it right, is the Japanese pre-burning. So the exterior is pre-burns and then it resists fire. But anyway, it's a design element. But I think we should have perhaps some kind of community meeting on how we can meet these challenges instead of these we have to have these long meetings. But anyway, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. I've appreciated learning from all of you. Good night.
Thank you, Janie. And Christy Corley's hand is up. Christy?
Yes, thank you. Let's see, I was really enjoying listening to that fellow that had a lot of degrees, and I really wanted him to finish talking, for him to be up at 12:30 and give us his opinion. I just think that he needed 6 minutes instead of 3, because I want to hear the composite of the deck that he is the inclusion do not exclude the certain type of deck, don't only stick with the cement tile and metal, but there was a type A deck that he would recommend. And I was wondering if that was a Trex deck. I don't know what it was, but I do want to know what exactly he was talking about. Also, because we're still talking about lot splitting and building, I would still love to see a list of all the building and splitting that's going to go on in Portola Valley. I still feel we should see a list, be able to go online and see what's going on. If everything's going on one street, would we ever limit that? So the number of trucks coming in wouldn't preclude the current residents from getting where they need to go. So this could really take off, or it could be slow. But I have a feeling in January we could get, you know, at least by year 7, I think we're going to see lots of changes. And I'd appreciate a list of building in Portola Valley and possibly some pictures and more diagrams of how this works. So, you know, a visual always says a lot. And I think the residents probably need more visuals than words to really describe what's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy.
Mayor Hughes, it looks like we may have lost Sharon here. Just FYI. I just noticed the time.
She's the 33 attendees person. So I think she's still there unless she dropped off.
Oh, there she is. Okay, hi, sorry. All right.
She renames herself to how many attendees there are. So they're hack to get around Zoom's limitations.
That's my one. It's late and sorry.
Okay. So I see no more hands up from the public. There were a number, as usual, of questions I think are easily directly addressable and some that may require getting back to people. There were a number I heard about specifics of why non-combustible versus Class A were chosen in a variety of situations. And Ron or Don, I'm not sure which of you is maybe best to answer why we made those choices there.
Ron, you want to take a stab at that, or?
Yes. The recommendation out of the committee was for no wood roofs. And so that's what was carried forward.
Okay, thank you. And then I also heard from Bob Turcott an attack on the town manager that I feel deserves a bit of a response. Jeremy was not the only one to have extensive discussion over the last week or so with the authors of that paper to better understand the study that they did, the findings that they made, and you know, dig deeper into the paper. I also had extensive conversations. Bob's characterization that building separation was the most important factor is categorically false. They actually found that there's little to no correlation between building separation and survival. They did find a fairly obvious finding that proximity to another burning building was highly predictive of survival outcome, but that's very different from what Bob stated. The correlation between building separation and survivability was non-existent, and the p-value for that was 0.97, which means there's only about a 3% chance that it's not entirely random, the correlation between building separation and survivability from a fire like Paradise. So I think Jeremy's characterizations were entirely accurate, as I've heard them represented by the authors of the paper and the people who did the study. That characterization, I think, was somewhat unfair. So I just wanted to make it clear that I don't believe that Jeremy was acting cowardly. I think he's been doing very good work and gone out of his way to dig deeper into this issue in response to the petition to better understand what these issues are. So I wanted to say that before I hand it over for answering other questions. Were there other questions, staff, that any of you heard that you're prepared to answer now or want to get back to people on?
I think that Ron can answer the specific questions from MJ, and Ron can respond to the question about residential units under 1,000 square feet, whether they would need sprinklers or not.
Ron?
So let me start with the with the sprinklers for 1,000 square feet. The sprinkler requirements for 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhomes are in the California Residential Code, and the sprinkler requirements for all other buildings are in the building code. The 1,000 square feet is from the California Building Code, so that does not actually apply to the residential structures. So in terms of, and there was several questions about sprinklers requirements, agricultural buildings, telecommunication buildings, and then the 1,000 square feet. Those are all per current code. The committee made no recommendations on those, and so we carried code language forward.
Thank you.
Specifically to the other questions on structures and chicken coops and things of that nature, the code defines buildings as areas that are occupied for work and living and things, and then structures are things that are not occupied. So sheds, chicken coops, things of those natures are structure. The code says that structure, or the ordinance, excuse me, talks about the structures more than or less than 50 feet being non-combustible. That would then be those chicken coops and those things. If that kind of explains that, and I'm looking at my notes. So non-combustible material for decks, non-combustible is defined in the building code and the fire code as material that meets ASTM standard E136, which is a testing standard. And I don't know what's in the testing standard. I've not had a chance to read it. But if the material is tested to that standard, then the material would be allowed to be used. If it is not, then that material for any application where the ordinance says non-combustible, if it does not meet that standard, then it cannot be used. And then her last question was architectural trim. Architectural trim is the moldings around the windows, the doors, the shutters that she referenced on the exterior of the building. That would also be architectural trim.
Okay, thank you. And I think that broadly covers the questions that I heard, at least. So I think we will now close public comment. I guess we did close public comment, but bring it to the council for discussion. Does anybody have anything to say? Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, thank you to staff, to the fire district, everyone that they worked with to make this come forward. The fire committee recommended this to us a little over 2 years ago. We approved this, my first meeting as mayor in December of 2019. And, we all wanted this to happen faster than it did. And, it's unfortunate. I mean, COVID had a lot to do with that, but it's here. And, this is actually a very aggressive code, is my understanding. I don't think there's a whole lot of jurisdictions in California that have something that's gone as far as this. That's my understanding. I haven't gone out and done all the exhaustive research on it, but I'm really happy that we're finally able to approve this here tonight. And this is one piece of the puzzle that we're putting together to make Portola Valley as safe as possible. So I'm really excited to be voting on this tonight. And thanks to everyone who got this together.
John?
Yeah, I agree with Jeff. This is a very strict code. I've always been a little surprised at Chapter 7A that the fact that it does allow and has allowed for many years a considerable amount of combustible material on the outside of the house, and the siding, allowable siding that's listed in the building materials lists on the state fire marshal's site are pretty much anything you'd ever want to put on your house, including wood shingles and wood siding that my own house has cedar siding on it that is like a tinderbox. I mean, it's severely, easily burned, and it is absolutely allowable under 7A. This ordinance changes that dramatically. And I don't know of any other community that has anything near it. So I'm pretty pleased that we're pushing this far ahead. And in some cases, it's going to have some pretty severe cost impacts. Siding, ironically, is not necessarily one of them, because one of the cheapest sidings you can get is the composite cement siding, and it's a totally non-combustible material. So in spite of the fact that it's going to raise costs, I think it's the right move to make.
Okay, thank you, John. Anybody else? Sarah, Marianne? No? Marianne? No?
It's great. Really glad to see this. It's been a really long time coming. I'll make a motion to pass it.
Yeah, I would concur with the other comments, and I think there have been a couple concerns that I read through the specific questions that came from the public around is this going to stop people being able to build decks like they're used to and things like that, and I think in some cases it may, but I'm very glad that our wildfire prep committee has gone through and done the work of figuring out where the right place is to draw the line and to say, these are the fire safety things that we really need to do, despite the fact that it may lead to increased costs, or it may lead to fewer options for materials, and that's then different looks to your house and that sort of thing. I think what would really increase costs is having everybody's fire insurance canceled. that increases your costs a whole lot, as does having your house burned down. That's pretty expensive too. I think reading through the list of things here, it actually, you read it side by side with that paper that Bob and I have been discussing on the campfire, and its recommendations for buildings that are close to each other lines up very, very closely with what we're putting in place here. And that's for buildings that are close together. We're applying this townwide to all buildings, whether they're close together or whether they're 59 feet apart. And I think this really shows a strong commitment from this town, its committees, its residents, and this council, assuming we pass this, to really make sure that we are strengthening the safety of our town and doing everything we can to do that as quickly as we can. And this is one mechanism for that. So I'm very much in favor of this, and I'm ready to entertain a motion. John,
Mary Ann's motion.
Okay. It's been
You didn't really say anything. Would you like me to actually state it? I move that let me read it, that the town council adopt an urgency ordinance amending building codes to enhance fire resistance and enhance public safety.
Second.
I'm going to give the second to John because he called it even before the motion was made on this one, but it's been moved and seconded. So Sharon, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Alves.
Aye.
Councilmember Richards.
Aye.
Councilmember Derwin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff.
Aye.
Mayor Hughes.
Aye. And thank you again to staff, especially Ron. You had a fairly short item here in the end and had to sit through all the rest of our very long meeting. So thank you, Dawn, and thank you, Laura, for all the work on this. Okay, and that brings us to the fun horse trading part of our meeting. Item 19, council liaison assignments for the coming year. We typically don't do this until into the new year. This year, I thought it might be a good idea to get ahead of that, since we always have the problem for the first couple meetings of ASCC and Planning Commission at the start of the year where nobody knows who's supposed to be going there. That said, thank you all for contributing your availability and scheduling conflicts and so on. I did the best I could to pull that all together into this proposal. It's got track changes turned on, so you should be able to hopefully see fairly easily what's different next year from this year for you individually. There were a bunch of formatting issues, so Jeremy very kindly cleaned it up and made it a little more legible than my original version. If everybody thinks things look good, that's great. If there are any problems, some of the meetings, the times and dates have changed. I did my best to pull those new updates from the website. Sharon revised some of those because what I did was wrong. And so just everybody take a look through your list and make sure that, the meetings are when you think they are and that you're good with the assignments. And if you are, I'm ready to entertain a motion. And if you are not, then speak now.
Move approval.
Mary Ann?
I just have a quick question. If there's just one tiny error, my board position on the flood and sea level rise should be, so I can't even think of the word, deleted, because I am not running for re-election on that board.
Got it. Yep, I didn't remove that one. So we can just strike that one out.
Just strike it out. Otherwise, it's great.
Okay. Anybody else?
Just have a quick question. If I were interested in seeing if anybody wanted to trade the 3 months that I have planning commission, is that something that's possible?
It is absolutely possible. Would anybody like to swap for Sarah's? Which 3 months do you have?
It's
July,
July.
August, September. Anybody want summer for planning commission?
I just know I'm going to be on the East Coast with my daughter a ton again this summer, and it's really hard to do those meetings starting at 10 p.m.
I'm happy to do it.
I have October, November, December. Do you want that? Or, well, I'd be happy to trade.
I
it
saw
for
all
that,
three people say that they're willing to switch. Which one do you want, Sarah?
I don't.
Pick one, just pick one.
Who wants it? Let's see. What are the choices?
You get any other quarter. Pick a quarter.
Yeah, we're all, yeah.
If you want, just pick it.
Why don't I just get the next quarter?
That's January, that's mine. Yep, that's fine.
Next quarter meaning next to now or after the summer?
What's after? I guess it would be second quarter of our quarter's calendar. So
I'm
January,
talking about calendar. So do you
April,
want,
May, June?
You want
Who's
fall?
that?
Me.
Oh, okay.
That's Marianne.
April, May, June is Mary Ann.
Would you like to take mine?
Only if it
Yes.
works for you, because there's others that it works for. So
Be fine.
okay.
So
Okay, so
you
so
just
swapping April, May, June for.
Oh, wait a minute. I can't do
July,
that because I also have ASCC then. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'll take the next January, February, March. Is that you, John?
That's me,
Sure.
that's fine. Yep, it's okay.
Okay.
All right.
Done.
Thank you.
No problem.
Everything else look good for everybody? All right, and this is appointment by mayor, right, Cara? So we don't even need a motion under anything on this. I can just do it.
Yeah.
All right, it's done.
Don't let the power go to your head.
Just trying to speed things up by avoiding unnecessary votes here. All right. That brings us to council liaison reports.
Okay.
I have another question. Sorry, guys. I have to be at the airport in 5 hours and I want to try and get some sleep. My mom's birthday tomorrow.
You're welcome to.
Can I
you're
go?
welcome to check out. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for sticking
Really,
with
thank
us
you
so
so
much,
much to the staff for the incredible amount of work. Thanks.
Good night.
Night, Sarah.
Right.
Okay. Anybody else want to go first with council liaison reports? Jeff.
Yeah, I have a couple. Airport Roundtable was last Wednesday, and the big item was we've for 20 years Palo Alto has wanted to join the San Mateo County Airport Roundtable, and back in June we had what seemed like sort of very positive sentiment towards that. I actually made a motion at the June meeting saying that we would form a subcommittee to develop criteria for membership expansion and explore funding options, because the people were concerned that we weren't getting enough money from members to fund all the operations of the committee. It passed. I then did not get nominated to the subcommittee to explore that. Cecilia Taylor of Menlo Park got nominated sort of in my place, I guess. And the committee came back and basically recommended that we not expand outside the county, but that we add East Palo Alto and Colma to the roundtable. I won't speculate on the reasons. It was a strange reversal from June to November to December. We went from sort of what was, I think, very broad support for Palo Alto to almost not unanimous, but very, very staunch opposition to them. Cecilia on the subcommittee voted against the recommendation. She actually, I think, she continued to support Palo Alto. I spoke out against it. Bill Widmer of Atherton was very outspoken that he thought Palo Alto we should be considering adding Palo Alto. The motion ended up passing. It was close, but I think basically the committee decided that it's just too much work to try to figure out how to add somebody outside the county. So I think adding Palo Alto is valuable because they actually they bring a lot of people to these meetings. They have a similar problem to what we have, which is arrival noise. The northern part of the county is much more concerned with takeoff and field noise around the airport. I disagree with it. I do think it's kind of probably settled the issue maybe once and for all, just because I think the majority of the board made it clear they don't really care to expand outside the county. That was the big business at this last roundtable meeting. Yesterday was the fire committee, and I guess the big thing was their discussion of the they discussed the petition. They discussed which we ultimately elected not to sort of. The committee was considering supporting the petition or sort of just sort of backing it to us. We ended up not voting even on it because the motion didn't get a second. We voted not to, or we elected not to they elected not to recommend the 30-foot separation back to the council. I don't think there was anything else. I'm trying to remember if there was anything else on that agenda. Those were the two big discussions.
Yes, there was a discussion about the funding, Jennifer's.
Yeah. Jennifer Euster was basically wants to. Karen, before she left the committee, had basically started sort of trying to create. It's not a budget exactly, but she was basically trying to catalog all of our fire-related expenses and come up with kind of what it actually costs, what would cost to do all the things we think we should do to make the town fire safe. Jennifer wants to continue that work, not so much for budgeting purposes, but just to sort of identify all the things we might do and then think about if we were going to go out and pursue other sources of funding for all those things, which ones would we actually prioritize and how much money would we actually try to raise? Which I think is a discussion maybe they'll continue and maybe bring to us at some point in the future. Those are the two meetings I guess those are the two that I'll report on. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. John, I see you raising your hand there. You may be to adjust your glasses, but that counts.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mayor Hughes, there is a hand up from attendees. I don't know if you wanted to take comments on that.
Yeah, I'll take comments after we've had all the reports, so we can do them all. I'll batch it. So I see you, Rita. We'll come back to you after all the reports. John?
Okay, I had a couple meetings, emergency preparedness. Let's see, fire station construction beginning soon. The big one is a modified Santa visit at the main station in Woodside on December 15th. There's discussion about staffing at the Woodside Fire. Sounds like there's a shortage all over the California of people to take the spots, but they've been doing pretty well, and they're fully staffed at the moment. Let's see, continuing discussion about the AM radio slowdown due to changes of staffing in Cal Water. And Howard is in the process of working on satellite internet solutions with 3 o'clock being investigated. Then let's see, I had the Conservation Committee meeting, discussed planting at Springdown, revised redwood guidelines, worked on goals for 2022, which will be coming out shortly, and put a tentative date for the broom poll of February 26th. Let's see, then there was, you know what, I think that's it.
Okay, thanks, John. Mary Ann?
I have a really lot of them, so I can't possibly.
Highlights.
I'm not even going to do a highlight for this one. San Mateo County Express Lanes Board met on November 12. I was there. San Mateo County Library met on November 15. Library Board, I was there. One shoreline flood, San Mateo County flood and sea level rise met on November 15. I am going to tell you one thing from this agenda. We adopted where is it? The San Mateo County multi-jurisdictional local hazard mitigation plan, which was on our agenda tonight. And I wanted to share with you one comment that was made. It was either from the CEO, Lynn Matterman, or Michael Barba, who's in Dave Pine's office. Cal OES looks at San Mateo County as a go-to county. We are the only county that has all 20 cities and the county and the special districts in the plan. So that is why it is important that we signed it. What was this one? Resource Management and Climate Protection Committee met on November 17. I was there. At some point, I would love to tell you about the microgrid program in La Honda. And the water report was a little better than the month before. And then I also did a Board of Directors Finance Committee meeting for One Shoreline on November 18. Also on November 18, I had 2 meetings at roughly the same time. So I first started the CCAG meeting, and then I went to the Sustainability Committee meeting to introduce our speaker, Laura Allen from Greywater Action, who was, I heard, excellent. And then I went back to CCAG, and I don't even remember what we did. And then I went to the Council of Cities virtual meeting on the 19th, which was hosted by Menlo Park, and Drew did a very nice job. And the guest speakers were Josh and Mark. And my favorite thing I did was attend and speak at and light the giant ice menorah at our first ever Hanukkah festival on the field. It was just the best. That's it.
Okay, thanks. I have been doing a lot of work on subcommittees that we've been talking about earlier today. And the one that hasn't been covered yet, Woodside Highlands Road Maintenance District Residents Advisory Committee meeting, which is a mouthful. It gets harder to say every time you do it. The big issue there that's relevant to the broader community is they spent a little bit of time talking about the intersection where Santa Maria dumps out onto Portola Road and what the striping looks like there, and making it clear to people coming in and out where the bike lane is and how to paint the road safely, because they just completed a resurfacing project on the whole length of the road, and that's led to repainting of the stripes, and they were now wondering whether the new stripes were in exactly the right spot, and addressing the broader consideration of the intersection there, and how, whether it should have a separate left and right turn and some other issues with that. So I've directed them that it might be a good idea to have at least a brief conversation with Howard about it before they decide on any restriping of their own road, given that any restriping they do there may well be in the Portola Valley or in the Portola Road right of way, and obviously would impact Portola Road with the traffic entering and exiting there. So they will be probably contacting Howard to just get a an impression from him if what they're doing is completely crazy or not. And then there are a variety of other things they're working on as well, but that's kind of the one that's of broader interest to the rest of the town. And that was all I had since our last meeting. Okay, public comment. I see Rita's hand is up. Sharon, if you could pull Rita over for us. Rita.
Well, thank you very much. And I said that you'd probably end about 1 a.m. But I sent a message to Sharon earlier because I am also part of the South San Mateo County League of Women Voters. And we thank you for honoring us in 2020. And Jeff had given us a nice little piece of paper, a signed piece of paper from the town. And we originally had our 100th anniversary planned for 2020, but of course that didn't happen. We planned it again for this past summer and that didn't happen. So on February 13th, which is actually the 100th, well, February 14th is the actual 102nd anniversary of the League of Women Voters. We're going to have an event on that day. So I sent the invite for people to click on, and it's $10 to $102 to attend. And it'll be a great event. It's also the 102nd anniversary of women getting the right to vote, the 19th Amendment. So hopefully somebody from the town will be able to come and have a good night.
Rita, before you drop off, who did you send that to? I don't think I saw it in my email. Did you send it to the?
I sent it to Sharon.
Okay, Sharon, is it in one of the digests or?
It'll be in tomorrow's digest.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rita.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye. Okay, with that, town manager's report. Jeremy.
All right, just a few things. Start with the ABAG wildfire working group has concluded its 4-part series. The last was a few weeks ago, excuse me, it was last week. And it was related to actually land use issues, particularly around building separation and matters as such. It was an interesting discussion. There were a number of wildfire experts at the meeting, including Molly Mowry, who some of you may know. She used to actually work for CPAW. And it was an interesting conversation in that there's still a debate as it relates to how to look at building separation issues as it relates to home hardening defensible space. That community is still trying to come up with, as you heard tonight, some answers that could be helpful to us as we develop code. One project I wanted just to mention, council members are aware of this, our Energov permit tracking software system is going to be moving to the cloud. We're in the middle of that process. It's actually very exciting because for the first time, we'll have a portal for citizens to be able to pull up information about permits that have been requested, permit applications requested in our community. You can look it up by type, you can look it up by address. It also provides contractors with an internal way of tracking permits, and it gives some really good tools to staff in a dashboard system from a project management standpoint. So we're really delighted to be working on that. It's one of Melvin's first projects to help on some of the specific integration pieces and making sure that our different tools talk to one another. Wanted to mention that at the end of this year, the Department of Public Works will be putting out its first annual report. Some of what Mary Ann discussed tonight will be part of that report. It's a part of what we do that gets little visibility. And in some ways that might be a good thing because when it's working, people don't notice it. But if I was Howard and other members of the Public Works team, I would love to have a report. So they're delighted to put it together. And I hope people will enjoy that. And finally, the staff had its holiday party yesterday. We did it at the Dutch Goose outside. It was lovely. So it was an opportunity for some folks who had actually never met to actually see each other, which was a quite remarkable experience for a few of us. And we got to say some nice words to Randy. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, I've been noticing public works stuff around town, the limbing up of trees and the trails. And I mean, anywhere you go, you run across one of the three guys out there chopping away at something or sweeping something up or hacking something back. And it does show. So a report, I think, will be great, because I'm sure for everything we see, there's a whole lot more that people don't see. So that'll be great.
And they're very thankful for the trucks that they were able to purchase at the end of last year. That's really made their jobs that much easier. So thank you to the council for making that happen.
Okay. With that, we are on to, I see no public hands up for comment on the town manager report. So on to the digest. Digest for November 11th. I see item 8, city selection committee meeting. I'm planning on going to that. I haven't yet looked through because we've had so many other things going on in town. I haven't had a chance to look through all of the various positions and who's up and who's been nominated. I don't know if anybody has any particular ones they have their eye on and recommendations for how to vote on them. Marianne?
I don't think there are any contested seats this time.
Sorry?
I don't think there are any contested seats.
Oh, well, that will make it very easy. They're always, sometimes they're floor nominations though, but
Yeah,
they,
yeah, I don't think so, but except for the chair,
yeah.
that one, I'm not sure what's going to happen there. And that will be a floor nomination.
Yeah.
I can tell you who not to vote for.
This isn't is the Colma meeting going to happen again?
Colma, it's
Yeah,
the
Colma,
first-
Firehouse, they're doing it again this year.
Yep.
It is. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I haven't seen anything about a, call-in thing if you don't want to be there in
Uh-huh.
person, but I assume everybody's
I
probably
think
gonna be
we
there in
can
person.
Pull that together at the fire station.
That would be tough, yeah. Yeah, no, it's gonna be fun to go back to the
I'll go.
fashioned smoky back room at the firehouse. in
Yeah.
person. But yeah, I expect that, yeah, anybody else can go and, have the dinner and all that stuff there. And
Yeah.
It's always, you guys have been, it's fun.
It is fun.
You like that sort of backroom deal, sort of Chicago thing.
Okay, so no other strong opinions there. I will read through it, and if there are no contested seat, it's gonna be a pretty short.
It'll be a quickie.
Yep. Okay. Anything else on November 11th? No. Okay. November 18th. Oh, actually, I see Christy Corley's hand up in the audience, so I'll take her comment on the November 11th digest. Christy, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you all saw my letter regarding minimum wage.
Yes, we did, and thank you for that. I think at this time we don't have time to spend on it to address it properly. It's definitely something that will be on our radar as we go into next year, and we are setting our council priorities for next year.
So we're going with the state minimum wage of $13 and $14 an hour, and East Palo Alto's at 15 plus. That just doesn't sound right to me.
I understand there's a limited amount of stuff we can do, and this is not on our priorities for this year. So we will consider it for next year, likely. And thanks for your input.
Okay.
Thanks, Christy. Okay, so November 18th, anything on there? Nope. Okay. December 2. And that's where Christy, your email is there on the December 2nd one. Nope. Okay. Would anybody like to make a motion to adjourn? Moved by Jeff. Second.
Oh, somebody please wave it.
John, all right. All in favor? I'm in favor. Thank you, everybody, for sticking it out.
much fun.
Thank you to the attendees.
Certainly hope this isn't
Public who made it all the way through too.
next week, Craig.
What's that?
Certainly hope this is not a preview of next.
I swore up and down to Sarah that I would keep our meetings efficient and on track and shorter than we've had all of this year. And
Well, Craig, I think you might have set a record.
No, not in the.
Oh,
whole-
we've been up this
Right
late. Yeah,
direction.
yeah.
It's been a little while, but we all made it. So it's all good in the end. And thanks, there's still 11 members of the public out there with us.
Yes,
So
that's
thank you.
impressive.
Thanks to you guys for sticking. Some of them may be asleep and Zoom just didn't disconnect.
Yeah.
but thanks for sticking with us Anyway. Okay.
Happy
Good night,
happy
everybody.
holidays, everyone.
Happy holidays and happy new year if we don't see you before then.
Right.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
You'll see us December 20th.